energy will exist. And
Right.
entropy always goes from higher entropy to lower entropy, and that's basically entropy explained very, very simply. So what?
Okay, so you open a can of pop.
Mm,
What happens? What happens?
it fizzes.
The pressure is released.
Yeah.
Right. So you have another example of that is an ice machine. Turn on the ice machine. We notice the bottom layer of the room gets filled as the ice vapor, so to speak, starts to stack. It starts to go higher and higher and builds up further and further. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. And
What do we have in those cases?
you tell me.
Containment. We have the dry ice filling the room, four walls. We know if we open a door, that vapor will go into that room, but it will always continually seek containment. Right? This is how gas works. You open that can of pop, it's pressurized, so to speak. You release that pressure,
And get
it comes out.
and yeah, and
How do you contain this gradient that we're in? Again,
gravity. How
you say
gravity works.
gravity.
No, let me explain to you. I'll explain to you. No, let me explain to you. I'll explain to you exactly how it works. So take a piece of paper and you draw a little circle with the diameter of, say, an inch, right? Then you take another, then you make another circle that has the diameter of, say, 5 inches around that first circle. Now that first circle is the sphere that you're on. That other circle is the gas that accumulates around the Earth due to gravity, and it reaches out until a certain point into space, because space is three-dimensional, my friend, not two-dimensional. That's how it works. That's how gas disperses. So when you open up a fizz, anything, a ball, all gases on Earth disperse in a curved sphere around the surface, because that's how gravity works. It works in three dimensions. It works in every angle simultaneously. It's not just horizontal, bro. We're not in a Nintendo world.
Your gravity works in 4 dimensions. I don't know what kind of gravity you're using, but the
Yes,
gravity
it does, and you can prove that as well, because you can go on planes, you can take atomic clocks on planes, and you can fly planes high above the Earth and very fast,
Well,
and you
it's
can
not
measure
3D,
them.
it's 4D.
Yeah, that's 4D, exactly. This is 4D. Let me tell you why. You fly the planes high up in the sky and you compare them to clocks on the Earth, and the clocks on the Earth and the clocks in the sky are going to be different. That's four-dimensional gravitational.
Dude, who's doing that?
time
Yeah, but
dilation.
who's doing that? You say, oh, you can do this, but who's going out and fucking doing that? Give us something tangible.
Scientists.
You were wrong a second ago when you said 3D.
Scientists, look it up. Look it up. Scientists are doing it.
So you realize it's not 3D and it's 4D now. So the thing you were so adamant about 2 seconds ago, you're now wrong about. Now you're saying it's 4D.
Well, time. 4 dimensions is time. 4 dimensions is the 3 dimensions: up, down, left, right, forward, and back, plus time. That's the 3 dimensions plus time. That's what 4D is. And gravity can bend time and space. Yeah. The only thing, we don't know what gravity is. I don't know what gravity is. No one knows what gravity is. And no scientist claims to know exactly what it is. We just know what force it has, because you can see what happens. If you don't believe me, go jump out your window and see if you can fly.
It's not a force. It's not a force in your paradigm with space-time bending.
It's not a force. It's not a force, but it exerts a force.
You saying opposite things, and then I correct you, and you just go with it.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, it's not a force, but it exerts a force. I said that. I didn't say it is a force. I said no one knows what it is. I said it exerts a force.
So we're back to the downward bias that gravity exerts, which is exactly what I said at the beginning of this entire thing. So we agree that gravity is the determinant up or down for it, whatever it is that we're observing. But it being a uniform force, this magical thing that can connect universes together.
Because that's how powerful God is, yeah. Because that's how powerful God is. That's how God made the universe.
It's not a force.
So
it's not a force.
Suck and blow
it exerts a force. It exerts a force.
Hang on a minute, please. You can't suck and blow at the exact same time, please realize that the firmament is
Don't
the
lie.
indicator to the
Don't lie.
pressure that you're observing. Thanks.
So you explain it. Okay, so basically, you believe that God made like a pancake with a dome. You don't believe that God made like a sphere and all these beautiful things that science explains.
Absolutely not, because again, we observed the original light that was there, as you said in the beginning, where you created the original light was present. And I apologize for not being exact with it. But the second thing came in on the second day, he divided the waters from the waters and created this little air bubble.
Yeah, but do you know why? Because there's water in the heavens as there's water in the skies.
Yeah. You want to let me go, or you want to let me half go? Because it really sucks when you
You're
get to
wrong.
half go. Finish.
I know what you're gonna say because I know what you're gonna say.
All right,
What
hold
am I
on,
gonna-
Plasma. Hold on, bro. The way we do it here, we let everybody finish and have their time to speak.
Sorry.
Hold on, you don't like being interrupted. None of us like being interrupted. Please give people the space to speak. Let them finish. You'll have your time to respond. You're clipping and interrupting almost every time, so please try not to do that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Gio. Appreciate it. So, the air bubble was created on the second day with the firmament, which I believe to be H3 tritium. Fine. The third day, the lands came in. The fourth day, and this is where things get really interesting, because again, on the fourth day, you have the introduction of the celestial bodies, you have Polaris, all the other stars in the sky, the sun and the moon govern over the day and the night. And there is one thing where people observe a heliocentric model, and you guys are, and I say that respectfully, of course, worshiping the thing that showed up on the fourth day. But yeah, the celestial bodies all showed up on the fourth day. I'll withdraw at that point. Thanks.
You also said it exerts a force. It doesn't. There's no forces in the current explanation of.
So go jump
Gravity.
out the window. Prove it. Go jump out the window, and if you can fly, then there's no force. Simple as.
That's
Sure.
literally how you prove it, by dropping something. You can see that there's no force there. You can't measure a force. There's no force
So how
there.
is it dropping? How is it dropping then?
Because you had to get there first, dude. In order to observe the microphone dropping, you had to
There's
pick it up.
Okay,
You
no
had to
problem.
pick it up. No, but
Okay,
it's
so
true.
so there's nothing pulling on the, like, if you drop something, there's nothing pulling. It just magically falls.
Dude, I said to you in the very beginning, it is it
Yeah,
dictates
all right, no problem.
direction. I fully agree with you. Little g dictates the direction. We have the observable speed at 9.8 per second squared that we can observe. I agree with you. All I'm asking you, begging you, in fact, is to say, hey, wait a minute. I had to pick up this microphone and observe it first and be like, holy shit, this actually has some weight to it. And ooh, I dropped it. And it went back down, and it literally was seeking, just like a rock in a pool, seeking its rest state, its bottom place to stop, to become potential energy again, so that I could do work. It's a fair question to ask anybody observing, quote, gravity. How did the item get there first? If you're being, and I can say, if you're being stoic in your observation, it is a fair question to ask firmly.
Okay, yes, okay, it's a fair question to ask. You apply the force to get it there, so what? You apply the force to get it there, you drop the object, that means there's no force anymore. How does the object fall? There's no force applied to it anymore. So there has to be gravity that pulls the object down. There's an answer to your question.
Downward bias.
What do you mean downward bias? Of course it's going to fall downwards. What do you mean? Otherwise, go jump out the window and fall upwards. Unless you can do that, yeah. Don't talk shit. Simple.
Speaking of talking shit, do you know what your model claims when you jump out the window? What happens?
I fly to the side.
What do you think
I actually
happens
jumped out the window once and I flew upwards.
What happens in your model when you throw, let's say you throw a baseball out the window? What does your model say happens? Let's see if you even know
Flies
your
up.
model.
It flies up.
Sorry? The
It
ground
curves.
slides
It
up
curves.
to meet
It
the ball,
curves.
right?
It curves. It curves. No, it doesn't.
What happens? Does the ball fall down to the ground in your model? When you drop a ball, what happens? You're at the second story building. You open the window and you
they fall
drop.
towards each other. They fall towards each other.
They fall. So you're saying the ball falls down and the ground goes up as
Technically,
well.
yes. Technically, yes. If you look at it through like quantum gravity lens, technically, yes. Technically, that's what's happening. Yeah.
And you believe this.
Yeah, I do. It makes perfect sense. Why not? The ball
So
drops to
when
the
you
earth,
go,
and the
let's say
earth is
now,
very, very slightly dropping because of gravity, bro. Because that's what happened is because of gravity expansion. Yes, it does happen. It's a very small amount that the earth will move towards the ball. But yes, of course, they move towards each other very, very slightly. Like the earth basically will move towards the ball very slightly. But yeah.
okay, so this is what you believe. Now, if I was to tell you that
That's true.
the current model is not that, even as ridiculous as that sounds, right? That's not the current model.
I
The
don't care
current
what the
model
current
is,
model. I don't care what the current model is.
or so you're just going to believe any old thing. Okay, fair enough.
No. Well, like you, just like you.
No, me, I know what I see. I see when I throw a ball, I see the ball falling to the floor.
It curves. It
I
falls
know
in a
that's what's
curve.
happening.
Yeah, it falls in a curve to the floor.
You doesn't fall to a curve, it falls straight down. If there's no wind, the ball falls straight down to the floor.
No, it doesn't. It falls in a curve.
You
If you
see
apply
what
a force,
you see what
if you
you have
drop
been
it,
meant to believe?
no,
Well,
if you drop it, yes. If you drop it, it falls straight down. If you throw it, it falls in a curve.
I would say that depending on the profile, let's say, of the way that the ball is thrown, there will be an apex that the ball hits. But as the ball starts to dissipate again with that energy you've invested into the ball will begin to lose its energy
And
to
it curves
seek
down.
its rest state and begin seeking
I didn't say
its rest state.
throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but I didn't say throw. I said if you drop the ball.
And
If
I
you
said, if
drop the
when it
ball,
goes
first of all,
down,
we're not. Now he's changing it into curves because he
Yep.
realizes he has to say that the ground goes up.
no, I
Scattergun approach.
didn't say the ground
said-
goes up. That's not what I said.
Yes,
Both.
you
I said the
did.
ball drops to the ground, and the Earth very, very because of gravitational, because of how objects attract each other. The Earth will very, very by nanometers move towards the ball as well. They both move towards each other. That's science. That's not my opinion. I'm sorry if you don't understand that.
No, I'm sorry
We
that you don't understand that. That's on
I do
you, brother,
understand
because
that.
your
I do
model says
understand that. I
when
just
you
told you
drop the
why
ball. Why are you
Okay.
interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Because you told me I don't understand my own
Your
model.
model says, dude, listen, here we go one at a time. One guy talks, the other guy listens, then we take turns.
Stop lying then.
Is that difficult for you to do?
Stop
What's
lying
that?
then. Stop lying then. Don't tell me I
I
don't know
could
what I'm
lie
saying.
all I want. You're going to have to listen. And if you don't like that, we're going to have to mute you. And you're going to learn the hard way. So it's up to you, brother.
Wow.
So in your model, right, whether you like it or not, when you throw something, the earth goes up and meets you. That's the Einstein model. Now, there's another one that contradicts that. It's called the fabric of space-time. They take time and space, put it together, make a fabric that when matter goes near it, it makes like a gravity well, and you fall into that. That's your model.
Oh, I believe. I didn't say that. No one knows what gravity is. I even said that before. If you actually understand science, Einsteinian gravity and Newtonian gravity are just two frameworks to explain the same phenomena that we observe, which is gravity. Gravity is an attractive force, and we observe that happening. That is a fact. These are just frameworks to explain, and no one actually knows what gravity is. We just know that it's something that attracts. It creates an attractive force. It's not a force, but it creates an attractive force, and it attracts things.
You're mixed up, bro. You're mixed up.
Oh, I'm
The
mixed up.
attraction force, that's the Newtonian. Are you aware of that? That's the Newtonian model? Mass attracting mass?
You're not even. Are you even understanding what I'm saying? I'm saying these are frameworks to look at the same phenomena. We don't know what gravity actually is. These just explain the effects of gravity. These don't explain
Yeah,
what
and you
gravity is.
said mass. Bro, you said mass attracts mass, and you said before
That's not
that
what I
the
said.
Earth rises up and something else falls. Now, maybe you don't remember what you're saying, but I don't know if I can have a conversation with you.
I did say that, yeah, because that's what happens. That's how gravity works. Objects attract to each other. We don't know why, but they do.
And I
And it's not
explained to
because
you
of
that's the
electromagnetism.
Newtonian model. Bro, are you listening? What you just said is the Newtonian model. That model has been superseded by another model, the fabric of space-time, and the bending thereof when matter is there. It creates a gravity well. Do you not know this, bro?
I do know this very, very well. This is Einsteinian gravity. They says that gravity warps time and space and attracts objects in an orbit around it. I do know this. I do know this much better than you. I can guarantee you that. I'm saying to you, what we observe is that there is something out there. I don't know what it is. These are just different frameworks to observe the effects of gravity. We don't know if this is actually the case. I don't believe that there's gravity wells around planets like Einsteinian gravity says, but it's just a way to explain what we see. I don't actually believe that it is that. However, Einsteinian gravity does explain a lot of things like time dilation. Like I said to you, we can actually measure this. And if you're going to discount everything that I say and discount all the scientific experiments, bro, like, these are not my opinions, bro. These are things based on experiments. And unless you're going to bring experiments as well, you know, then I don't see what the point of the conversation is. Because you can't just discount what I'm saying and then say, oh, you're going to mute me and stuff because I'm replying.
No, I said that you should be muted if you interrupt. Not because you're replying.
Because you're lying. You're lying about what I'm saying. You said, "Oh, I'm gonna lie, and that's gonna be
See,
fine." You're
I'm
gonna
not
have
Actually,
lying.
he's right.
What
Listen,
did
hold
I
on.
lie about?
SE, hold on. It's not. He's right. It's not his opinion. It's somebody else's opinion. So,
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
you know what I mean? Of course, it's not his
that's
opinion,
true.
and that's
But
cool.
brother,
You don't have
what
to
am I
take. Hold
lying?
on. He doesn't
Why
have
do
to
you
take
think I'm lying about?
responsibility. You don't have to take responsibility for how stupid the whole gravity thing is, right?
exactly.
So it's not your opinion. It's
Exactly.
somebody else's dumb
Exactly.
opinion. You got it.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm just saying that it's an effect we observe. It is a quite a dumb opinion. However, it does explain some of the things that we observe. I don't think that is because of gravity wells, though. But I don't know. God works in mysterious ways. It does work in some way. And the theories of gravity that we have explains it a lot better. Flat Earth cannot explain the whole phenomena we see with gravity. Can you explain gravitational lensing? Can you explain why time dilation happens? Because these things happen. We can measure these things.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
See, this
You
is what I'm
think
saying.
time
No, they
dilation
don't.
happens? How?
Nuh-uh. Okay. I just explained it earlier. I'm not going to explain it again.
You explain time dilation? Really?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Let me guess. Did you use some atomic clocks? Cesium atomic clocks?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Do you understand how that works?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Give us a little rundown.
Well, cesium clocks basically measure the vibration of the cesium atom, which is a very stable vibration, and it basically vibrates at a nanosecond frequency. And by measuring that, you can get extremely precise time measurements. So when you put these cesium clocks on a plane or an Earth, and you fly these planes at high altitude very fast, where the gravitational effect of the Earth is lower, then the cesium clocks on Earth and the cesium clocks on the planes are actually slight variations, and that's how you know that there's a time dilation, and that's because of gravity, because the gravitational effect is different, because the stronger the gravity, like, it dilates time basically. This is observable.
So they
We can
took
see
some
this
clocks,
happening.
they flew them. Sorry, I thought you were.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
What
I'm
do you mean I'm
telling
not
you,
listening? The
it's
floor is
like
yours.
it's a precise instrument. Cesium clocks are a precise instrument. When they fly them on planes high up and they compare them, calibrate them to clocks on Earth, they're different when they come back. This is a you can
How much were they
prove
off by? Do you know?
very very slightly. I don't
Do you
actually.
know
I
the
don't know.
number?
No, not exactly, to be honest. I think it was only like microseconds or something. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. Don't quote me.
That's kind of like a billionth of a second.
Yeah, it could be. It could be nanoseconds. Then nanoseconds. Yeah, could be.
Yeah, it was like it was like a few billionths of a second. Now, imagine that number, right? First of all, imagine a device that is able to detect that number.
Yeah,
And then
cesium.
imagine assigning that number, that slight deviation, to time dilation.
It is.
Just imagine that. And then imagine somebody like you believing that.
You can get even more time dilation when you orbit the moon. When they have space probes orbiting the moon, they have to calibrate it with cesium clocks because there's different gravitational pull there. You can compare this around other celestial bodies and see the gravitational effects.
I
It's
like
not
it when
just around
Glovers
Earth.
talk about outer space like they've been there before, right?
Amazing.
Listen to
I
this
We
like
didn't
guy.
even get to the plane
when
passing
flat
planes
earthers
in.
talk
Yeah.
about flat Earth like you actually have any evidence.
Bro, you went from a plane, right? You went from a plane in the 60s, which they carried the cesium clocks by hand in. They were off by a billionth of a second. And they didn't like account for all the variables. They just took the things in the clocks. They carried them. They put them on in between a couple of seats, and they flew the plane. Now the plane has vibrations. It has different heat. It has all kinds of things going on there,
You know
and
that
it was off by a
satellites.
billionth of a second.
You
And
do know
you
that
think,
satellites calibrate for time all the time. Satellites up in orbit around space because of the different gravitational effect on the satellite have to calibrate for time all the time so that GPS works. Unless satellites were calibrating with cesium clocks due to the gravitational time dilation effect, your GPS wouldn't work.
yeah, again, a story you've been told that you're repeating. The guy that made those calculations admitted that they has nothing to do with time dilation. It's obvious, bro, that you're not very
Cool
familiar
story
with the
you're
subject.
repeating.
You're just
Cool
repeating
story you're
mantras
repeating.
that you heard.
Cool story you're repeating, bro. Cool story you're repeating.
Yeah, you are. You are just repeating a story. Because if you
So are
think
you
time,
a
like you
fairy
can
tale?
say they
So
took
are
a couple
you
of
and your
clocks.
story. Yeah, the difference is
Do
your
you
story
think
is
you
a
can like
fairy
not
tale and my
interrupt one
story is
time
backed
while
by
I speak?
science. Your story is
Do
a
you
fairy
think that you
tale and
cannot?
my story is backed by science.
Who grew you up? Every time I talk, you're gonna talk, bro. That's very, very like very impolite of you.
Yeah, it's just a little hard to listen to as well. Like, and I think he's kind of new here, but yeah, like trying not to do that kind of sucks.
Yeah, bro. No one's attacking. We're just talking to you logically. And you're just repeating mantras as if you've been in outer space around the moon. And I'm trying to tell you, you haven't even realized what the atomic clock experiment in the '60s did. They just grabbed a couple of clocks by hand, walked them up the plane, flew the plane with all the vibrations, and they deduced that it was off by a billionth of a second, bro. Violation.
I knew
Like, you
I know
can't
the
seriously believe.
experiments. I know the experiments very well, and they haven't just done them in the '60s. They've done them a lot sooner as well. They've done them before that as well. And satellites calibrate for that, planes calibrate for that, military calibrates for that, satellites and all sorts. Bro, this isn't some kind of thing that only happened once in the '60s. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And if you're just gonna talk shit, bro, all I'm saying is that I'm not even gonna participate in the conversation. That's why I'm saying I don't want to interrupt you. I don't even want to participate in a conversation that's just like I said, a philosophical conversation when we're talking about science.
Not philosophical. It's obvious you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you're
And
just
when
here
I
for
see you, you're getting
philosophy,
triggered. It's very
that's not what we
obvious.
do. Sorry. We don't do philosophy when we're talking about science, my friend. It's either science or philosophy.
Like you think you can say satellite and GPS and cesium clock, and you think you're gonna just get away with it? Seriously? We talk about this all the time, man.
I mean, what if we're talking about the philosophy of science?
Or how about the science of philosophy? Damn. What?
No, look, we understand the
Good.
mantra, and we understand that you think you think you're on the cutting edge, and but trust me, these things that you believe in, we chop them to pieces here. Like this time dilation, I can talk to you for hours about this, bro. There's no chance in hell that this is a thing. Time dilation. It's just a fantasy. Never been proven ever. How long do you think it'll take you to count to 1 billion? If you started counting now to 1 billion, how long do you think it would take you to reach to 1 billion? Is he still here?
Nah, man, he went on mute. Otherwise, he'd be over talking you.
Oh well. I guess it was too much for him.
Most of the experiments that confirm time dilation are like the acceleration of hydrogen ions and at CERN and places like that. They're kind of difficult to talk about, really. I don't understand them myself.
I mean, the guy thought space-time wells was kooky.
No.
So I mean, he's not really going with like the whole mainstream. He was defending this time dilation thing though, so
Yeah, there's no experiments that prove that, left lane, not a one. It's all
Well, there are though.
assumptions.
No, there are.
But there aren't. Which one?
They actually do the experiment and observe the effect, predict and observe the effect. I mean, they do the things. Now, I don't understand the experiments, I'll admit that, but I mean, they claim that they actually do experiments that confirm special relativity and time dilation.
You want me to tell you why the CERN accelerator is adjust for time relativity? I can explain that for you. That's very simple. Because when an object moves faster in space, the theory of relativity states that the faster you move, the more the object's mass increases, and the more the mass increases, the stronger the gravitational field, and the more the gravitational field, the more the time dilation. That's why they adjust for it. Time
You're
dilation.
saying they adjust for time dilation because
Sorry. Let me explain why. Because the particles inside the particle accelerator are accelerated to the speed of light. As they're accelerated to the speed of light, they acquire more mass, and there's more of a gravitational field around them because of the mass. And that creates more of a time dilation. And that's why they adjust, and that's how they can prove time dilation with particle accelerators as well. That's another way. Just because you can't understand it doesn't mean that it's not true.
You have no clue of what you're talking about. I can tell.
You're
I can
the only
tell.
one who doesn't have any
How
clue
do
what
they?
you're
How do
talking
they?
about.
What's the mechanism of time dilation and that they proved in CERN? Go ahead. Will prove time dilation. They think that something can age faster or slower. It's unbelievable.
Science doesn't prove things.
Science ages things or causes them to slow down in aging. This is what you guys believe, man. It's incredible.
It's not about us, it's what's been demonstrated.
Oh, yeah, Ed. I'm sure you're going to give us viable explanations and experiments of how they did this.
Sure, I can, but you'll just apply your personal standard of evidence.
Go on, post
Who
something.
said that? Thank you. Who said that? Thank you.
Go ahead, Ed.
Go ahead, what?
Show us your time dilation experiments that they've done so many of.
Show us your flat Earth.
It's not about me.
Show us
Why
your
are you
flat
making
Earth
it
on a
about
map.
me?
Describe lunar and solar eclipses. Describe the seasons. Describe gravity. All of these things, please, on a flat Earth. Then, otherwise, flat Earth is fake.
Which
Bit
gravity,
simple.
smart man? Which gravity?
The one. Well, then jump out the window, and if you can't fly, then gravity exists. Simple as.
Yeah.
Simple as. If you can't fly when you jump out the window, then gravity is real.
I don't know where you think you are, dude, but yeah, you slowly.
Go
Yeah,
jump
it's
out
weird.
the
It's
You're
like
gonna
window.
it's like
realize
these these preschool
You're not in the
responses.
Wizard of Oz.
It's preschool responses. What makes you think, Alasma, that we haven't heard all of this stuff years and years ago? You can say some shit, but it's not gonna land here. You haven't proven curvature. You can't even talk about gravity, bruh. Why don't you find that curvature first?
Who said anything about curvature?
Well, if you don't have curvature, you don't have a ball.
We didn't even
If you
start
don't have a
talking
ball, you
about
don't have
curvature.
gravity.
Well, you have curvature
Where's that at?
on the
Where
Earth.
did
The
you
Earth
find
is a
curvature?
sphere.
Can
Just
you
go
show me where you
outside.
found the curvature?
Go outside.
Go outside.
The Earth
I don't see
is
curvature. Can you
way
show
too
me where
big.
you saw
The
curvature?
Earth, from your perspective, the Earth is going to look flat because
So
it's
you
huge.
can't show me where you found curvature, Alasma. Have you even looked? Have you even checked your model against reality?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. I don't think you'd be here if you actually did. You feel me?
Doesn't sound like you did.
I can.
So you've had a cursory glance
Give us your
at the
number
material.
one proof
Earlier you
that
were reading to us. That's okay. You can read to us, but, you know, we've read it. So continue, though.
I don't think you read anything, my friend.
I'm curious, your number one proof, Alaz, what's your number one proof that you've been convinced that you live on a spinning globe surrounded by air and water hurling through the cosmos at 1.5 million miles an hour? What convinced you of that? I'm really curious. 'Cause you're smart. You sound like a smart guy.
No, I'm not smart. I'm an idiot. I don't know anything. And the Earth hurls around because you can see it, because this is what we observe. We don't observe that the Earth is flat. You only see the Earth is flat from your local perspective. But when you analyze the whole thing, like for example, the Earth spins. And if you look at the horizon, if you look like far, you can actually see that it drops. Like you can see ships drop on the horizon. But the thing is, and then we have things like refraction as well. Refraction wouldn't even happen if we were in a flat Earth.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me ask you a question. You say that there is a drop.
Mhm.
I'd like to know what is the claimed radius of your model?
A what?
What is the claimed radius? You say we're on a ball. What is the
I
claimed
don't actually
radius?
know. I'll be honest with you. I don't actually know. You tell
All
me
right.
what is it?
Write it down. 3959 claimed radius. Miles. That's 3,000.
Miles, yeah. So about
39
39,000 kilometers,
Right.
isn't it? About
Now, to
39,000
break it
kilometers.
down on a local perspective, okay, to give you some idea of what that actually means on a local level. Do you have any idea how
Yeah, so on.
1
Right,
mile
and-
is? Do you have any idea how long 100 miles is?
No.
Fine.
I'm tired
Based
now.
on the 3959 claimed radius, there would
Okay.
be over 100 miles spread, a 1.25 mile drop.
Okay.
And that's an exponential drop. That means the further you go, the faster it drops for the distance you travel.
Okay.
Is this something that concerns you about the model you think you live on? That's a question for you. Fine. Ships sailing away from you in the horizon is not a valid explanation because there's something called
No, it
atmosphere.
isn't. It isn't. But I'm tired now, and I can't be asked looking up the evidence. That's the thing. If I start using,
What?
I said I'm tired now, and I can't be asked that. Like, if I bring up scientific concepts, and I have to bring all the evidence and stuff, and I can't
No,
be
we
asked
don't
to
need
do it
science.
right now. I'm
You
tired.
need an actual dimension.
I'm
You have
I'm just mentioning evidence I can actually observe.
mathematics to it. Fine, I'll withdraw.
Say that again.
I said you don't need science when you have dimensions. When you have dimensions, you can go look for things to reveal themselves. Ships sailing away from you off in the distance is nothing more than optical or angular resolution. Your eye has a limit that it can see to. When something travels beyond that limit, the thing that is as close to the surface that it's upon, i.e. a boat, sits on the surface, plane sits on the ceiling. As that thing gets further away from you, the thing it's closest to starts to eat it up, i.e. it gets smaller. If you want to bring it back to you, you just use another tool, i.e. binoculars, telescope if you want to get really long and you can bring that object back to you. That again,
Can I ask you a question then?
not
Can I ask
valid
you a question?
explanation as
Let
to
me
what
ask
the
you a question then.
actually is.
How
ahead.
far away do you think the moon is?
I can't answer that question. I have no clue. But what I will say to you
How
is,
far do you think? How far would you say? Do you think?
I have no idea.
Okay. So, if you went up on a mountain with a telescope or a very powerful binocular, how come on a clear day you can't look out and see the ends of the earth if the earth is flat? Because your eyes can only see so far. But a binocular should be able. You should be able with a telescope to see at least 500 miles. Why can't I see from here in England? Why can't I see you in America?
Because
With a
of what I
telescope.
just described to
No,
you.
but with a telescope. What about a telescope then? At least on a
Because
clear
even
day with a telescope. Because because look, if you
even
can see them.
even
Okay.
you're asking me the question, and I'm saying to you that even the telescope has its limits.
Yeah, but you should still be able to see further if it was a flat Earth, and you can't.
No, you don't get to, and I say this respectfully to you, you don't get to dictate how far a man-made viewing device can view you.
Yes, I can
That's
because I've
uncouth.
used one. Because I've used the telescope.
That's uncouth. You're
I've used it.
behaving.
Have you ever used a telescope? Can I ask
You're
you? Have you ever used a
stomping your
telescope?
foot. You're stomping your foot, and you're demanding an answer. And I'm telling you that it's an unreasonable request. The tool, the instrument, has a certain magnifying limit. We all know these things because we deal with them with our zooms on phones or computers or whatever it is that we deal with, right? But those things all have limits. You can't demand a limit to be longer than it actually can do. So do you have a more reasonable question to ask? Or are we still going to park on the idea that you
No,
have
because I'm not getting any reasonable answers. I'm not getting any reasonable answers, so there's no point.
No, you're not going to do that because the answer I just gave you.
It's unreasonable.
No. You're not going to do this. The answer I just gave you, right? And then I'm going to really start calling you some names if you keep going, right? But realize the answer I just gave you is optical or angular resolution. You can Google it yourself and you can see it and read it, my friend. That is why ships disappear in the horizon.
No.
Thank you for listening.
No. Nuh-uh.
Oh yes, it's a lot of uh-huh.
Nuh-uh. Simple. Nuh-uh. Flat Earth argument. Nuh-uh. That's not how it is. When in doubt, say nuh-uh. Flat Earth 101.
Do you guys realize how
You give me a flat
silly
Earth
you
map.
stand when you again? You're gonna interrupt, right? Do you guys realize how silly you sound when you come here on your high horse and try to show us what the model is? And the funny thing is, most of the time we know the model better than you and have to explain it to you and show you how silly it is. Like, do you not realize that? How
You
bad
haven't
you look
explained
when you do
anything
that?
to me. You haven't explained anything to me. You just talk shit.
Bro, you believe right now you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. Do you
You believe
understand
you're on
that?
a flat Earth? You believe you're on a flat Earth?
1.5 million miles an hour, dude. You've been convinced that you are traveling right now. You are in
Flat
no
Earth
position to
under
talk
a
about
dome.
shape. You are
Flat
in no
Earth under a
position, bro,
dome.
at
You've been
all.
convinced. You've been convinced you're under a flat Earth under a dome.
No, I never said that. Never ever once said that.
Well,
And by the way, it's flat. Let me put something on you. Flat is not a shape. Have you ever heard that? Has anybody ever told you that? Flat is not a shape. Maybe you should start off with the basics, because I think you're
okay,
very
bro.
green around the gills, bro.
Okay.
Is flat a shape? Is flat a shape? See, you don't even know that.
I'm not even listening.
It's like you walked into a dojo full of black belts and you
I
try
am
to
a
fight
black
with them,
belt,
but
my
you
man.
never took one
I am
class.
a black
That's
man,
you.
mate. I
That's you.
am a black belt in Taekwondo, bro. I've done martial arts since I was 6. I am a black belt, my man.
So imagine how a guy walks in the street that's never taken a class in. What would you think? That's you, bro. Right now, that's you.
Cool story.
You walked into a class full of black belts and you're trying smart, bro. That's you.
You don't even have a white belt. You're not even in the same sport. You're like the janitor.
Yeah,
No.
it's obvious.
I
Any
mean, the
one of
janitor,
us in here, bro, can screw you
you don't want
badly.
it with the janitor, dude. Let me tell you right now.
You don't want to mess with a certain janitor in here, man.
Jared's fucking up.
Excuse my language. Yeah, this janitor will thank you.
Sorry, language. Apologize.
Same here. Bad. You know, like a robber that walks into a bar to hold it up, but it happens to a bar where off-duty cops hang out and they all pull the gun on him. That's what you just did, bro. You just walked into a place like that. Forget about me. I'm a nobody. Anybody else in here can do that to you.
Cool story.
You'll learn. Hang around. You'll learn.
Don't sleep on the janitor. I'm just saying.
Don't mess with a certain New York janitor. I tell you that.
I could care less who you are, bro. Honestly.
You got a whack belt, not a black belt.
So tell us, what got you into this? What got you into this? Are you new? How long you been around? Because you sound new to me. If you don't mind me asking, that is. Let me guess, you stumbled into Gems and he told you how stupid flat earthers were and you believed it. Am I close?
You are stupid, but no.
Yeah, how did you find this place? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Asking for a
Someone,
friend,
someone invited me.
no doubt.
A flat earther invited me, in fact.
Just
Honestly,
wondering.
honestly, it's true.
Yeah, it's fine. No, I was just wondering how you heard of us.
Why am I not allowed to be here?
Was there any like real conversation we could get back to? The last hour has been a lot of just ego and kind of insults and backhanded. You don't know this and you don't know that. Can we? Is there a conversation we could get on that would actually be productive? That would not involve all these ad homs and personal attacks?
I've been listening for a while. This guy keeps on bringing it to that, and then people respond like, but
Yeah, and once
What
I
are you
get
laughing
started, once it gets started, it's mine is bigger than yours, and just endless, trying to one up each other.
yeah, the majority of this guy's arguments are flat earthers are stupid, and that's how I know you're wrong.
Flat earthers are stupid, and that's how I know you're wrong.
Why don't we start with something? What do you think? You keep saying this term flat earth. So what is a flat earth to you? Elasma. What is a flat earth to you? What does that mean?
It's a pancake on top of a triangle, balanced on the back of a turtle, in the palm of an Indian god.
Okay, does anyone here believe that that's what a quote unquote flat earth is?
That was a pretty interesting interpretation.
You obviously don't understand sarcasm, but yes.
Well, I was just thinking we should start there because you keep using this term flat earth. I'm wondering what you think that is.
What is flat earth? You tell me what is flat earth. I don't know. Flat earth is what it sounds like. An earth that is flat.
Okay, but what does that mean though? If it is still
An earth that is not a sphere. Something that's not a sphere. Let's start there.
Okay. So meaning water, you have level water and then the land comes up out of the level water?
I don't know. I suppose, yeah.
Okay. So if you had like a bathtub and you put some rocks under, in the tub, some of those rocks are a little bit above the water, you would have water with land popping up out of the water, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what we experience on Earth? Is that what we see and experience?
Yeah.
Okay. So then just to start from there, whether or not the Earth is a sphere or whether it's a topographical plane, whatever it may be, there would be no reason to run around and insult people who would think that because that is what we experience just on the base level.
Yeah, but the earth isn't flat.
Gonna just go in circles.
You realize
Okay,
you called me stupid about 4 or 5 times, right?
Yeah,
You
you
are?
can't just assert something without backing it up and then think that that's like a win or that you've made a point. Like, but
I'm not trying.
you can't
I'm
just
not trying.
keep
I'm not
stating that
trying
the
to make
Earth's
a
not
point.
flat and be like, see, the Earth's not flat because I said the Earth's not flat.
People are asking me questions, and if I give an answer and someone says to me the opposite of what I've said, I'm going to get angry. Like, I'm not going to let someone just misrepresent me and stuff. Do you get me? And I'm listening, but if you're asking me questions, then I'm going to reply. And if you don't like my responses, I don't know. What am I going to do?
Your response
So just
isn't
insult
like,
the other party. Just
So
insult
did
the other
you.
party.
So did you. Stop
All
playing
right,
victim.
let's try to stick on some topic. I'm trying to lead towards at least something, although I don't have a major plan.
Sorry. I apologize. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm not saying I have a major thing to roll out here. It's just, but I'm trying to at least get some conversation going. So then if you're saying that you agree, water that would be level, land coming up out of the water, and that is what we experience, you know, in that sense. So if you're saying it's not that, then what would be what have you been convinced by? Like, I'm not trying to do like a debate or tell you you're wrong or anything like that.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Let me tell you how it is, right? So because of the way gravity exerts its influence, like I said, take a paper, right? Draw a circle with an inch diameter. Now draw another circle around this first circle with another circle, like the other circle being a diameter of 2 inches. That is exactly how gravity exerts influence around. So all gases, all rock, water, it will stick to the earth in that kind of fashion around the surface. So what you're saying, for example, with the oceans are contained. They are contained between the continents and stuff. Everything sticks to the earth in a spherical fashion. Do you understand what I'm saying? The earth is a sphere. Gravity is a spherical. It's a 3-dimensional thing. It holds every atom, every particle on the earth to the surface.
Do you have any evidence to back that up, though? You're just asserting it once again.
Reality.
Reality? No. Okay, what in reality demonstrates that?
Everything you see.
Well, like, how have you delineated that gravity is not pulling things down to a planar surface versus a level planar surface versus to the center of a sphere?
It could be, but it's not, because there's so many other things proving that it's a sphere. There's a rotation to it, the way like the constellations in the sky behave. The fact that if you go to the northern hemisphere, the constellations orbit in one direction and around, you know, Polaris in the northern hemisphere. If you go to the southern hemisphere, the stars orbit in the, you know, counterclockwise or whatever it is. And the star is around Sigma Octantis. So how do you explain that? I mean, there's so many things that prove that the Earth is a sphere. It's not just that. There's not just one proof for the fact. That's the problem with most flat earthers. You think 2-dimensional, you have to think 3-dimensional.
You think
Let's try this on Earth. Can we go to a dam? Let's say a lock. You know what a lock system is? Of water?
Yeah, of course.
You know how boats go in a lock? And it fills up, 2 doors close, right? And it fills up with water. That's a lock, right? You know what that is?
I said, yeah. What's your point?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Okay, so can you envision a lock, let's say, because they exist, a lock, let's say, for, I don't know, 4 miles. Can you envision that?
Yeah, why not?
Like you're from the UK or somewhere, right? They've got a lot of locks there. You must have seen a lock system.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so can you envision in your head a lock for 4 miles? You said
Yeah, of
yes,
course.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, how do you envision that water in the lock system? Like from point A to point B, like from one side of the door of the lock and on the other side, way 4 miles away. How do you envision that water? No, it's in a lock. It's a calm day. There's no wind. How do you envision that water?
It's still
what
flat.
orientation?
It's flat. Yeah, of course, it's
Still
flat.
flat.
Yeah,
For
of
4
course.
miles. Not one side is not higher than the other at either end, correct?
Is flat curving in that picture, in that mental image?
Hold on, bro. Please give me a minute with him, please.
I don't actually know at that distance if it curves or not. I mean, I've seen ships curve like when I've been on water and stuff, but I don't know, so I can't say. I can't say for sure.
Okay, but you envision a distance where it starts curving in your head?
Well, it would have to, I suppose, yeah. It would have to.
Level, right? You see it level, the water, right?
Yeah, a close
I don't want to
range.
put words in.
A close range, yes, a close range. I see the water level, yeah.
So it's straight, right? Okay. So are you telling me now that you can see it as it goes away, that somehow a straight and level becomes a circle? Is that what you envision?
I can't see it, but that's what would have to happen, because it's a globe, yeah. But that's not what I see, because my eyes can't see that far. And plus your perspective, you will see things close to you will look flat, because the Earth is big and you are small. But when you look further away, then you can begin to notice the curvature. And if you can look far enough away, then you can actually see it. Of course you can.
So you're saying now, think of what you're saying, right? You're saying a straight line at a distance becomes a circle. Think about it.
Yeah, it descends. Yes, of course it bends. There's a slight decline.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen water do that?
I've seen ships drop on the horizon, so yeah.
No, you've seen what appears to be ships going below the horizon, right? But you know that that water is not dropping, right? Because it would be flowing there, right? You know, if there's a drop of water, there would be flow,
Not
right?
with gravity. Not with gravity.
And you know, if you go to that location, you're not going to see drop, right? Where that boat is. If you go where that boat is, are you going to see drop of water there?
Yeah, to be fair, Montreal, in his model, in their model, no, it
Yeah,
wouldn't
but let him
flow.
think
It
about it,
wouldn't.
bro. Don't do that. Don't do it for him, bro. Bro, don't do it for him. Let his mind work it out on his own. Because this is where the disconnect happens here. Right at that point where he's thinking right now. Because he knows that that water doesn't curve. He knows it in his mind. But he knows in order for his model to work, he has to make that straight line become a circle.
Okay.
So he's working that out in his mind right.
I just wanted to, for other listeners or whatever else, it might sound as though like you're misunderstanding their model, straw manning their model, right?
So you're gonna come in for him now. After what I just said, you're
No, I'm
still
not
gonna
coming
do
in
it, bro.
for him. I'm not coming in for
You're
him.
still
I'm
gonna
just
understand. Oh man.
look. I just want things to be represented accurately. That's all. That
Why don't you let him talk, bro? Why don't you let him talk? Why do you feel the
He's right.
need
Because
to
you're
answer
right.
for
Because
him?
you're misrepresenting me. Because you keep misrepresenting me. Because he's right. You are. And it's just taking the piss, man. Seriously.
So you're gonna say now offense. This is unbelievable, man. This is, you know what? I'm gonna stay out of this. You guys go on, continue the conversation. You don't need me.
well, you're gonna get mad at me, like, dude. Literally, I was talking to him, and then you took over, so. And I backed up. I let you say what you had to say, but then I corrected you on something, and now I'm for him. No, that's not the case either. I was grilling him, and you changed the entire direction that I was headed. Now you want to get mad at me for doing the
Oh,
same
my
thing
bad.
back
I
to
didn't
you?
realize I. No, bro, you cut in. I asked him a question at my crescendo, right? He was about to answer, and you felt the need to answer for him. That's incredible, bro.
I didn't
Right
answer
at the
for him. I
crescendo where I
addressed
had
him.
him
I didn't
with the
answer for
water.
him. I addressed you. I
Stop
addressed you.
fighting.
I addressed you, and I said, to be fair, in their model, it wouldn't flow. That's a straw man when you said it. And look, this is what, as flat earthers, when fallacious logic triggers a lot of us. We want it doesn't matter what side you're on. I'm not gonna just allow fallacious logic to happen to flow. Pardon the pun. Just because it came from a guy who believes in flat Earth. It's fallacious
I don't
reasoning.
believe in flat Earth. I don't believe in flat Earth.
I
And
know it.
in their model, whatever, dude, you got it all figured out. You continue.
Well, the only one who's acting like they got everything figured out is you, my man.
No, bro, I had you on the ropes, and you
Yeah.
know it. You
Continue.
knew your
Not
mind was
really.
clicking now. I had you on water, right? And this
Not
dude
really. You're just
came in to
annoying.
rescue
You're just
you.
really
It's
annoying. You're just
incredible.
really annoying. It's not that. You're just really annoying, bro. And he's right, man.
I'm annoying? Tell me, bro, how does water flow? Tell me. When does water start to bend on your model? Tell me, brother. I'm glad I'm annoying you.
Stop drinking.
When does water start to bend on your model? Tell us, is it 1 mile? Is it 2 miles? Is it 3 miles? When is it? Maybe you'd like to answer for him? Maybe you'd like to answer for him.
Yeah,
Tell
sure.
him.
Why not? Why not? Yeah, because you did kind of have him on the ropes a little bit before the thing that I pointed out as the straw man. When you were talking about locks, like he did answer, like it's level, it's flat. And I did want to step in there and ask if level is curving. In fact, I might have. You said, hold on. And I did, I backed off. But see, he was saying once it gets far enough,
At my
he was
crescendo, you
saying
blew it for me.
he was saying once it gets far enough away, then it's curving. But no, in your model, which you seem to pretend like you know so well, and the flat earthers don't understand, in your model, that water must be curving everywhere, and that's what you would call level. Level would be curving in your heliocentric globe Earth paradigm. Okay.
Yes,
So
yes, 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 that's true. Yes, yes, that is the case.
you actually have no straight lines anywhere.
True, yeah, I suppose, yeah, in a way. If the line is long enough, yeah.
So how was your the lock level when you agreed to it? If you have no straight lines, how was the lock straight and level to a certain point? But you weren't sure what the distance was. How could that be on a constantly curving surface of your globe, which you believe in? See what I'm saying, bro? You got to think these things through. You just don't repeat what you've heard, right? You got to think logically, and water is a good place to start.
You're the only one who hasn't think logically. I just can't be asked talking to you, bro, because you just misrepresent and misunderstand everything I'm saying anyway. Just no point.
You're just triggered, bro. You're triggered by me. I don't know why it is. You're saying nothing right now. Why don't you rebut what I just said instead
I'm
of
not
telling me
triggered.
you don't
I'm
want to
not
talk to me?
triggered.
And if you don't want to talk
I'm
to
not
me,
triggered. I'm
that's
tired.
if I
I'm
won't say
tired.
another
I
word
just
to
don't
you.
have the energy.
If I
I don't
don't
have the energy to
talk to
argue with you. You sound like you're drunk, man. You sound like you're drunk. You sound like you're just having a one-sided conversation. You're just waiting for your own turn to speak. That's just a one-sided conversation, and I don't have the energy right now because you're not really like
so
important.
sit down and don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you either. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Mate. And I'm not drunk, mate.
All right, I don't know. This has not been pleasant to listen to. Is there some maybe someone else can engage with someone else? I don't know. You and this guy just are getting into this. I'm better than you. You don't know anything battle, and it's not interesting. And it just ends up at you guys just fighting and going nowhere. So, maybe you just can't engage.
No,
with this.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, I was starting to
I'm not
question
gonna
him.
let this
I've been
tell me.
listening. I was starting to question him. I've been listening for last couple hours on the YouTube before I jumped in here, and then I was listening for another 45 minutes in here before I ever even spoke up. Like there's a lot of this back and forth ad hom stuff going on, and I started questioning him. I actually forgot where I was going or where I even started with, because it only took a matter of like 3 questions before you jumped in, Montreal. And look, nothing against you or your line of questioning. I backed off. I let you do it, but it's not progressing. It's not fixing the situation that Gio is trying to put a band-aid on.
Hey, listen, if I'm the problem, if this guy gets triggered with me, I'll back off.
No,
You guys handle him. Go ahead. Show me how it's done.
He's definitely not helping either. It's just that you're not. I don't think you're the cure. That's all.
No problem. Show me how it's done, brother.
All right, mate.
Everybody
you,
get big dicks out. We have a measuring
mate.
contest here.
Yeah. Listen. Yeah, it's not about that. But I was actually pressing him. Now I remember where I was at. I was pressing him, trying to ask him for like evidence. He kept making claims without backing it up, just saying, that the Earth is not flat and that it's a globe because, well, it's a globe, or science, or whatever it is that he says. He doesn't actually back it up. And so I asked him, like, where in reality can he demonstrate it? He just said, like, because reality was one of his answers. He said, like, it's just reality. Like, well, that's not an actual answer. Like, where in reality? Where can we demonstrate this? And then all of a sudden, he went off to the stars, and then Montreal jumped in. Like, we're not talking about the stars. We're talking about the curvature of the Earth. We're talking about either curving level water or flat level water. So, what can you do to demonstrate your ball for us here on Earth? Something that we can test and verify for ourselves.
All right, I hate to come full circle, but any sane normie is going to suggest that the space program has proven the shape of the Earth a long time ago. So
yeah, I get it. You guys, it's your go-to. Let's like not talk about Earth. Let's talk about space.
well, it's for as far as their brainwashing and what's affected them. That's number one go-to. That's their image of the Earth. So the idea of discounting the space program is pretty valuable.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I understand you have to sort of, but we have to get him cornered into a position where he understands we are not able to go to space to do those tests. How can we, if we live on a sphere?
No.
It
That's
should be testable here.
Too much. Once you convince him he believes something because he believes it, everything else is out the door because he's in belief land. And that's where flat earthers can get through, is like, we're not extending belief. We're looking at things logically. We're measuring things. We're actually a hell of a lot more scientific than he thinks. But once
I agree
once
with
we
that.
expose them as in a belief system, then we have a chance of talking to them with the joy that they'd have from learning. To tell you the truth. I mean, everyone likes learning.
So we're supposed to let this guy come in, insult us, right? And be nice to him, right? We're supposed to let this guy come in, insult us. He called me stupid like 4 times, and I'm supposed to be nice to him. Is that it?
He assumed it was a debate server. That's all.
I don't say you have to be nice to him, but taking the higher road is going to win the audience. In my opinion, about debates, it's not about winning over the other person or having a dick measuring contest or a one-upmanship about who can throw a better insult with that person. It's about how the audience sees that conversation and what they take from it. So
if we can't have fun with those guys, we're fucking up. If you can't have fun with that guy, we're fucking up. Really. Because it's still 9-on-1.
No,
right?
but the guy had no argument. I challenged him a few times. He had no argument. He just said, I don't want to talk to you. You're this or that. You're stupid. This is what it is. You're a liar. He said that about 5-6 times to me. And I even tried nicely. I tried to tell him, look, let's talk about the moat. Let's talk about water. But no.
Let's be happy this doesn't happen more often.
Did you not notice, SE, that's what you're doing all the time? When you're just laughing and telling us we're ridiculous for believing whatever. That's basically all you have for an argument. You laugh and you ridicule, and then that's it.
There he is. The man with the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to deny it? You want me to do a search in the chat for how many times you typed "bah ha ha ha" as a rebuttal?
And I'm not gonna back him up on that, but the truth is the person who is doing the ridiculing, the laughing, and all that stuff, it's not a good tactic to win an audience over on either side. So like this guy, this Irish guy or whatever he is, I think it's Irish. Is that an Irish accent or a Scottish accent? I think that's Irish. Whatever he is, like he hasn't been presenting his side or himself well, and you should be playing off of that, kind of like Dan said. You should be exposing him more instead of just falling for his little trap, his trick of going into ad homs and ridicule.
I was trying to do that, buddy, until you cut in. Everything was going fine until you opened your mouth and you cut me into mid-argument. All this started because of you.
No, it wasn't. It was actually when you opened your mouth that it went south. Until then, it was fine.
No, you got triggered because of the way I was talking to you. And
No, I got triggered because you interrupted the conversation.
I went south when he came in to try to explain your part of the story. But anyways, let's not get into that.
Interrupted the conversation, and that's why.
Hello, ASE. All I would point out, and it's not a band-aid or anything, but what that gentleman came in and was talking about, we've told you 1,000 times that the water curving does not mean an elevation change, and that's what he was referring to, thinking the water would flow. Our model doesn't dictate that, and that's where the stipulation is. And I agree, I don't like people coming in calling anybody stupid and things like that, and insulting and stuff. But I mean, I think we maybe came to an impasse here. Maybe we could talk about something better, more interesting.
Don't put it on me. Don't put this on me.
Oh, I'm not, buddy. I'm just trying to explain why he came in and what he was addressing in the straw man issue. Was about the curvature being elevation change and water flowing, and that's where it all, that's where the infight sort of started. But that's what he's referring to directly. But I agree, we ought to move on because it's not going to get any better, I don't think.
I wasn't trying to start an infight with you, Montreal. But again, I already said it once. It's about accuracy of the way things are stated. And fallacious logic. I'm not a fan of strawmanning another person's point or trying to. It almost seemed like trickery, like you're trying to trick him into something. It's. And to me, it almost appeared, or to others, it's more not so much me, but like to other viewers or whatever. They might think that you don't understand the heliocentric model for you to ask that question, and that reflects poorly on.
Really? Oh, really? You arrogant man. You arrogant man. You think that I don't understand their model. You think that you came in to correct me that I don't understand their model.
No, I didn't say that. I said that it's how people would view it.
Okay, guys, we're moving on.
Why don't you just mind your own business? How about that?
All right, let's move
When
on.
I talk, why don't you stay out of my business when I talk with somebody else? How about that? Don't come in and correct me or trying to tell me what I think. How about that, buddy?
You're interrupting mine in his conversation, and now you're having a problem with me interrupting yours. You hypocrite. Sure.
Come on, we're bickering like little kids.
I came into the conversation. If he didn't like it, he should have told me, SC, shut up. I'm having a conversation with him. Now you're triggered at me because I had you pinned and he came in to save you. That's what happened.
No, I'm triggered because you're an idiot.
Well, I mean, in terms of that, hold on. In terms of that part of it, if it is an open panel, if somebody wants to do more of a one-on-one for 5 or 10 minutes, they have to record, call out for that and say, yo, I want to do a one-on-one with this guy or whatever it may be. Because that way no one else will jump in. So I will just say on the moderation side, an open panel is an open panel. So SE, you can't really expect that no one else would jump in unless you want to call a one-on-one or, do an event or a debate, something that would be, in that. But in this case, it might have been, ideal if you would just say, hey, let me do a one-on-one with this guy for 10 minutes. And then everyone else could have just let you go back and forth with them. Because like I said, if it's an open panel, then, it is free for anyone else to be able to jump in,
I think he did
that's
ask for
fair
a few
enough,
minutes,
Joe,
though.
and I don't mind, but he interrupted me. He interrupted me
I
in
think SE did it.
mid-sentence.
No, I didn't
because
interrupt.
that's
I
what
waited
pissed
for
me
a
off.
pause. I waited for a pause, and I said something directly to you, and you didn't like it.
No, you interrupted me mid-pause trying to explain to me I straw man the argument. That's what you did, my friend.
Stop crying.
I
So
waited
I
till you were
suggest
finished.
next time I'm
Just wait now. Look, I waited till you were finished, and I said, to be fair, Montreal. I said, to be fair, Montreal. In their model, it wouldn't be flowing. And then you got very butthurt that I interrupted your fallacious straw man tactics.
It's not fallacious, dude. It's not. You want to take over the argument for him? You want to do me and you the argument in their model of how water flows? You want to try? Big man? You know the model, right?
Dude, I could
How about
handle the
me and you, we
conversation
discuss
much
water
better
flow?
if you didn't interrupt me in the first place. I think I could have taken this in a way better direction than where we're at now.
This
Oh,
is
you mean I
boring.
interrupted
We're
a free
nowhere right
conversation?
now,
A free conversation?
guys. Okay, relax, guys. We're nowhere right now. Let's get back on the track. So what do you say?
Yeah, don't fucking come in and try to tell me what I'm saying, dude. Don't do that ever. Okay, you got
I
it?
just want to address the chat. I am watching right now. Tom, dude, I don't know what you got against me, but dude, quit smearing my fucking name in there. You're a fucking loser. Who the fuck are you?
Guys, come on, guys.
Who are you
Seriously,
talking
let's.
to? Who's he talking
Talking
to?
about somebody in the YouTube chat that just keeps on saying how basically he's white knighting for you and calling me annoying.
I don't, I mean, I don't go for that either.
This whole shit is annoying. Move the fuck on. Apologies.
Listen, bro, in their model, right? They have to double speak, and I had him on the ropes. He said that the water is level in the locks, right? And then he commenced to say, but it curves. And when I had him on the crescendo, you came in to say, yeah, but see, that's not how it works. Don't straw them on their model.
Stop crying.
Why, bro? Why did you feel the need to do that?
Stop crying.
Well, I mean, do you guys?
So,
I mean,
Mr. Man, you want to continue the conversation with me on the laps?
I
Yes
think
or no?
I think this is important, though. He's saying that there's something different about our interpretation of what the water would be doing. He says it won't be running out the way you do. Can you guys just quickly elaborate on that so we can all come to an understanding?
All SC was doing was asking questions. Y'all are saying what he was saying. He wasn't saying shit. He was asking questions.
well, I mean, Lou and SE, if you guys wanted to go through what Lou was saying, and that because I mean, I do think it's, in my viewpoint, it is important to
clarify, yeah.
sort of, clarify and confirm.
I'll go first.
I was just going to say to confirm their model, at least for what they claim it is, accurately. So if Lou thinks there was something there, I mean, it could be talked out instead of the kind of going more towards a fight style.
Yeah,
I agree.
Look, I wasn't trying to fight with anybody, man. All right, so is on the globe, they think that gravity, magic gravity, pulls everything towards a center of mass. And so that level is actually curving in the bigger picture of things, right? That means that the water is still while it's curving. It doesn't mean that it's flowing. Okay, that's their model. What you were referring to was on a flat Earth like idealism, model, about and relating it to locks. and rivers and things that flow, water seeking that level, right?
No, it doesn't flow in the locks. The water doesn't flow in the
No,
locks
not
when
in
they're
between the
closed.
locks.
That
In
was my
between the
whole
locks, it
point.
doesn't. But in a river, it would. So, like, you take a river and then you cut it off into locks, and you create like separate deviations or ponds, essentially, like that each are finding their own level. So, like a staircase through the water, essentially. That's what a lock system is doing.
Yeah, exactly. That's where
Yeah.
my point is. That's where I had him. And that's what, when I asked him, when does it start curving and this and that, that's when you came in. That was the whole point I was leading him to, bro. That was the
Right.
whole thing.
Yeah,
That's
but
the whole
literally,
thing
that
of
was.
water.
I just need
The
to
water
point out. I need to
argument.
point out to you. I need to point out to you that was like probably a minute after I was literally talking to him about something else. You completely changed the subject and then decided to control it.
Because he's
Well, if I
crying.
did that, bro, my apologies.
Crying,
You should have
Montreal.
told me.
Montreal,
Jesse,
you're crying.
shut up. I'm talking with him.
Shut up, Montreal. You're crying.
You see, this troll now, this is
I
what he's
started
going to do.
trolling because
That's
you
all he
took the
does.
piss.
He
I
has
wasn't
nothing.
trolling until you came. I wasn't actually trolling. Now I started trolling because I got tired of you.
Is this real life?
No, you thought I put you in a corner, bro.
Guys, get it
And your
together, guys,
fantasy was
please.
about to get
Okay.
exposed.
Okay. Keep crying. Let's move on. Let's talk about something else. Stop crying.
Okay, me and you, let's
Okay,
do it.
your fault.
Me and you.
Accept it. Be quiet.
Yeah, SE, 1 second. SE,
Let's
1
do
sec.
5 minutes, me and you.
Alismar.
Can you handle
No,
it?
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Alismar, if you accuse anyone of crying again, I'm going to mute you for the rest of the day. Montreal, do you want to wrap up your whatever you had to say so then we can move on to something else? Because I've only just come in. I'm already bored of this topic. So wrap up what you were saying. Let's move on.
We're talking about water. You're bored about water being level and logs? You're bored of that? You just came in and you think you just changed the subject?
No, I'm bored of the argument about that conversation. We can have that conversation if you want.
Bored of you?
Yeah, why don't we just try to reset? Go back to where we were a half hour ago. Alisma, do you want to talk about the water? Continue with that with SE. Can you guys be civil and can we actually hear the conversation?
No, I don't. I can't be asked with him, man. Honestly.
Okay.
Okay, Lou, can you explain the definition of what you're saying again as to why that was a fallacy?
Sure, but I don't know if that will actually help the conversation. I would rather actually go back to where I was with him before any of this started. About trying to hold him to like his claims, like when he was just saying reality proves it and stuff like that. Like, I want demonstrations. I want evidence. I want actual proof, not just claims.
Okay, let's do 5 minutes, me and you. How about that? No interruptions. Me and you, water level.
Oh.
Are you into it?
Thought he just said the opposite.
This gentleman doesn't want to talk to me. Do you want to talk to me, Lou, about it? Yes or no?
He said he doesn't want to talk to you.
That's right. He said he doesn't want to talk to me. How about you?
He didn't say anything about me. I don't know how he feels about me.
No, I'm saying, do you want to have a conversation with me about water? Because you seem to have taken the side of explaining his side. Do you want to have that conversation with
I think he was just trying to catch any time that there might be fallacy involved. It wasn't personal, trust me, because I believe what he said was true to heart and very important. And it wasn't about you or this. It was in general, if there's something we're saying that needs to be refined, he is trying to help.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to challenge you or your knowledge or anything like that or start a fight. Like, I was just trying to point out the reasoning could appear fallacious to viewers or to it doesn't matter, like, to who is watching. It was fallacious reasoning. You're talking about because if you were to, you have to get yourself to the person that you're debating. You have to get yourself in the mind of that person and their view, their worldview. Like in his worldview, there's an overall curvature to the Earth that is also level. Like
Right, but
that's
Lou,
not our worldview.
he never got to that, bro. He was just asking questions. You're saying he was using fallacious reasoning. He never even he was in the phase of asking questions.
No, the fallacy came in. Jeez, you guys really want to continue this? The fallacy came in when he
Boring.
said that if it's going to curve at some point,
Boring.
the water would have to flow. Okay, like not in their model, it would not have to flow.
Exactly. Boring.
Yeah, but
Let's
you
talk
should
about
have
something
let
else.
him say that. You think I don't
You
know
should
that?
kick
You think I
Montreal
wasn't
out.
leading him somewhere, sir?
You should mute Montreal instead. He's the one who's whining. Can we just not move on and talk about something else?
Yeah, but you said whining. Probably crypto ought to mute you for the rest of the day. You can't just keep poking the bear. You just realize if you want to have any kind of conversation, we're all just trying to move the fuck on here. No reason to keep.
Yeah, I mean that was what I
This guy's
really.
been playing you guys for 3 hours. I came in, tried to put a stop to it, and this is what happened. He's playing you. And guess who took the bait? Lou.
No, it wasn't anything. It wasn't
Good job,
anything that he
Almaz.
said. It wasn't anything he said that made me speak up. It's what you said.
We're not
Good
just
job.
move on and actually have the conversation
Exactly.
instead of having a
Exactly.
conversation about the conversation.
He played like a fiddle,
Thank
bro.
you.
Good idea.
That'd be nice.
All right, I'm not going to do the dick measuring contest with Montreal. This guy already said he doesn't want to talk to him. Maybe he would have talked to me, but I'm not going to freaking start to bug there either. Crypto, you're very reasonable. Maybe you would like to talk to him.
Well, no, I don't know the context of the conversation, so I'm not going to leap in halfway through.
We got a guy who's from. Actually, where is he? Speak up, please. What's his, I don't even know how to say his name or anything like that, but he sounds Irish to me.
Leeds.
And he go ahead.
I'm from Leeds.
Leeds. Where the heck is Leeds? I've heard of it.
England.
England.
Okay. All right. So this gentleman from Leeds, and hey, you're from the same region. I think you could have a good conversation with him, and you know fallacies, and you're good at holding people to their claims. Like this guy, he does like to come in and make a lot of claims, and just use fallacious reasoning for his backup, like things like flat earthers are stupid. That's how I know you're wrong. Or like things like that. You would have a lot of fun with this guy.
Yeah. But I do feel like I'm halfway into the conversation, so I'm not going to run halfway through.
Flat earthers are stupid.
Maybe if I spotted a good intro.
You just said flat earthers are stupid. Talk to him, guys. Come on.
You're the worst, Montreal. You're the
Talk to
most
him.
stupid. All
All right, you guys, hold on.
I'm done. Peace out, guys.
Yeah.
Later.
I explained you was.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop. I promise. I'm gonna stop. That was enough. Sorry, that was taking the piss. Sorry, my bad. I'm gonna stop now.
Yeah,
All right,
bro.
well,
Sorry, I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to troll, man. I didn't want to troll, but like we're having a good conversation, and it just turned a bit dark, man. And look, I'm not gonna have anyone take the piss and misrepresent my claims. Do you get what I mean? So yeah, I'm gonna stop now.
At this point,
Good job, Gio.
You've been deliberately making it much worse. So
I
just
have. I know I have. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
anymore. I
So
promise.
just chill out.
Okay,
How hard is
okay.
it? Chill out. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, bro. Sorry. It was hard earlier, but not anymore. Okay, fine. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Elasma, this kind of started, we were kind of giving you the floor in a sense, to ask questions, talking about, these things. And so, do you still want to do that? Do you want to continue on that? Or
No, bro. I'm too tired. That's the thing. I'm too tired. Like, I'd like to do it like when I've had a bit of rest and stuff. Because earlier we're having a good conversation, but you get me. I can't argue the points properly now, and I'm not gonna be like strawmanned and stuff. Do you get me? Especially when I'm tired and grumpy, man. So no, not now. We can have a conversation, like, but if it's gonna get down to science and maths, I can't be up asked pulling up all the evidence and stuff now. It's too late. It's like fucking 3-4 a.m.
Can I just say you sound like a reasonable guy, and please come back?
Yeah, I will.
I was climbing up the stairs. I almost fell when you said that. Then I swear to God,
That's because
I actually tripped.
I mean,
I swear on
Yeah, I
whatever
know,
you
Dan.
want.
This
I
guy's
swear.
claiming we should see Tokyo from California and shit. He's talking about he's reasonable.
Well, I mean, he came in with
Yeah.
a lot of the kind of this is in no way trying to be critical, but kind of the introductory questions, like why can't you see New York from Spain, and why can't how do a lot of those kind of initial questions. But he was kind of scattergunning them a million miles an hour, with ridicule. So when you do that together, it's going to kind of flare up the whole room.
it was pretty quiet. There
Well,
was
you can tell it's so much genuine when they ask you that, but when they declare, like he was declaring that you should see, and that this should be this way. I don't know, but I'm cool with people like that though. But I
It was
don't think they're
pretty
being
good.
reasonable. I think he's trolling for sure, to a certain extent, but he's learning too.
It takes time for trolls. Like, you got to allow them. I mean, not everybody does it, but a lot of these guys that come in, at least they're here engaging, and they are absorbing a lot more than they think. They might think that they're coming in to just take the piss, right? But you're gonna hit them with a few points that they're gonna be forced to think about. And having some patience for that can go a long way.
And a sense of humor.
Especially if you want to talk about water. You want to talk about water and talk about fallacies? Lou, anytime, brother, me and you. Anytime you want a one-on-one with me on water and fallacies, we'll do it. Anytime.
Dude, we're not in disagreement. You basically you admitted to me that you knew that what you said was like not true to their model. You were just trying to get an answer from him. Like,
we're really doing this again.
You're
We're
trying
really
to
going to
straw
do this
man.
again.
No, even in their model, it's nonsense. But you're not gonna let me say it so you can listen, right? Even in their model, because in their model, they have altitude change, right? They have deviation from horizontal, right? Without water flow. So even in their model, dude, if you would have let me go through it with him, it's ridiculous. Even in their model, it's ridiculous. Do you understand that? They have to double speak. I wanted him to say, which you didn't allow me to get him there. I wanted him to say that, yes, we start the level from a horizontal point, level and horizontal, and there's elevation change without water flow. I wanted those words to come out of his mouth so people could hear it.
look, I get it.
But
I
you
took
don't
you
get
off.
that, do you, bro?
No, I do get it. I took you off of your game. Now, you made it a way bigger deal than it needed to be. I was more than willing to back off and let you go at it again. Okay, but instead you tried to make me the target instead of focusing on him.
Crying with gin and
No,
juice.
bro. You just told me I had made a fallacious argument. Just 30 seconds ago, you just told me I made a fallacious argument. You just told
you
me
did.
that.
You did, but it was part of your tactics. And I should have backed off and
I
allowed you to
didn't
use
do a
fallacious
fallacious
tactics.
It's not tactics. It's your model. You believe that water can flow around a ball, right? But you don't see even in their model possible because they have to have elevation change without water flow, bro. But you got to let them say it. You don't got to come in and rescue somebody that's exposing them while they're doing it, bro. You get it?
It wasn't about saving him. It was about making sure that you were pure in your argument, like that you weren't strawmanning them, that you weren't You know, like, because literally it was a straw man fallacy that you used against him. Now, yes, you were using it as a tactic.
See,
But
there?
yeah,
There we go.
yeah.
No,
saying
it's
that, bro.
not
He
a
was
straw
I
asking
man.
will
questions.
keep saying it. That's what it was, dude.
Bro, he was
It doesn't
asking questions.
dishonestly.
Yeah, bro. You have no clue what you're talking about. I don't know what high horse you rode in on, bro, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, SC,
My
you
advice
agree?
to you is when somebody's having with somebody and they're in the crescendo of their argument, keep your mouth closed, stay out
Yeah,
of it.
this is
That's
how we
my
got in the
advice to you.
situation. This is
Especially
how
with
we got
me.
in the situation we're
Especially
in.
with me.
This is how we got in the situation we're in, and why we have so many of these fucking Globers who use fallacious reasoning, just like you used against us. What, you just want to fight fire with fire and just be fucking retard versus retard?
Listen, bro, mind your own business. I'll argue the way I want to argue. You don't tell me how the fuck I'm going to argue. You understand that? You mind your own business when I talk. When I talk, you stay out of my business. How's that? You don't
That's
tell me
rich
how to
coming from
argue,
you.
and you don't tell me that what my arguments are. Unless you want to challenge me directly, anytime I'm here. When I'm talking with someone else, mind your own business.
Well, then the same applies to you, dickhead. I was literally talking to him before you hijacked it, and you already apologized for this. You said I should have called you out right away.
I didn't know that. I didn't know it. I didn't know that.
You did know
if you would have
that.
told
You
me,
did know
SC, I'm
that.
having a one-on-one with him, I would have shut my mouth.
I didn't declare it a
No, I didn't.
one-on-one, but you completely hijacked the way that the questioning that I was going down. I had just joined the conversation a minute and a half earlier. I had asked him like 3 or 4 questions, and then you took it somewhere else and said, "I want this."
So you should have told me, look, SC, please butt out. I'm having a one-on-one, and I swear to God, I would have butted out.
It wasn't a one-on-one because Gio already said if you guys want to do a one-on-one, do a one-on-one. Otherwise, it's not designed this way. So, you know, people are allowed to interject. You can't make the demands you're making at this point. And we can't afford to be wrong. If he's saying something about the fallacy, I think you need to elaborate on it. I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, but I know how important it is for us to be right. If you could just explain it one more time how he could use the same story and not be fallacious, it would help.
Yeah, I was
Dude, all
asking
you
a
have to do
question.
is
How could I
yeah,
do
if you want to know, who am I supposed to respond to? You who's asking a question, or the guy who just asked one?
Go ahead.
Bro's gonna
Answer Dan. I mean, he was first.
start moderating speech now. Just relax. Argue how you want to argue. If you want to make a point, say it. Listen, bro, I'm speaking, and then continue the conversation. For fuck's sake.
What's up, Biggs?
Yeah, agreed.
Hello, gentlemen. It's just we shouldn't be arguing with each other. You know what I mean? I thought there was, we had a common understanding here. You know, somebody thinks of a good idea, they say something, then wait a second. I hear
I have an
it
idea
happen
to
all the
run by
time.
you guys. I think
Sorry, Roger.
everyone's fed up with this, right? Enough.
Yeah,
I have a question to ask you guys. All right.
Here you go.
So check this out, guys.
Are you gonna call me out and say you want to have a one-on-one debate about water level again? Yeah.
Bro, are you gonna interrupt me when I'm talking with somebody in mid crescendo? Again?
Again.
If you don't do that, I won't. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. How's that?
Sure.
It's not true.
Is that fair?
Just sure, man.
So if you guys are ready to put this behind us, I have a thing I
I'm
was
ready, bro.
thinking about magnetism.
Go ahead,
Right,
Montreal.
so check
I'm
this
listening,
out.
bro.
Check this out now. I was checking out magnetism, right? And we all know that magnets have two poles, right? Whatever they are, north and south, right? Now they say they've been searching for a monopole magnet. It's one of the biggest things because they predict it's out there. And they're doing certain experiments and trying to do this, but they haven't found it yet, right? And I got to thinking, wait a minute, are we not on a monopole? Because here on Earth, our compass always points north. No matter where we are, it always points north. So I got to wondering. So I'm asking you guys now, what do you guys think of that?
God damn it, Odysee.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, on a large scale, yeah, I would agree. Because even if you, yeah, so if you look at their water, floating water ball, if you put it on the side where all the land is, on the other side, there's just water, literally on half of the fucking ball now. So, yeah, it is a monopole.
No, see, if you just had you a decent sized dipole magnet, it's got north and south on it, and you put the compass, run it up and down the length, that compass is going to align, I would think, to the north. But until you got it and went across the bottom of it, that would be an interesting experiment to do. I wonder how that would affect the compass.
Yeah, but I'm
tried
all
it, bro.
down in the
There's
south.
no way.
I'm always in this. I'm in what is it, Victoria in Australia. I'm in the most what is it?
Southern place.
Yeah, southeast place they can be. It's like southeast, like down in the corner. And
Unless
it
you're in,
always
unless
points to
you're in
the north.
Tasmania. Unless you're in Tasmania.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yep.
Hey
True.
Terry.
My bad.
Let me ask you, your compass, which direction does it point?
North, bro.
Depends on
Always.
which point you're looking at. There's 2
Can I
points to a
ask you
compass.
something then? Can I ask you something then, my Australian friend? Can you see Polaris in the sky? Australian guy. And
Not from-
Montreal.
not from
Can you
here.
see Sigma Octantis in the sky?
What does
I don't believe I
that
can.
bro? What does that have to do with the price of fish, bro? What does
Everything.
looking up at the
We're
sky
talking like
have to do?
magnetism.
Yeah.
Never mind. This is gonna take too long.
I know I asked you kind of sidetracked, but I really don't think it's a good argument for monopole. I don't think.
Me too, bro, but I can't think of an alternative. Why the compass always point north?
Yeah, and we can't go
No
down.
matter where you are on Earth.
We
That's
can't go
because-
underneath it.
That's because
Sorry?
it's got a painted side on it, so that's the side you dictate as north, isn't it?
Well, one side is magnetized, and the other side, they say, when the compass is in the northern, I don't want to say hemisphere, northern part, right? They weigh it down because it points Earth. So it's weighted on the other side. I thought it was the reverse in the south, but it's actually in the north where they weigh the other side of the compass down. Otherwise, it would point straight down. It wouldn't be level. So that, like, why? Why does it only point to one direction? No matter what.
Electromagnetic fields. The electromagnetic
you are.
fields travel like that. The electromagnetic field travel like that. They travel out in an arc around the Earth and then back into the surface again. That's how it works.
Yeah, but one
That's how
side
it
is
works on what?
north, and one side
On the ball or on a level? Sorry, bro.
Well, I
So
know it works on the ball. I don't know if it works on flat Earth because I don't really know what the flat Earth model is because I keep asking, but every single thing that I'm being referred is not really a model. I'm not gonna class that as a model. It's just wild guesses.
now, okay, I've got a question for you. How do you explain magnetism, bro, on a ball?
Rotating.
Where's the magnet? Where's the magnet, bro?
I'm just trying to tell you, rotating magnetic rock essentially, or a core inside of a celestial body, as long as it rotates, can generate an electromagnetic field, and we have magnetic rock. So just the fact that the Earth is rotating would generate a magnetic field. And then they say that we have a molten metal core. Now I can't prove that, so I'm not going to say that that's like a fact. But I'm saying the scientists said that. But what you can prove is that there's metallic magnetic rock in the Earth. You can prove that. That's easy. And when that rotates, it creates an electromagnetic field, and that will always point upwards because of the way that the Earth is tilted.
How do you know that the Earth is tilted, bro? And where is this magnetic rock that's scattered everywhere
alignment to the
equally?
sun.
That's not the model, by the way. Your model.
Essie, do we have a north magnetic pole, right?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Bro, how do you know that we're tilted, bro?
Do we have a south magnetic pole?
That's what they say, yeah. Behaves like a bar
two
magnet,
poles.
they explain it. Yeah, tilted.
Yeah, that's two poles.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, because if you were closer to the southern pole, adjusted left lane, the compass would switch. Try it. Get a compass, get a magnet, put one pole to it. You're gonna see one side, the needle, the red needle is gonna point, or the white one, and then turn it, and then you're gonna see it's gonna turn around. Do it halfway, you're gonna see the needle is gonna go halfway. Try it. Works every time. There's no way around that, bro.
Yeah. And melted what iron doesn't constitute magnetism. Once you melt something, it loses all magnetic properties.
Yeah, you're talking about the Curie point.
Well, they get
Very
around that
interesting
by.
stuff.
I was just gonna say they get around that by saying there's a solid core, and there's molten iron like swirling around, and the swirling around of it, that's what causes the current.
No, that's bullshit. Where can you
So,
demonstrate
yeah,
that
that's
in
have
an
no
experiment?
clue.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't.
there's no way to prove that, right? That's yeah. And how do we know they can't prove it? Because they only went down 7.8 miles, right?
Yep.
And this event going on, I think it's happening at 2,000 miles below the crust, they say, where all that swirling around is happening. Yeah.
Yeah, but the definition of core, you can't have 10 cores, bro. The definition of core, these people don't know how to read and write. This is the problem. Is what? You can't have two cores. It can only be one core.
Well, that's what they say. They have a solid one, and then around that solid one is where the molten one is swirling. Yeah, I know it's crazy, but yeah, that's the model.
It's mental. Yeah, it's mental gymnastics, bro. It's really like.
No, guys, it's inner and outer core. It's not. It's not two metal cores. It's inner core and outer core. That's what they
Yeah,
call
but
it.
the definition of core, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, you can't just keep on saying core. It loses its meaning. The definition then is invalid.
Yeah, you hear molten iron core, so you think the middle, the pit, right? The center of the apple, right? The core.
Yes.
But that's not. You're right. That part is
So do those
not
semantics.
molten.
But do those I'm losing my signal.
No, nah, bro. I'm not trying. I'm not. Yeah, you're not using a single, bro. Like, it's not semantics. It's the basic fact, and this is the thing. Oh, language evolves. This evolves. Everything evolves. Men can be women. We can be trees, and unicorns exist. Just pick a definition, man.
Yeah,
And
there's
stick
the
to it.
model.
I really don't get why it's so hard just to learn the language that you speak. Like, I had to learn it. I learned it.
I think I know the language a lot better than you, my friend. I studied English literature. I understand the language very well. Don't accuse people and don't strawman people.
Nah, bro. It's. I'm dead serious.
So am I.
Accusing me of strawmanning somebody. I studied English literature, so that means I'm smarter than you. Ah, fuck off.
Well, the thing is, I mean,
you do the same thing. You do the same thing that you accuse me of, and I didn't mean to be an ass. It's just, I really don't understand that. Like, the changing of the definition where it suits.
Yeah.
And sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm genuinely interested in new people like Alaz, right? Like Alaz, I'm willing to extend my hand out in friendship to you and like start a conversation if you like about like from scratch, bro, about water if you like.
I don't
If
want
not
your hand keep it.
today, sorry.
I said I don't want your hand keep it. It's all right, bro. Don't worry.
That's what I thought, bro. That's what I thought. You're a piece of shit. That's what I thought. I just wanted. I apologize for that, but I just wanted to prove my point. Yeah.
Don't get shit on your hands, bro. You don't want shit on your hands. It's not good.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna stay clear away from you.
It's like the words that they used back in that time. You have to take them literally what they meant in that time. Whether it's horizon, which means horizontal, whether it's gravity, which is Latin for weight, whatever it is, you can't just magically make it mean something else.
Yeah. So, what do you guys think about this magnetism thing? You think it's worth pursuing, or?
Yeah, because I mean, we can't go on the other side on when something's level. Can't go underneath.
Magnetism is one of the least understood scientific principles, like in science, like electromagnetic principle. Both of the two combined are not very well understood. Like, we know how to utilize it, but we don't understand the fundamentals of it. Unlike physics, like other physics. So yeah, there's a lot of room for like gain knowledge in both of those, like electricity and magnetism, which appear to be the same force, right? There's a general misunderstanding of it. Even and what's funny is, like, a lot of the Glovers in here that come into five, it's like, no, we get it, we understand it, we know it, but look, I didn't like finish for engineering, but I dropped out because I had bills and shit like that. But I went to school. I had plenty of college credits towards like a 2+2 program where I was going for electrical technician and electrical engineer. And it's been a long time. I'm not like practiced in it. I'm not like I was never an expert in it. But my professors and teachers, like they all, like all of them actually expressed this very standpoint, like that it's something that is basically a mystery, like something that is not fully understood. We have a working understanding, not a real understanding of it. We have a general, at best, understanding of how these things work. And that when there's plenty of problems to solve and plenty of Nobel Prizes to win when it comes to figuring out like the true fundamentals about how these things work.
Yeah, it's truly amazing. You're gonna tell me now that the people in CERN, right? Built 26-mile thing. It's huge. I mean, if you look at it, it's like it's unfathomable. They got magnets that are like 12 crazy amount, and they got like 1,000 of them, right? And you're gonna tell me they're looking for monopoles now, and not one of them thought about the Earth only having attraction in one direction. None of them thought of this. Nobody. Like I can't fathom that, bro.
That's because you don't read.
Oh, here we go.
I couldn't help.
Yeah, it's because they couldn't find any, what was it, dark matter. Now they're looking for monopoles. They'll just change what they're looking for every fucking time.
You're gonna find a magnet with no poles.
No pole
A unipole, unipole, like one pole, like
That's monopole.
where it's
Monopole, right?
But I want one with no pole, just to
no,
feel.
I'm trying to think of what you would call it, like where it's like non-polar, like where like all directions are the pole or something. That would be like it.
Non-apole, monopole, something.
Yeah.
Just to feel.
Non-polarizing magnet.
Yes, I have to travel to counter space to find it.
So when you chop a magnet in half, it becomes two magnets, and you can't stick them back together, right?
Correct. Yeah.
It's
They
crazy.
have
It's
the
like,
same. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
You can chop that one in half again, and you still have two poles. Chop it again in half, and you still have two poles.
You can change when it comes to magnets, like most magnets, any that I worked with, like whatever, like
by charging
you
it
can
one side.
you can basically charge a magnet and change its you can change like how it behaves, its polarity, and so like yeah, I mean you might have two, but now you have two individuals that could be changed and will be thrown off. Like if you move one around, like you take it from its same, like split one in half. Like this is just all in my head. I've never done this, but like take a big magnet, split it in half, and then take one to the north and one to the south, and then take them around the world, whatever, for fuck's sake, and bring them back together and see if if their flux is reading the same, if they're charged the same. They won't be. I have a watch that has it's a dumb watch that has a magnet in it. I have to calibrate it or it has a compass in it. I have to calibrate it all the time. Same with my phone because I use it for my drone. I have to calibrate it all the fucking time. Every time I use the thing, I have to calibrate the thing again. Nothing ever stays in orientation. You have to spin around in circles and shit for it to find it. Like,
yeah,
like you can go move this stuff around and see if it fucking like if it's still in line. It won't be.
Yeah, that was freaked out. I was like thinking about that and saying, man, look at that,
Yeah, I find it very
Like,
interesting.
how
They
is it
keep on-
possible and nobody has noticed it? They must have noticed it. Like, it's impossible,
But-
right?
Yeah,
these
have you
guys
realized that
haven't
they keep
noticed
on
this?
they keep on changing what they're looking for, bro? Particles, dark matter, monopoles.
They
Yeah,
adapt to what we're pushing on, and that's why, like, see, flat earthers don't ignore the trolls, or I mean, I'm sorry, ignore the trolls. Like they'll try to convince you that everything that you're doing is for no meaning and it's all been figured out, But like the truth is that like in the name of science, it takes people like us to question you so that you can refine your science, so that you can skeptics are what science relies on. People who will always question it and test it to refine it. There's no settled science. Like, that's literally what that science is all about. But in today's day and age, we're demonized. Like, you're just anti-science. You're not science believers. Science isn't a religion, something that you have to believe in. A true scientist encourages skepticism, encourages testing, encourages new ideas and new thought, freedom of thought.
Well, the other gentleman said that they keep changing what they're looking for. What do you mean?
Well, they were looking for particles. They got particles. Then they were looking for antimatter, and then dark matter. Now it's always something different.
Well, they're all different endeavors.
The goalpost keeps getting pushed. That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, and they're not different. Like, you've gone down there for one thing, and then apparently, this is the be all and end all. And once you find out, you unlock the mysteries of the universe. Then you throw that aside because you found it, and you've done nothing with it. Then you're searching for another thing. You find that to unlock the mysteries of the universe, and you've done fuck all again. And that's all you produce is fuck all.
So what we found the God particle, the Higgs boson. Now what do we do with it? Should we keep looking for it? Now
Yeah,
that we found it?
You found you didn't find nothing.
Yeah, we did.
You found a hypothesis. You made up something.
No, it's observed.
Where?
They've located the Higgs boson in the Higgs field.
Okay. Where is this Higgs field?
Oh, that gets pretty complicated.
I think that's beyond the scope of Discord chat. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Keep on dreaming, mate. We just keep on making up new shit.
Well, no, I mean, I guess I don't guess you have to believe it or or whatever, but I mean, just denying it is really not a good argument.
No, just the mere fact that particles don't really exist because there's no, mass and weight attached to it.
Do you
exist? That's just a scientific fact. That's just a scientific fact.
So
you're made of
dumbest thing ever.
Just so I'm clear, you're denying all particles and not just the Higgs boson?
Oh,
all
do
particles,
atoms have
all fake,
mass and weight,
none of them are
bro?
real.
Do atoms have a set parameter and a set weight?
Mass, yes.
That's weird. I don't think you'd find any chemistry teacher that says that. Or
exactly right. Because it's a theory. It's a good little, thought experiment, but you cannot apply it. It's not applied science. Hence, it's a theory. We can sit
we do
and
have,
talk
we
about
got
fairy
chemistry.
tales.
It is
but
applied.
no.
Yeah, it is.
So, hold on.
No, it doesn't use that.
Let's
It
go.
doesn't use atoms.
So if all atoms have this same weight or mass or whatever, why is there only 100 or whatever on the period? Why isn't there 1,000 different atoms? What's the limiting factor in an atom if they're all the same? Do you understand my
I
question?
don't understand your question. No.
So you said that all atoms have the same mass. Did you say that?
No, I didn't. No.
What did you say?
I did not say that.
So repeat what
I
you
said,
said.
do they?
Oh, I thought you said they did. I didn't realize you were asking.
No, bro. No.
Well, so if you're asking the question, the answer is no.
Well, I think he said, I took the question as do all
Thank you.
atoms as a group. Yeah, I dropped.
Hello.
Hola?
There's an
Hello?
equation.
What
There's there's an equation that says that flat Earth equals no IQ squared.
Oh,
man.
big troll, big troll.
Yeah, man. Insulting people is not going to help.
Even left lane, dude. Even left lane's here.
I didn't
Cracking
actually
us up.
start with it. I didn't start with the insults.
So what's your IQ, Al Asmar?
I'm dumb. I'm not smart.
Brilliant.
I thought you were
I'm
too
really.
tired to continue.
I had some food. I recovered. I still don't want to talk to Montreal though, because he's
Oh,
slow.
now you do. Now you do. You said you couldn't before.
No, I said I don't. No, I still don't want to talk to him because he's slow.
Oh. Okay,
Did you
sorry.
wash your hands before you ate?
Yeah. And
Good
after.
man. Good man.
All right, so I'd like to ask you. Do you remember the conversation I was having with you before he jumped in?
Remind me.
You probably don't because you were making baseless claims. You kept on
I was
saying
tired by then as well, to be honest. But go on, remind me.
you kept on saying that the Earth was not flat because
It isn't.
science. Because science. And because flat earthers are stupid, and because you just know it, and
I do.
because well, when I was right, you so you're agreeing with me in all these things. You said all these things, right, tonight?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you back any of that up with actual evidence, not just like your own claims?
You know that there's evidence for my claims.
I know that. No, I don't know that until you present me
You,
fucking
you,
evidence.
you do. You do.
How would I know that?
Because you can look it up.
So, like, just Google is God or what? Like, where do I look it up?
Everywhere. You can look in Google. You can look in books. There's different places.
So, it's an appeal to the masses. Like, look, I called Montreal out on a fallacy, and I'm going to do this to you too. Like, so appeal to authority, appeal to the masses, appeal to, it's populum. Ad populum is actually the name of it. So, like an ad populum
Not
fallacy.
ad populum. Not ad populum at all. I'm saying it to you.
Yeah, so you don't know what an ad populum fallacy is. Lou, I
I
don't
do
think
know.
quite
I
think-
do know. I do know
well,
exactly
clearly you
what it's
don't,
like.
and also you didn't need to talk over me when I was halfway through a sentence. Lou, sorry, it's what he said isn't actually quite a popularity fallacy. Just because he was saying you can find it everywhere, which is retarded, but it's not a popular fallacy specifically.
Well, I bet if we pressed him harder, we could him to do the ad populum.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but being retarded is popular, bro. Sorry.
Doing an ad populum. I wasn't appealing. I wasn't appealing to the authority of the masses, man. I wasn't doing that. What I was doing was saying it to you.
You know what
So
like
good,
an
bro.
appeal in an argumentative in terms of an argumentation means?
Oh yeah, you appeal to strengthen your argument. You appeal to something else, to another topic to strengthen an argument you're making.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. So when you said to him, "Oh yeah, well I was appealing to these people, but because I was talking to you, it doesn't count as a an argumentum ad populum." You've just explained to yourself why that point is wrong.
Yeah, I know. He appears that way, but because I was having the conversation with him.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's not an appeal to popularity. That's not how that works.
It's an appeal to science.
No, you said you can look it up everywhere. That's just literally an appeal to everything. Congratulations, you invented a new fallacy.
No, well, no, listen. Well, of course, it's an appeal to everything. It's an appeal. No, listen. Of course, it's an appeal to everything. No, listen to me. Listen, let me answer.
Major, bro.
Let me answer. No, let me answer because everything out there is knowledge. So, of course, but I'm not. I'm tired, so I'm not appealing to anything specific right now. I'm not getting into any debates. Look, mate, you're not.
That's what an English major gives you, bro. Go on.
No, it's easy to twist my words now because I'm tired, mate. But yeah,
I'm taking the piss, bro. Yeah, it's alright.
I know you are.
I mean, I'm not twisting your words. These are literally your words. I just repeated them.
No, you're twisting my words. But my point is because I'm tired. I can't explain the meanings behind my words, and I'm too tired. The words are coming out wrong.
I think you're about to add another fallacy, like a "I'm too tired" fallacy, like another new fallacy, like where you have an excuse because you claim to be tired, but you keep coming back for more.
I was discussing. I was discussing earlier. I was having a serious conversation earlier, but I just can't be asked now. Because you guys just like, like I said, I've said this a lot of times about flat earthers. It's one thing to just falsify things, but then offer a replacement.
No,
That's
that
So why
that's
do we have to
another
replace it?
that's another
Yeah.
fallacy, bro.
okay. No problem.
Right, okay, so if you say to me, "Oh, this thing over here is an elephant," and I say, "Well, it hasn't got a trunk and it hasn't got four, legs. It can't be an elephant." You go, "Oh, well, tell me what it is." If I can't tell you what it is, that doesn't mean it is by default still an elephant. It could be a possum.
Let's think about the falsification being independent of replacement. If you think you falsified, say, quantum mechanics, but you can't give an explanation for what it actually is. So let's take quantum mechanics out of humanity, remove it from technology. What would we have to do without if we did that?
Dude, we lived for centuries, millennia without ever considering such a thing. All we have to do is just say that your shit is false and toss it out and live on.
What are you
But how are
talking
our,
about?
compu- how are our phones in? We would have to. We wouldn't be able to talk.
Quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Mobile
we
phones
wouldn't
and
be able to.
computers only work because of quantum mechanics. But okay.
No, what? No, they work because of electricity magnetism, you dipstick. What the fuck?
No,
Quantum
they
mechanics
work.
is a theory.
No,
What the
electronics works off of quantum mechanics. It does. The
Oh
principles of
God, it's
quantum
a theory,
mechanics.
bro.
Yeah,
The
but it's
principles
applied.
of the theory.
No, dude, you're
So it's
denying
applied engineering.
how things work.
Electronics work on quantum theory. What the hell are you on about? It's quantum mechanics. Are you dumb?
Yeah, it's
It's
quantum
applied
theory,
engineering,
bro.
you retards. Like, what's
Quantum
I
mechanics.
can't believe I've even. You've brought me down to your level of insulting me. This
Bad.
is just applied engineering, dudes.
See how quick that was? You see how quick that was? Oh my god, he's been doing this all day.
You're just applying basic principles. You don't
Yeah.
need to know very much about it at all.
Really?
Hey, Crypto, I think we should change the subject. What do you think?
No, do you really think
Yeah.
I need to have an in-depth knowledge
I'm
of, say,
messing with you,
quantum
bro. I'm
mechanics to
messing with you.
build? Guys, do you really think I need to have an in-depth
Unbelievable.
knowledge? Do you think I need to have an in-depth knowledge of quantum mechanics to buy my own PC off the internet and put it together?
No, you had to build
That's
one
completely
to make the
different. That's
components.
I've
And
built loads of PCs. I don't
hold
know.
on, I was going to answer.
Wait,
I'm having trouble getting my answer out.
putting
Well,
your computer
you can
together
ask
at home with
global
quantum mechanics?
then, can't you?
Are you smoking? Are you smoking crack or something?
No, I don't smoke. So anyway, Left Lane, would you like to talk now that Alazmar's stopped interrupting you?
Yeah, no, you would have to make the processors, all of the circuitry. You'd have to build it from scratch. You can't go buy the components because those components are manufactured with the principles of quantum mechanics. So,
Thank you.
I mean, first
Yeah.
of all, that's a straw man, and second of all, it's irrelevant. So it's a red herring straw
No,
man.
it's not. No,
Yeah,
And it's wrong. And it's wrong. And it's
Yeah.
wrong.
it's wrong. Yeah,
And it's literally wrong.
it's a wrong herring straw man.
Yeah, but that was just. When was the first computer
It's a
done?
red herring Stallman.
Yeah, it's like when was the first computer? And just basic logic. And when was quantum mechanics made? Unbelievable, bro. Like,
I mean, so because cell phones exist and you assume that they're based off of quantum mechanics, it proves quantum mechanics is true. Therefore, there can be no cell phones.
yeah, quantum literally means to aggregate something, to quantify, not what they think, some mystical entity. It's like English majors. It's just great.
You know what you if you would have told the man that invented most of this stuff, Tesla, that it's quantum, he would have laughed in your face, bro. He would have had like
Yeah.
the biggest laugh he's ever had in his life. You know that, right?
Yeah, but Tesla didn't know what a semiconductor was, is he?
It's incredible. The man that invented radio, the man that invented remote control, the man that made X-rays in 1895. You're telling me he didn't know that? Yeah.
Yeah,
You're very
I don't think
convincing, Leflin.
I'm not sure when semiconductor became a thing in electronics, but certainly not in Tesla's day.
He understood conductors
What
and
does that
resistors
have to
very
do
well.
with the
Semiconductors are involved in processing binary code and turning on with the electrical impulse and being non-conductive without the impulse, and that's how your processors work. They work off of little bitty switches being turned
Yeah,
on
but
and off.
also there are certain things that
on
are
and
like
off? Yeah.
semi-conducting, like naturally occurring in the world, like wood. Like wood has a certain amount of moisture in it. Wood is typically considered to be an insulator, but it's not a good insulator. It can semi-conduct.
No, that's not what a semiconductor is. Semiconductor doesn't conduct without an impulse and does conduct with an impulse. I think that's very rudimentary, but I think that's basically how
it is.
One
It
thing I
was
would
meant
always
to
do,
be. It was
guys, is
meant to
I
be
really want to get in
rudimentary.
here because it's really important to the conversation. Is to fact check globers when they make claims. So let me have a look here. First semiconductor ever, 1874. Okay, cool. Tesla's birthday, 1856. So on Tesla's 18th birthday, semiconductors existed.
Okay.
So
can
And
you
you're gonna
find me
tell me he didn't
something
know
that?
about them?
Well, can you find something where Tesla talked about semiconductors?
no, but you made the claim that they definitely wouldn't have existed in his day, which is
No.
definitely not
I said he didn't. He didn't. I've never heard anything referring to Tesla to do with
No, you're saying what he
semiconductors.
said.
You know, he's got like over 1,000 patents. So
It doesn't matter.
I mean-
You made a very specific claim that they definitely wouldn't have existed in Tesla's day. They did.
No, I said that he did not know about semiconductors, and I may be wrong about that, but I've never seen, I've never heard, I've never seen anything, I've never heard anything about Tesla and using semiconductors.
So someone who's really like at the forefront of the thinking about electricity and magnetism wouldn't have known about semiconductor, even though they were invented when he was 18.
I bet if you told Tesla what we would have in electronics today, it would blow his mind.
No, I was gonna correct you right away. Semiconductors would have been a thing. Semiconductors would have been a thing of his time. Something that he might not known about would have been the transistor.
That's not true. Tesla was much smarter than people are today. Tesla was a lot smarter than people are today, man. That's all I have to say. But the thing is, you still use quantum mechanics to do microchips. You didn't use quantum mechanics before because they didn't have computers that required microchips. They had
You
real.
put a lot of faith in the people of today. You understand like how stupid. Can you look around you and look at
Look around you. Look at your computer. Look at your computer is on your desk. Look at your phone that's got the microprocessors in it. The GPS is everything electronic today uses microprocessors that operate on quantum mechanics.
If we had a whole bunch of Teslas still alive today, like Nikola Teslas, we would be way better. We'd be doing much better with the technology, and because technology, you can't help it but in advance. Like we do learn stuff, but we can learn a lot more if we're smart.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter,
Elon Musk, and Elon Musk believes in quantum mechanics. Simple.
Elon Musk is a fucking retard. That dude is a fucking. That
Well,
dude is
you're that retard. Holy shit!
No. He just like it. Oh my god, this is where it's gonna get into conspiracy stuff. But Mark Zuckerberg, do you think he actually invented Facebook and social media? No, I mean, as you know,
No,
like
he stole the
MySpace existed
idea. He
beforehand.
stole the idea. He stole the idea, but Elon Musk is
All right, what
actually.
about Bill Gates? What about Bill Gates with Microsoft?
He also stole his idea. Nikola
Okay, okay, so like,
Elon Musk
right,
didn't.
Marco Polo stole the idea. That's it. There's a lot of thieves and liars going around.
Yeah, but
What
Elon
about
Musk is not a thief.
what about the alias known as Satoshi Nakamoto for blockchain?
I don't know though. I mean, we started out talking about,
What about
falsification being independent of replacement, and if we took away some technology that you deny, where would it leave us as humanity?
Yeah,
What
no.
would we have
If
we have to give
look,
up?
I don't look, and I will continue on. Don't stop me. Look, even Nikola Tesla, I don't trust the story behind him, or Einstein, or any of your globe priests, or any of that. I kind of think
But you
that
don't
all this stuff
understand
has
it.
always, I think all this stuff has always been propped up
That's because you
by.
don't understand it.
It's not because I don't understand it. It's because things are way more controlled than you are willing to believe.
No, I know things are controlled, but still, science is science.
No, it's
What does
not
that
real
even mean,
science.
bro?
And any
Science is
science
science.
you
What does
don't
it mean?
understand,
Where
you
did the
can't just
transition
dismiss
come from?
science because you don't understand it. You cannot do
come
that.
from? Where
You
did the
can't just
transition
repeat
come
two
from?
words. Hold on.
We
You,
have too many
you can't
talking.
just repeat. You just repeated two words, bro, and said one is one. Science is science. I like. What does that mean?
It means that things that you can actually observe and measure.
Nobody knows, but it's provocative.
No, you can apply this knowledge and these things in technology that actually benefit humanity, that give us the things that we use.
Yeah, correct.
The way that
Applied science. So,
I mean, y'all think
if you
about it.
just
Look at this. We got people from all over the world on a fucking phone call having a discussion.
Yep.
Is that not
Beautiful.
fucking mind blowing? Yeah, man.
Yeah, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, but
That's
the
thanks to
question I would
quantum
pose
mechanics.
is the question I would
Quantum
pose is
mechanics.
just say we didn't know about the wheel. Now, do I have to know physics to make a wheel and for the wheel to still operate?
Quantum mechanics.
Yeah, do I need to know quantum mechanics to make a wheel? Like
No,
this
you
is
don't.
like
How about no? You don't.
yeah, but we can still take it, apply it, and take it. That's what it is.
Actually, you do.
I mean,
You need quantum mechanics.
How would you make a wheel without knowing anything about physics?
Yeah, you would probably
Oh.
need to understand the physics of why the wheel would work a little
Yeah,
bit.
how to make it. Like, how can you, like, if you're making it out of wood, you need to know how you can, like, mold that wood into different shapes. You need to use something.
no, all I need to know is to cut the wood. I don't.
Yeah, but
and
how
I
do you know
need
what
to have
you
an
do?
idea, and I need to have an idea what I want to do. So, just say if I wanted to take something from A to B, my will is not to break my back, so I find out a method not to break my back.
So that's applied physics.
All right, you ever seen those paintings?
Wow.
Like paintings and pictures like from the medieval ages where like everything was two dimensional and there's been people who claimed that people were not smart enough to understand perspective in 3 dimension and to put it on paper.
That was so long time ago that the world actually was in 2 dimensions and black and white.
Right.
This is ad hominem absurdum. But anyway.
No. It's leading to a point. Like, do you think that that explanation is? Do you think that explanation is true, or that maybe it was just a style at the time?
They didn't
Who are
even
you
have
asking?
mean. Did you know that their wheels were squares back then because they didn't have anything that's round?
Yeah, they never saw a round thing in their life.
Yeah.
I imagine they probably drug everything around
I
before they
bet
hit
they
the wheel.
seen a tree fall and it rolled down the hill and it's round.
Yeah,
Yeah,
somebody
they
put it
took a
together, didn't
slice
they?
of it and put a hole in the middle of it. You got a wheel.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean,
Yep. So did I need to know quantum mechanics to slice the wheel, bro? Like it's like
Yes.
no,
It's
all
just-
you listen, you necessity powers invention.
exactly. That's what I was trying. Thank
I
you.
don't care what
God
anybody
bless
says.
you.
Now I'm sick and tired of fucking carrying shit. I need to figure out a better way to get a lot of stuff all at once over there. So the first wheelbarrow's made out of necessity.
Yeah,
You test it when you put shit in it, and you try to wheel it over to where you're trying to get it.
Well, okay, necessity being the mother of invention. That's a quote. I'm a big proponent of it. Like in carpentry and whatever, like house building.
That's because we build
everything, bro.
shit. That's why we back that
Same here.
shit because we build it. And not every process I use to make a thing work, it's already been
But I will
tried and
argue
fucking
this.
true.
I will argue this. That's not the same when it comes to technology. When it comes to technology, I mean, okay, maybe it is the same. Maybe necessity.
Benjamin Franklin started with a kite and got zapped, motherfucker.
If the necessity
Trial and
is
error.
to control, no, look. Oh, I'm talking
Who
about
made
the
the kite?
methods of control. I'm talking about the methods of control. It like
Who made the kite?
so if the necessity is to control the masses, then it won't take like that same natural like learning curve that you would expect, or like just a general understanding of things, and like how to cover something up and make it look beautiful, like aesthetics and stuff like that. Like in technology, we what I've been seeing, at least for my lifetime, and I question how far back it goes, is that there is no need for it. They do it even though it's going to be a monetary loss. It doesn't make sense. It's not needed. Nobody asked for it. They're going to do it because it's going to help to control the people.
So the cell phone was a necessity.
No, it wasn't a necessity.
Neither were computers. With all this data we were putting down on paper and cutting down trees to produce paper.
No, it's a convenience. I would call those. I would qualify those as conveniences. Yeah,
It's
not yeah.
no, but you got libraries and stuff. You got it's a necessity, right?
It
It's
would be
like
hard to have
kind of
this discussion with mail.
Look, I mean, I would. It's not like it still break. It's still not like it breaks this idea of like necessity, but you have to think like a psychopath, like somebody who wants to control the people.
Okay, then who made the kite?
Yeah, like if you think like
The
a
kite.
psychopath that wants to control the people, then it is a necessity. But for the people, it was not needed.
Toilet paper isn't needed, but we still use it.
That was a hell of an invention. What are you talking about? I keep getting. So you're a caveman who always has dingleberries, and you're looking for a cure for that. Well, it started with a leaf. You found an oak leaf, and you wiped your ass with a bunch of oak leaves, but you kept getting shit on your finger.
Wow.
So you came up with, if I could just make a big sheet of this, I could cover my whole hand, and then no shit would get on my hand at all anywhere.
yeah. And if you're stuck in like the desert, what do you do then?
And
got sand
I
up
guess
on you
no,
and
I,
like,
and I guess I should
Well, you don't
also
want a shitty,
Awesome.
sweaty ass while you're walking through the desert.
I should also be very clear when I talk about technology. I about in this way. I'm not talking about like the invention of the water wheel. Like that. Yeah, that would have been through necessity and all that. No, I'm talking about like internet technology and like digital technology, quantum technology.
Can we?
Like these things aren't built through necessity, not at least for the masses. They're built
No,
I'm
through
waiting for
necessity
them
to
to.
control the masses.
Yeah, I agree because I live on a farm and most people can't make a tomato plant grow, but they can grow a farm on the fucking internet.
One thing that we can do is take toilet paper and upload it into cloud.
Dude, make sure that you
White
upload the
cloud.
best toilet paper. Quilted
As long
Northern,
as
the
we can't,
purple
as
pack.
long as we can't upload flat Earth, I'm fine. As long as we can't upload flat Earth, everything else we can upload.
I can't believe there was a toilet paper pandemic. It's like, dude, wash your ass and then clean your wash rag.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, but nah. Google says you
How
have
many
to wash
times
it.
a day? Hey, how many times a day do you shit, man? You need that much fucking toilet paper.
Well, dude,
Fucking
look at the diet. Look at the diet that people are on. Your average
swamp
person is having diarrhea like 7 times a day. Like
Shit.
that's your average fucking person.
Take your
guys,
bath
imagine
after your shit every morning.
Imagine if the guy who invented the toilet paper had a conversation with the guy who invented NASA's piss coffee machine, and he's like, "I just made an amazing invention. You don't have to get excrement on your body, and now you've invented something to put excrement in your body. What is wrong with you?"
Oh, bro, that's a good one.
I mean, we can shake hands with both hands now, but now you're drinking piss coffee. I don't want to touch you.
Bro, he's literally a shit talk. He's a
What
shit
happened
talker.
What happened to quantum mechanics? And we're talking about toilet paper.
Yeah,
and shit.
yeah, definitely deteriorated quickly here.
Michael entered the chat.
We went back to the beginning
of it. Hey, Mike was already in here, but listen, I just want to hear about who invented that breath mint that's going to cover that shit up.
Yeah, people talking too much
That's a
shit.
necessity.
Yep, sure is.
Yeah, no, look. So, like, I agree that necessity is the mother of invention, unless it's done through an artificial means to control the people. Like, it's not through necessity.
Well,
It's
listen.
through.
Actually, it is, and I can build the bridge for you. So these people want to rule the fucking world. They want to control you, and out of necessity, they built an electronic system by which to do that. Need equals necessity.
How much do you want it, bro?
They had the need. We didn't have the need.
Exactly.
They had
It's necessary for their agenda. So
For
what
them.
you want to do is point out their agenda and leave the necessity as mother of invention alone. That
Don't help
necessity is the mother of invention. Yes, some people have a necessity to build evil things because they're evil fucking.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, like, just take a look at your smartphone. When you went from 4G to 5G, like, nobody ever talks about having, like, more, like, I mean, you get more speed with 5G, but you didn't get more connectivity. You weren't, like, you're not reaching in more places. You might show 5Gs, but it's really actually reacting the same as your 4G phone did, if not worse, honestly. Like, to be like my personal life experience, like my 5G phone doesn't like go any faster than my 4G phone, and my 4G phone only went a little bit faster than my 3G phone. Right? The truth is that the 5G isn't really for you. The 5G isn't for you. Neither will be 6G or 7G or any of these G's that they add on top of it. All these G's are for them. All these G's are for them. So you will keep getting the same subpar service while they get more connectivity to spy on you, to create their network and their what do they call it? Like a virtual. It's basically a virtual world. A digital clone. Okay, so like they're creating a digital clone of you in your reality, like in all things.
Lou, but quantum mechanics is getting so much better, bro. We can just do it because quantum mechanics.
Yeah, it's only through quantum mechanics that this could be possible, right? It has nothing to do with the amount of data you collect and the amount of servers you build and the amount of connectivity you create. It has to be quantumly connected.
Quantum mechanics, yeah. You just make up a word, quantum, which means to quantify, which means have more of,
Yeah,
but
counting.
you make it into
Counting.
yeah. You make it into this, religion that you can
Quantification
only
out of
get through.
quantum topics. Yeah, quantification in quantum physics. It's just the physics of numbers.
Yeah, I know what it means, but these people don't. I'm telling you, we've got an English major here, but he can't speak English, and I'm
The
a fucking
faster I
immigrant.
drive, the faster I drive, the more quantum I'm getting.
Yeah.
More.
Oh, dude, it's hilarious, but that's fucking like my go with it.
Hey, so if we make that an exponential component, it'll be infinite, bruh.
Yeah.
No, but even according to quantum, you can never reach infinity. Like it's an impossibility.
No matter how fast you run, you can never outrun the shame. But I want exponential quantum mechanics.
You can never outrun the shame.
And the only problem in being faster than light is that you always have to live in darkness. Profound wisdom.
That's fucking funny.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's this whole idea of always like 99.9 repeating, or like you can never reach a whole. You can never be whole, but you can
I've
get
reached a hole yesterday.
ever so closer to whole as you advance.
One day
Like
you'll get to the
you
hole.
can never know anything
No, the day
100%.
will,
But
the day
you
will
can
come.
be ever more sure. Like,
So
and now these are concepts that I don't completely disagree with. It's also part of a psychology that like they're literally training people on. So like you can never be sure of anything. You you can never be sure of anything. You can never have anything. You can never be anything.
Bro,
Your gender is just a spectrum.
Right
Look, can I add on to that quickly?
It's
Because
all fluid.
It's gone both ways. It's either we're sure 100% or we don't know nothing. We don't know what a man or woman is, and science is settled. It's
You guys need some hole.
I'd say if it's settled, it's not science, and I'd challenge you to a game of wits, but I don't like to beat on unarmed men.
yeah, bro. I mean, it's. Do you see what I'm getting at? It's really ridiculous. They'll tell you this is set in stone. We know this about this, but we can't tell a man from a woman.
No,
you can equate.
But
Yeah, you can.
didn't you come in as a globe earther fighting us tooth and nail originally?
Me? Nah. What the? Bro, I've never been a globe my whole life. I actually do shit that you guys are arguing in like my 7th grade.
You're talking about coming and holes all the time.
All right. No, okay. I might
That's
have
how
you
it's supposed to be.
somebody
That's
else.
how it's supposed to be.
Might have you mistook for somebody else. I thought I remembered that you were
unarmed men, bro. Unarmed men.
Yeah.
It's not fair to beat on unarmed men when you're armed. Game of Wits, you remember from earlier? I'm a regular stand-up comedian. I'll be here all week. Tip jars on the piano.
Well, fuck.
Words are just losing like worth by the second. Like the science is settled. The science says.
I mean, I thought we were going to have maybe a conversation for the last 15, 20 minutes. It's just been I don't know. I don't even know what
start
it was.
off. Change the topic then, bro. Start it off.
Well, I did change the topic. I initially changed the topic, and this is what it deteriorated to because nobody believes quantum mechanics is the thing.
Flat earthers are having fun and in agreement. It's deterioration. Let's make sure to stop all of the jovial attitude and go into something that we cannot prove or it's where it's philosophical.
Can we quantify the extinction of this?
I don't know.
It should be
Let's bring in a quantum
exponential.
mechanic.
Inversely squared at that. Hey, I'm just having fun. Y'all can jump into a serious debate anytime you want to.
Yeah, no, we're not allowed to be in agreement with each other. That's how you create an echo chamber. We gotta allow the naysayers to have the floor all the time.
I'm gonna seriously jump into my bed soon. It's fucking 6:25 a.m.
Make sure there's a hole in there.
Are those Glovers?
Globo, yes.
Naysayers, yeah.
Oh, hey, well, gather up your wits. I don't like to beat on our men. What's up?
The dome. I heard.
What dome?
Go ahead, left
Oh,
lane.
yeah,
Why is
that's
why is
good
our
enough.
jovial attitude wrong? Go ahead, left lane. Please explain to us.
No, I'm not saying anything's wrong. I just like it's just been sort of a free for all. Just
Flat
I don't
earther.
know.
Too much flat earth talk, huh?
It's a very incoherent conversation.
No, it's been we all understood what we were talking about.
Is it incoherent magnetism?
Yeah, it wasn't cohesive for you.
It's electrostatic.
I mean, I remember it. I can restate it. We can go back and revisit the beginning of the argument.
Electrostatic, incoherent.
I mean,
That's what it takes
just
to
because we're
MIT.
celebrating in the retardedness of your model, like, doesn't mean you need to like be like, "Hey, everybody, party's over."
3-body problem.
Oh yeah.
I only have 2 bodies at home. Oh wait, never mind.
No, that's a good one.
A blow-up doll is not considered a body.
No kids. Is that
All right,
why you
let's
said?
get serious. Let's get serious. Definitely wants to get serious.
Is that why you said? Oh wait, you got children? Those are more bodies.
Yeah, they're in the freezer. No, never mind. No, they're not.
Yikes!
No, that's just fucked up.
Fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
Bodies?
What the fuck? I would have said John Wayne Casey, man. Probably got a clown outfit somewhere.
Nah, it was the Dahmer that froze him. Gacy,
yep.
Yeah,
Gacy buried him.
Gacy buried him underneath his house. Yeah, it was.
The kids in the driveway were in a freezer under concrete.
They were waiting to get buried. It's under contract.
I read a book on him.
I gotta go on mute.
Yep.
You'll never get anywhere.
Dude, I actually have something to tell you. So my I'm not proud of it or anything, but I have an uncle that is he's a landlord, and he sold all those houses. But I live in the Milwaukee area. That's where Dahmer happened. He actually owned the property that Dahmer lived in when he got arrested.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he lose some money or what on that property? Fuck.
Yeah, come on, guys. The former tenant was a butcher and a chef, man. It's a great home. It's got a great.
He was hardworking, man. He was hardworking. Fucking hell.
Yeah, so like the Dahmer thing is real to me. Like when I was a little kid, that whole thing in the news and everything, and like the family whispering and shit. Like, yeah, literally, my uncle owned the house that he was in. Like,
Seriously, we have to an actual conversation, man. What is it? Stop. Oh, damn, that thing already left.
Hey, man, we've said start it. You missed that part. We prefaced it.
Yeah, definitely continue on going with the playful banter or whatnot.
No, I mean, I'm wondering if you got a topic you want to cover. I'm in the mood.
Well, I mean, he's not here now. He took off.
fuck that
Glovers?
man. That dude's just here to fucking like white knight for whatever Glover comes in.
Kept talking about bullshit, man. Come on, get into.
Listen, you're gonna blame it on me.
You go do that at 24/7.
That dude was offered the floor too, though. He said something about it, and I asked him if he wanted to change the subject. We're open to debate if you want to debate.
Yep.
So what are you saying?
Saying he's a footstool.
So this is what I
Big
was
master
thinking
left.
when we were talking before about the quantum thing, right? And the invention stuff, right? And somebody said inventions are mother, like necessity, right? Is the mother of all invention. And that is a fact. You're not going to invent something you don't need. But also,
Yeah.
the part where experimentation and failure, right?
Yes.
Like take Edison, the light bulb. Do you know how many filaments, how many things he tried before he got it? He tried horsehair, he tried this and that and the other thing until he finally came up to the thing. So that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. No, 100%. That's why I gave him the experiment from taking one thing, from one object from one place to another. It's like you're going to find out a better way each time, or at least find out one way how to transfer one thing to another place. It's like, yeah, you'll get better at it.
Yeah, I'd say Edison. It's somewhere around 1,000 is what most people say. It's one of I like him.
Yeah, definitely. He was, they played a big role. He was a bit greedy, but yeah, he after like I don't know how many attempts, he found the right filament, the right gas to put in the bulb, and so on and so forth, and yeah, came up with a light bulb. But the point is trial and error, right? When these guys say, "Oh, quantum mechanics, we couldn't have with computers," okay, name me one thing, guys, that quantum is about the computers. Name me one thing.
Nah,
That
it's nothing, bro.
computers
As I said
wouldn't
to
be
him before,
possible.
nah, this is bullshit, because we had computers a long time ago and quantum mechanics was never fucking used for it. It's good for bullshit thought experiments. It's like a religious thing. It's a religious practice. It's the same deal.
Yeah, we don't have anything that relies on quantum mechanics. Now, if you have a working theory on something that helps you to understand and invent something, it doesn't mean that what your theory is necessarily true. It just means that it helped you to gain an understanding.
Correct.
So, like, if just because, like, electric circuits and how we deal with them and all that stuff, we could have done this. We could have found another way to get it. This was just the way of thinking that got us there. Doesn't mean it's 100% true.
Well, this quantum thing, right? You ask most people what it is, most of them have no clue. And the funny thing is, they themselves say, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand it.
Yes.
This is a theory that they have that no one is supposed to understand. Then they tell us, oh, yeah, but computers wouldn't work without computers. Yeah.
That's a good
I
point.
mean,
Yeah.
how does it
All the
work
people
without
deepest in the
that?
field, all the people deepest in the field, they'll tell you, like, I don't get it. Like, they're like, I don't get it. And if you think you do, you're wrong.
Yeah, it's
But
they're the
like,
priests of it. They're the priests of quantum mechanics. There's 5 of them that understand it in the whole world, and apparently these 5 people make the world fucking go around, metaphorically. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but the ones that are supposed to understand, they tell you they don't understand it.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
clincher of it.
Yep.
Nobody's supposed to
I agree
understand
with
it. But
it's
then
the same with the globe.
everybody works on it.
It's the
Yeah.
same with the globe. Look at Neil deGrasse fucking drop the mic and shit. Like they're supposed to understand it, and they don't.
Yep. Same with Michikaku. Like, 120 zeros off. It's like, bro, how can you be 1 to the power of 120 off? Bro, what the bro, when I was doing construction, like we did apartments, probably like, I don't know, up to 100 floors, man. It's like you can't be off like by 2 millimeters when you're building something. When you're building trestles, like I don't know, 50, 60 meters long, bro. You're gonna be, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm in construction too. I don't deal with like millimeters or anything. We talking eighths, 16th, 30 seconds, whatever. But like it's yeah. If you're off a little bit there, the angle will be off, and you will not match in the long run, right? So
Yep.
Yeah.
100%, bro. You can't allow all that much error.
Yeah, because a little bit of error over 4 feet or 8 feet or 16 feet or whatever amounts to a whole lot of error further down the line.
Yep.
Yeah, all of building has to assume, because maybe it's simplified, that would be their argument. But to simplify it, we have to assume that we are on a flat and motionless plane.
Correct. And in structural engineering, they I need to find my old university textbook. So you do all the calculations, for mass, weight, friction, stretching, all the bearings, all the rest of it, and it gives you there's a little it's in red too, which every time you see something in red, it means it's literally off the page. It's a writing style, but it's got it in brackets too, which means it's off the page again. But it also actually tells you do not use this calculation. It says like gravity.
I would also point out, being in building, all materials that we use, I don't do a lot of steel construction, so I wouldn't speak to it specifically, but I think it would still be relevant. Your materials warp; they bend themselves. So, like, you can't just assume that a 10-foot 2x4 is straight. Like, you have to do your checks in order to make it straight. Like, you might have to like twist that board and nail it, and bend that board and nail it in order to get it to be straight. You have to understand what straight and level is, and know what your goal is to get it there. Now, that could be an argument for either side. Like, they would say, I think the Globers might say that, yeah, you're bending for level around the curve. Like
you're bending for a straight curve.
Yeah. But no, I mean,
Yeah.
your timber isn't always straight, and the same thing with even a steel beam. Like, there's gonna be a little, like, it's a far less, of course, but sometimes something might be in error. It might not fit perfectly, and it might be slightly warped or slightly twisted or slightly sagged. If it's a really big thing, like a really big beam, like the middle, even if it's a steel or an iron beam, it's still going to sag slightly in the middle, like very slightly, very slightly. But it has to, based off of the law of gravity, whatever you want to call it. Like when I snap a line, if I pull a snap line across a wall, and let's say it's a 30-foot wall, I know for a fact that just the weight of the line and the chalk itself is going to make the middle of that line sag at least 1/8 of an inch, maybe 1/4 of an inch. And I can tell this by testing it with the materials. Like all of a sudden, it's like or even just by standing back and looking at it, because I got. This is what I do. I do siding and stuff. So like horizontals, the laser eye don't lie. Like that's a thing that we use. Like the laser eye don't lie. You can be like, hey, you're off. You know, like you can look at margins. You can say it's more open at the bottom at the seam than it is at the top. It's sagging in the middle. Like if you follow that line, you're starting to sag. Like so, raise that line.
Yep. For metal, it's usually spot on because they use like different formulas for like the thickness of things and tensile strength and all the rest of it. So it's you have to make sure, you know what I mean? You kind of, I mean, unless you're building something small. Otherwise, yeah, because I was in like major like construction, so we had like long ass beams. Like, what's the longest one? We probably had around 40, 50 meters. If we did see one that was thinner, you just like, even if it was a tiny bit, because it's that long, you'd put it to the side because even if you had something to bend it with, you're not meant to, because you'd have to heat it up and then move it, and then that loses strength.
We did in a applied physics class in high school. Senior year, it was kind of a blow off class, honestly, but like, you know, we did a little test about this, like about stretching a line, like, and this was about showing gravity, is what it was. But you put a weight in the middle of a string and you stretch it as tight as possible, and you'll find that it doesn't matter how hard you fucking pull on the string, that weight will pull it down in the middle.
Yeah, right in the middle. Yep.
Yeah, when you understand that the weight of the string itself is also a weight, and that it will sag in the middle, you understand that even a taut line is not a straight line. Sags in the middle.
Well, yeah, I get you. I get what you're trying to say. It's like it's close to as, you know.
Yeah, it's close, but it's not perfect.
Yeah, 100% agree. As you know, as perfect as it can be, if we can use that word. But yeah.
Well, because even no matter how light the string is, it has mass. It has weight, right?
Yep.
And so no matter how tight you pull it, it will still sag a little bit in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I don't know, like as I said, like it's infinitesimal, but
It's not that small. Like that's the thing, is it doesn't take a huge distance to actually make it measurable. Like that's what I'm saying. Within 30 feet, with just like a string line, you know, a snap line with chalk on it, That thing dips in 30 feet. It dips almost a quarter inch. I've done this. Like, this is what I do for a living. A lot of walls are about 30 feet long. If I do a 50-foot wall, it drops over a quarter inch. It can drop a half an inch. Like
wood, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. So,
and that's like literally pulling this thing to the point where it's like so tight that you're afraid you're gonna break the line.
Yeah,
So
wood's, yeah.
what we do is actually we measure up. We measure from the foundation that was, spotted by the theodolite or whatever they use to scope it. We measure off the foundation and we measure up to the soffit, right? Or some kind of other baseline. And we take measurements on the left, the right, and the middle. And then we know where level is supposed to be, or at least what's going to look level, right? And what we'll do is take that line and pinch it in the middle where we know it's supposed to be, and then snap on the right and then snap on the left. And that is how you keep your siding from sagging.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, you don't take a really long expanse and snap a line and go follow that line. No, you don't do that. The longer the snap, the more sagging it will be.
So, bro, you do this for a living, and you were able to entertain water curve without water flow. Like, now you're really blowing my mind.
You're blowing my mind the way that you really want to just antagonize and fucking have a fight.
Well, you said you weren't gonna mention, but you said you called me out on a fallacy before, so
Dude,
you
I'm
broke
talking
your
about
word.
snap
So
lines, and you're relating it to
now it's my
fucking
turn.
rocks and water and shit.
Bro, you're a contractor. You build shit, and you can envision curving water. You can envision water curve
If I
drop
want to,
without flow.
I can envision either model because I understand both very well. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
See, the thing is, you don't know quantum mechanics. Otherwise, if you knew it, your wood wouldn't bend. That's what I'm saying. Straight as.
So let me ask you this: when they show their windmills, right, with their curvy water, and they say they're behind the curve of the Earth, how come they're always standing straight? They're always like vertical. Anybody ever asked that question?
All right, listen, bait. All right, So, like the type of distances that you're talking about, you wouldn't expect much of a lean, not one that you would see optically, like in their model, right? Like, yeah, they would in their model, yeah, they would technically be leaning, but it wouldn't be enough for you to see.
But it would be enough to block half of the windmill. Really?
No. When it comes to that, yeah, that's all optics. Yeah, that's more what Flat Earth. Flat Earth is definitely on to that one when it comes to like what is being blocked by the horizon and shit. Like, dude, there is no horizon blocking anything. It's literally just the angle of what you're able to interpret. Like like it becomes muddied and grayed when you reach a very low angle. That is for sure. So
It's meant
like
to be,
the
it's meant to be a
dropping
360
of
degree
optics on
length.
the horizon, that's not Earth curvature. That is not Earth curvature, not whatsoever.
Yeah, it's meant to be a 360
And you
degree
have
length.
guys showing us hotels 16 miles away with 12 or 15 stories blocked, but yet the hotels are perfectly vertical.
Yeah, no,
That's
you wouldn't see tilting, but when you're talking about missing missing floors and shit, no, that has to do with like how we see through perspective and angle of resolution and shit like that.
Or they did tests in, what was it, in Brazil, over like, what is it, 30-40 kilometers, the bottom of the hotel to the top. Both hotels were exactly, I don't know how many stories, line across, hit directly to the millimeter from one side to the other. Those people are deluded, man.
Yeah, the best part is I was trying to get that with the new guy, but that's yeah. And the
Which
thing
one?
is, right? They'll tell you
The
that
English
like,
professor?
sorry.
Oh, sorry, bro. I was just trying to make a joke. Was it the English major or was it the other dude? Quantum mechanics.
Yeah, the major, yeah, the English major, yeah. But let's not make. B-Ball's picture, right? He'll tell you.
English that makes him a science fucking expert, right? Like, or even a geometry expert, or like an Earth expert. Yeah, like he majored in English, therefore he's smart, and we need to trust him. His English wasn't even that good. He didn't understand
I'll pull
He
him
didn't
up.
understand. He didn't understand like fallacious reasoning or add-ons. That's like his number one tactic is add-ons. To call you stupid and say it just makes sense. And then when you press him to say, I don't believe in that, I believe in like kind of like this in between type of a thing. You know, like it's globe, but it's not the globe that the experts, fucking describe. Because that's the biggest cop out that they use.
Yeah, he was trying to get our goat, and really, he succeeded in a bit. He succeeded in his mission. But anyways, the water thing, right? The water thing.
The water.
They say that. That's so
Go
funny,
ahead.
man.
Go ahead. Well, because you can't let it go. That's what's funny. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm waiting for the wind up.
You
sorry, man.
Ripping out. So yeah.
All right, the water thing. I'm waiting. I gotta go to bed. I'll wait till he comes back for a little bit, but Maybe we'll address this. If not, he can fucking hold on to it for weeks. I don't give a fuck. Like,
I think
It's
I
all
don't know
right,
if I'm
bro. This
lagging.
triggers a lot of people. This water argument triggers the hell out of a lot of people. I get it.
yeah, you're kind of
Because
I
they
don't know
try
if
to
you're
think of it in their way.
all right.
Sorry, go on.
I think I'm hearing you, but there might be a delay or something. Go ahead.
No, I get it because they try to go into their model, right? They try to think of how water works in their model, but water doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? There's no way that you can think of water curve or it changing elevation without flowing, right? But
Well,
you gotta
there,
let the conversation progress, and you gotta let them say the darnest things, right? Like the show, right? You gotta let them say these nonsense so people could hear it.
yeah, but what the reason why I interjected was because you said something that is absurd according to their model.
Yeah, but I said it for a reason. I said that for a reason, right?
I'm
I
sure you
wanted
did.
him to come
I'm
back.
sure you did. I'm sure you did, but
Yeah.
it didn't seem truthful or to me. You know, like I just wanted to make sure that you knew, and you verified that you knew, and you told me that you had a reason, and then I backed off. But you didn't like that I interjected in the first place. You're like, why are you fighting for him? That's not what I was doing. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what you were saying, and you did. But you're still being fallacious in your reasoning.
No, but I'm not. I'm not being fallacious because I want to show that in no matter what model, you can't change the flow of water, right? But your model afflicted, you're able to go in their brain and think of curving water, even though you're a professional, bro. You should know this better than me. There is
Dude, I do.
no
That's what I'm saying. I
reality
do.
in which their model could work.
I work with these people every day. Most people are globers. Like they're able to understand it both ways, right? Like it's not an issue with them. So like
Yeah, but that's their problem, bro. How can
it's
you
not-
understand water curving?
um,
That's gold.
Isn't that their problem if they think water curves? Whose problem is
Yeah,
it?
that's
no,
true.
no. Look, my point is that it's not. You can't. It's. I don't think it's an
Yes, you
actual
can.
proof.
Yeah, you
Here's the
can.
thing. It's not an actual proof. Like it's substantiating evidence depending on the way that you think about it. But if you think that the earth is a ball, you can justify it. You and to try to talk about water flowing off the top of a hill, it's like saying like if I get a tennis ball wet, the water will drip to the bottom. They don't think of it that way.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
listen,
but
this
you
is a
see,
problem.
you gotta let them. Yeah, this is a big problem.
Yeah.
You gotta allow the conversation to go through and let them say the crazy thing of, because I had him right. He was talking about the canal, and he said it was level and straight for 6 miles. But he was like thinking about it after, and his gears were starting to turn, right? And just when I had him, bro, just when I had him, you know.
But even if you're gonna get somebody, I don't care how you get. I don't care if you get them. I care how you get them.
Nah, just
I
get
don't
him,
like.
bro.
I don't
You
like.
got him legit, bro.
I don't like tricks. I don't like tricks. We do. We were all.
It's not a
tricked.
trick.
It is a trick.
No, it's not. Your mind is a trick, bro. You're a trick. I'm telling him how water flows, and you're going into his mind playing lawyer for him, bro. You're the one that's been tricked.
Public defender.
I'm sorry, bro.
Public,
That's
Lou, Lou, the public defender.
I'm not thinking about. I'm not thinking about him. I'm not thinking about him, the person you're talking to, because I know that guy is unreachable. You understand? It's more about how we're viewed as a whole, like as a community, flat earthers as a community. Like they use fallacious reasoning or bad tactics to try to convince people. That's what I'm worried about. Is that image right there? Like
who cares?
I tried to correct that because I don't like that image.
fair enough. What was fallacious about my argument? From my questioning, because I didn't really make the argument yet.
He's asking questions. That's not, yeah.
Good to hear your laugh, Iggs. I miss it.
Oh, yeah, right. How are you? Thank you.
He does have a good laugh. He does. He's got a good laugh. Yeah, I love it. This is brilliant, man. I would never say.
I can't help it, bro.
When that laugh came along, that's fucking great. But no,
sometimes I forget to mute myself.
Or something.
Nah, bro, I swear. These people, I swear, it's like a mental fucking, yeah. It's a mental
it's all
disease.
a game. It's a mental game is what everybody's playing with each other, and I don't like the gaming of it. I don't like that it's a gamified topic. And what I saw was SE gamifying it. Okay, like it wasn't being authentic to the true conversation, like to the different models and idealisms, like the philosophies involved, like with how you think of things, how you view things, and everything else. Like it was, in my opinion, not like a very honest argument.
Yeah, but bro, he
Not
just said
honest?
water.
How
He was
could water
saying
not be honest?
semiconductors were invented till like till yesterday.
No,
And
that was after,
yeah.
bro. Semiconductors. That was after.
He went
That was
overboard,
after.
bro. Semiconductors, yeah. Quantum mechanics with computers, like fuck, he went off the fucking rails.
Like, dude, do you think? Like I said, the tennis ball where the water flows to the bottom.
What about
tennis ball? Dude, like they don't think, like they're not thinking of a globe where the top of the ball like must sink to the bottom of the ball. Like they're thinking of a ball where everything flows to the middle, which is very strange to you and me. Very strange to you and me. Right? Like,
what the fuck?
Yeah,
everything flows to the middle, no matter what. It's all in the middle.
But
Space
that's what
is
they're
flat.
thinking of.
Yeah, of course. Space is flat, but Earth is a ball. It's yeah. I understand. Fuck, we did. I heard in CERN they're looking for space cadets.
Can I be one? Well, I got my hand raised.
They're trying to find Lord of the Flies in the Hadron Collider.
Dude, fuck the space thing. No, there ain't no way I would risk it. I've got a daughter, man. I got something to live for. There ain't no way I'm fucking strapping myself to a fucking rocket and fucking going to a fucking non-existent place. You know, like fuck that.
Blowing up. blowing up in. Just, here you go. Poof. He's like,
No.
geez. Oh.
Yeah, I like if it was just me, maybe, but like I got a daughter. Like I said, like there's more to live for than myself. Yeah, she's brilliant too. This girl, I brag about her a lot, but my daughter is. A lot of parents do this too, so go ahead and write me off if you want. But like literally, like way ahead of the game on so many things. She's just she's top of her class and beyond. She's reading 2 grades above her level, math 2 grades above her level. And the questions that she's been asking me about like life, philosophy, God, since she was a very young child, like 4 years old, she started asking me about this stuff. Like, I have better conversations with her than I do with Globers, you know, in here. You know,
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you, bro. I find children more interesting as well because they'll ask you a question, you just answer with another question and make them think. All these parents do is answer it like they know everything. It's like, yep, nope, nope, nope. It's like, all right.
I don't, and I'm not the kind of person who like tells her what she thinks is wrong or, you know, because I know like she's got a lot of questions. She's gonna ask a lot more people than just me. You know, so I'll tell her, I'll preface it. I'll be like, look, this is what most people are gonna say, but here's what I think. But you have to decide on your own. You have to gather all this information and figure it out.
That's good. That's good. I wanted to say that I'm still surprised that in America you guys still have grades. I thought they took them away, that they were racist or something.
It is considered racist, but we still have them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to
Yeah,
say
no,
that.
math is racist. Only white people can do math, apparently, according to the ACLU. Even though like the American math team finally won, and it's all like Asian kids, like.
Bro, I need to find this clip for you. There was this thing that showed on TV. They gave this.
We got 3 Japanese Americans and 2 Chinese Americans that won the fucking American math team.
Bro. It's racist though, but I saw this thing. These 2 girls, African American to be politically correct, they were on TV and they won some speaking award, like I think for like grammar or something. I don't know. You guys have something about speaking. I don't know what it is.
Literacy
and
or
they showed
something
them on
like
the news.
that.
Yeah, and they showed them on TV and they like sounded all right. And then you clap. They showed the final, and the chicks were stuttering, swearing, were incoherent, and they won first prize. The final was
the one who won first prize is like, this is fucking awesome.
Like, what the fuck, bro? It was like one of them was having like an epileptic fit and stuttering and swearing. Oh my god!
It's actually perfect because like Americans are great for that. Like we have like, I mean, the ones who are educated, like they know how to pass a test, they know how to be literate, they know how to do their math, but they don't act that way in society. You know, like so, like when all of a sudden you get an interview with one or you hear them celebrate or whatever, all of a sudden it's like they're just like all the other fucking idiots.
No, but I was surprised, bro. Like the clip that they showed when they were speaking, and this was on TV. I don't know how much times they did that interview, but the final, it was. I was laughing. My.
Wait, so she was
I was
literally
crying.
doing that in the competition. She was doing that.
She was swearing, stuttering, and like having like sort of Tourette's, like fits and shit, bro. And she got like, yeah, bro. I was like, what the fuck? I need to find it. If I actually find it, I'll send it to you. It was the most
I
bizarre
actually
thing.
like to see it. But yeah, I mean, like my daughter. So here's funny, like, so she's very well spoken. She's very well read. She loves reading. She absolutely loves reading. She's good at math. She got like she's in third grade, dude. She's 9 years old. She's in third grade, and in the beginning of third grade, they already recognized that she was like ahead of everybody else, and they gave her like a test. Like they singled her out and said, like, we want you to like fill this out, you know.
That's a bit racist.
Yeah, no, it is pretty racist. Yeah. And dude, they've never done any algebra. Like they were just learning. Like they'd just gotten done like adding and subtracting. They're getting into multiplication before going into dividing. They threw algebra at her. They said they gave her a fucking simple algebraic equation and said solve for x. She had never seen such a thing. She got it right.
She did it.
Yeah. And then she got a special invite to the math club, like it where like you know, they don't actually like focus on like advanced math in there, but it's just like they try to make it fun because it's a club, you know, like they don't want it to be more homework, but um, yeah, like she's very special when it comes to this stuff. She learns things and she's just so astute that she has the right fundamentals to know how to figure things out for herself, even when given that problem for the first time without being instructed. She's yeah, like they threw something at her that is way too advanced for her, and she figured it out. She got it right.
That's very rare, bro. Like I remember, they singled me out. I had to do an IQ test. Was it in year 7 because I skipped like 3 grades. But yeah, to do the IQ test, like some of the questions, I look back at it was so stupid. It made no sense. But you know,
Yeah, dude, I know I struggled I struggled when I was a kid with the introduction to algebra, like solve for x and all this. I was like, what the fuck? I hate math, you know. No, my
like
daughter,
numbers and letters. Fuck off! You can't mix the two together.
but I actually later on I did really good in algebra. But initially, yeah, like no, I was like, fuck you, like what the fuck is this bullshit? And my parents were all
Yeah.
like trying to help me with it, and they're like, yeah, this is way too difficult for somebody your age, you know, like I'm having trouble myself. And but no, my daughter on her own actually like just answered it correctly, like with like it just fucking did it. She figured it out. She understands the concept of like just I guess I don't even know how to properly describe it, but like logical thinking. So like,
Yeah,
you know,
she's got a good.
if you have this, then how do you figure this out?
Yeah.
Right? Like she
Yep.
was able to do that on her own at a very young age, and
Deductive problem solving. Yeah, that's what it is.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yep. That's very rare, bro. Like as far in today's age, in like so-called mature people, but let alone in children, like deductive problem solving. Yeah. I just keep on encouraging her, bro. Like, yeah, the sky's the limit, literally.
Oh, dude. You know, the problem is that like all of her school, she is so encouraged to keep learning and to keep being smart and keep being a little genius, right? You know, where all of a sudden the indoctrination really starts to take hold. She's like, well, in school they're telling me this and they're telling me that.
I know.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
books that they're going to make her read that are going to, you know, like it's going to make sense to her. She's going to, and she's smart enough to fucking argue with me about it. Like she had to do her book report already about Sally Ride, the first woman ever to go to space.
Feminism.
Yeah,
fucking hell.
yeah.
Yep.
And like literally in the beginning of third grade, she was bragging to me about how there was a kid Dominic in the. She's still in third grade. In the beginning of third grade, she came to me and so proudly told me about how there was a kid Dominic who, when they were talking about the globe, and they said there was people by you, you know, like that are underneath us. And this kid Dominic stood up and he spoke up and he said, "No, they're not, because the Earth is flat."
What a gun!
And good job, Dominic. Right?
Yep.
And the whole class laughed and the teacher laughed and they were making fun of him, and she felt bad for him. And she came to me and told me about how everybody was making an example out of him, but she really wanted to stand up and say no.
Yeah.
She really wanted to stand up and be like, no, he's right. It makes a lot of sense. But
yeah,
she
that's
didn't.
how they sort of. Yeah,
But she didn't because of the thing that I told her, where I said, this is going to happen in school. And you don't want to be an example. Like, just when you have a question, come to me. I'll talk with you about it. You know, like, but don't.
I was
don't
like that kid, bro.
Oh.
I was, yeah, bro. You know how much times I got kicked out of class, and I was in ahead of my time, advanced classes, whether it was about the ball, gravity, so-called evolution. I got kicked out of class so many effing times, and
yeah, you don't want to be ostracized by the class and pointed at and laughed at and called a dummy and all that stuff. You don't want to be that person.
Yeah, but you can't do that when I'm getting like 98% on my test. I'd write down what he'd wanted me to, but I would get up and I don't know. I was maybe a bit too advanced, but I would make the teacher feel dumb. And but there was nobody there to.
In third grade?
No, not in third grade. It's probably like sixth grade. But yeah. But it's kind of like how do I say it? Nobody will sort of stick up for you, but if you can do it to like just say, put the answers that they want down. This was my advice.
Yeah, that's what I've told her also.
If I had a child, put those answers down, but keep your thoughts to you and say them.
I've
Your
told
test
her
can still be 100.
You're gonna have to learn both. You're gonna have to learn both, and it's not like that I'm teaching her, but she just knows. She listens. Like I don't hide it. I'll be in one of these forums talking with people, and she's just in the background in the other room, or maybe in the same room, but doing something else, and she's listening and paying attention. You know, and she'll tell me, like, she was telling me, like, it makes sense. But now, here's what I was getting at. Is like, so beginning of third grade, she was so proud to tell me about this dominant kid and where she wanted to stand up for him. Now we're nearing the end of third grade, and she's got book reports on Sally Ride, and she's arguing with me like, yes, people have been to space, women have been to space, and all this shit. Like, and instead of going back and forth and arguing with her, I told her again. I said, look, I disagree, but it's something you're gonna have to fucking figure out. I didn't say fucking, but it's something you're gonna have to figure out for yourself. And I think you're smart enough to. I think you're smart enough to figure it out.
Yeah, that's good. It's good what you said to it. The thing is, they're probably not probably this so-called feminism, this ideology. They're appealing to the, to emotion. That's how you get somebody invested.
Yep.
Yeah, and she's a child. She's a young, little girl, bro.
They did good up until third grade, but all of a sudden they're starting to, in third grade, they're pushing that globe, they're pushing that space travel, they're pushing, and here it comes, the real indoctrination.
Yep.
And when you have a daughter like mine who is head of her class and a social leader, like, she's not shy. She's got, she's friends with everybody. She's like, if you can get her, all of a sudden you get them all.
Yeah. Yep. Bro. That's what it is. What people call, peer pressure. The pressure comes from the school, because in so-called school, there's no line of questioning, line of reason, line of logic. Yeah, it's like, this is the answer, and that's what it is. Like, I used to just get up and ask question, and just ask like maybe 5-6 questions, and then I'd hit him with an answer, but I'd just make him contradict himself, and I'd get a laugh. But that's the way that they do it, because you don't have no backing from anybody else. Most probably none of the kids will know.
And she spends so much time in school. She spends so much time in school. Like, that's she needs to bend to them instead of to me. Like, she knows what I think.
Well,
and
correct.
I'm not gonna, you're right, but she needs to fit in.
Yeah, but she what happens is, it's a psychological thing too, what they do. So the teacher is not just the knower of all things. She's the disciplinary. She's the authority. You know what I mean? She's like judge, jury, and executioner. 8 hours there. You have to go to work, pay bills, do everything. By the time you do all that, you know what I mean? I'm not saying anything bad about you, bro. Like, I'm just saying, look, the way that it's done, there's a method to their madness, as you were trying to say before. Certain things are done a certain way to get a certain result.
They're encouraged to. It's social engineering. They're encouraged to psychologically break a person down. Like, the teacher themselves has already been broken down. Most likely, I haven't actually, sat down with the teacher and discussed this issue, but yeah, they believe that the Earth is a globe, and they think it's laughable if you say anything otherwise, right? So, if the class laughs, they laugh along, but then go, all right, settle down, kids, But what that is encouragement of the ridicule, of the indoctrination, and of society to try to quash any wrong think.
Yep. I don't think kids should be in school. What are they? How much time do they spend now? What is it, from 6-7 hours?
How long? What?
How long do they spend in school?
Let's see. She's in from like 7 a.m. to like 3:30 p.m. or something like that.
Well, they've made it longer now. Wow. Bro, like you shouldn't be in school. I think personally more than 3 hours, bro. Like you can teach everything that you need to teach in the period of 3 hours, and you don't even need to go every day. I don't think anyway. But you know, they'll make you go from 7 to 3 like it's like a job, 8 hours.
Yeah, they're doing a full 8-hour regiment on these kids every day, even in elementary school. Yeah, early stages of development. Yeah.
So you've got no time to explore your own thoughts after.
Well,
That's the whole
especially
point
when the parents are running around, they've got a job and they're tired when they get home, and they got to make dinner and they got to clean and do the dishes, and they got to friggin' do the like it. You don't really have, and it takes two parents to actually do that stuff too. Even
of course, yeah. That's why they
and
invented feminism. More people on the job, you have the pay, and then you have two people working, and more taxes, less money for you. I mean, it's I'll hand it to it. It's
right,
genius,
and,
but
and when you're paying those taxes, or maybe you're sending your kid to private school instead. Now you got a bigger bill, and you have to work even harder. But so when you're giving that expectation of the state or the educator, whatever situation, to take care of that for you, like it's not your responsibility.
You're outsourcing, yes, correct. And this is the biggest dilemma I think that parents face. It's whether people are gonna what is that? Teach their own children with their own values.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna let somebody else teach them with,
and
I don't know if I can call that a value, but with whatever they teach them with.
I talked about this actually like less than a week ago, probably only a few days ago. So like homeschooling, I'm all about it. It sounds great. Like if you can afford, like if you have a good paying job and you can have like your wife is on the same page, maybe she can homeschool your kids while you're out working. You have a single earner and another one that raises the family and all that stuff. But you have to both be like in sync and on the same page. And she's got to be smart, or vice versa, right? But even still, there's a major component to public schooling that I think is beneficial, and that's the socialization. Just like if you've ever had like a pit bull, like or an aggressive dog as a puppy, like if you don't socialize them with other puppies and other dogs, they will be killers. They will be psychopaths. They will be insane. They will only protect you. They will be socialization is key. And so if you do choose to do homeschool, you have, like, this is not like a choice. You have to like spend a lot of effort of getting them into extracurricular activities and socialization with peers, like kids their age, so they can learn like the pecking order, like who's boss, who's smart, who's a dummy. And you have to also give them a time where they're not being seen, like where they get to like be without oversight, where they without oversight, where they get to like they have to take on each other and fight for themselves.
Yeah. I agree. I think
But
that, like,
that's something that public school offers that homeschooling doesn't really. Because like in public school, especially if you live in a city, like it's always every day is a fight. It like that whole social regime and everything. That it's a fight. Like you gotta watch that shit. That's the biggest thing to teach. You can do all the other stuff at home, you know, but sending them just to public school, just for that, might be worth it. You can
Yeah.
teach them the fundamentals, like you can teach them math, you can teach them reading, you can do that extracurricularly at home. But actually fighting with their peers and gaining their place in society, especially when it comes to like being a grown adult and like knowing how to manipulate people, knowing how not saying that that's an attribute, but like it's something that you have to understand when you're being manipulated, how to manipulate,
Correct.
how to a homeschooled kid doesn't really understand that. In fact, their entire life they've been manipulating you.
I kind of like
that's
wanna break down in a song right now, immediately. Can I do that? Like, guys,
Go
you
ahead.
guys.
I love music. Go ahead.
Well, I'm like actually just gonna freestyle it right now. All right. Now, put on your light show. Let's get groovy. What you want to prove? Flat Earth or the curve? Oh yeah.
All right, this is gonna be garbage. Oh my
No,
god.
oh my god, you did not turn up the subwoofer enough. Let me go over again. All right. Your sound settings are garbage. But like, hey, what's up, dude? And a couple of very very beautiful females. Yeah. Wink, wink. I know how to make burritos.
this
All right,
has
hold
to be
on. Where the fuck
fucking.
are you coming from, dude? This is totally
I
garbage.
think it.
Where's the music?
What was it? Fucking witchcraft. It's gotta be him.
Oh mate. Oh mate.
I knew it.
What's good, mate?
What's going on?
I don't know, dude. Been chilling, dude. I hope you've been doing good, bro. It's not
You
doing
too.
good. Flat Earth is doing great, but no, it's not doing good.
Woke
Hollow Earth?
society.
We need to talk more about the Hollow Earth, dude. I swear. What's going on with the
Why
Hollow
would
Earth,
we do
dude?
that?
I mean,
Why would
well,
we do that?
I mean, the Greeks knew about it. Have you heard?
Yeah, the people don't exist. Yeah, of course
Yeah.
they do.
Oh. Well, you think they don't exist, but that's just what the government tells you. You have to be on one to like really know what I'm talking about. So,
On one what? Like one Percocet, one fucking Valium, one fucking what?
Yeah, you have to be on a Greek, like doing it.
you have to be in a
taking
you have to be another
taking it in the
volume
rear
of
end.
you have to be another volume of my new magazine that I'm coming out with, and it's more than
You're
just a
coming on
clip.
a magazine. It's
Yeah.
gonna be sticky, bro.
Oh, god damn it! How could they do that to my beautiful magazine? Okay.
You came in here just tripping me out. Like derail. Like
All right.
like,
Oh, shalom.
dude, fucking music
I
is shut the fuck up.
forgot to say shalom to you, Lou. What's good?
Shalom. All right, where's that music? Now I want music. Where's the fucking music?
Play
Oh
the
yeah,
play the funky music, white boy.
What you wanna prove? Flat's where the Earth is, dude. I mean, come on, bro. Dude, let's get down. Let's start taking off our like baggy ass shirts and start swinging them around like crazy, dude.
What makes you think I'm wearing a baggy shirt? I'm all tight these days.
Oh,
Tight
you are?
pants, tight shirt. I'm getting skinny and shit. Dude, I'm looking good. I've been working out. Fucking got a big dick bulging out of my fucking pants, man. It's fucking
Absolute-
great.
Back
Long John
to the
Silver.
episode of where Lou
Yeah.
transforms into an absolute unit. Flat Earth Discord style. That's how it be though.
Yeah, oh shit.
Dude, I almost just tumbled laughing. Why is that? Why don't we have like an emoji where like an entire human being falls down while they're walking in laughter? That has to have happened so many times. Oh, like a laughter stumble.
I've been distracted, never stumbled. But then again, I don't like go walking through the city either. Like I'm like driving from place to place from the country. Like
Oh, that explains it. Oh, you're from the country, of course. Yeah, because if you're, like listen to me.
You can't stumble if you don't walk.
No. If you were from the city, you would bound to be finding a beautiful chick with her hair blowing in the wind, and you would like turn your neck so hard that the rest of your body literally tripped itself.
well, dude, I'm
Fell
not
on the
that far. I'm
pavement.
not that far from the city. Here's the thing: is like, shit, Milwaukee is so bad. Like we're very polarized, and like everybody in the city is like woke agenda. You cannot even if they're pretty looking, you can't look at them because you're like, oh my god, I already know what she's all about. Like
you're right. You're right. Your look is raping me.
All right, well, guess
He's
what,
raping me
Lou?
with his eyes. He's raping me with
Lou?
his eyes.
Yo, it's okay. It's okay because apparently Lou has just become just an absolute giga chad. So now they owe him the puss.
Oh yeah, true that. If you're a chat, you can get away with anything, bro.
You gotta put the word out on social media because I'm not on social media. So you gotta do it for me. Be like, go find this dude. He's got the big dick. He's got the big bulging dick and the tight pants.
Yeah,
Like,
the tight pants are just doing him the most justice right now, actually. They're gonna be like, oh, fashion master. And they're gonna like, not disaster, but master. All right, so look, dude, the chicks are gonna be like so fucking nuts. I mean, like, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Lou. How am I gonna handle all those notifications? I'm gonna wake up to ding, 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 ding on my fucking Facebook boot. Like, dude, where am I gonna tell them, dude? Were you gonna be strutting that shit on the flat Earth? I'm gonna tell them it's on the flat Earth, directly on it.
Hit me up on the plane. Yeah, just say that. HMU on the plane.
So they're gonna be hitting me up to talk to you.
No, not you. Like, so hit him up. HM.
There you go. Yeah.
HHM, bro.
Yeah.
Hit him up.
HAM. Hashtag Nat Geo. Wait, hashtag Nat Geo. And now everybody's like, oh yeah, he sounds pretty Nat Geo to me. Oh. I'd like to go on a safari with that.
I'm not looking for fucking anybody with pink or blue or purple or green fucking hair or yellow or gray or whatever. Like, none of them.
That cuts out 69% of the group. Are you really willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm willing to do that. Yeah, that's what I've done for the last like 7 years.
All right, well, that's not going to be a problem, but like, Dude. Yeah, dude. And this
bro,
is
don't you want
Flat Earth
shot?
Radio.
like clitoris piercings and shit like that. Not really into it either. By the way.
All right.
Yeah, bro. Just some, what is it? It's like mental asylum sex. You know what I mean? Like crazy.
Oh,
It's not even
you're
crazy. It's
like,
just mental asylum.
like we're not
Yeah.
talking about like
Check.
the Fight Club scene, right? We're not talking about Fight Club kind of shit.
I'm not looking for meaningless sex anymore. I did that in my 20s plenty. Like it's not like, dude, it's not like I've never fucking scored. You know, shit. I got a daughter and I've been around the block.
But let's
bro,
please
it's
put
got
it
meaning.
Beavis head turns. I don't understand you, Beavis.
It's got meaning, bro. It's just the meaning is.
Word?
That's it. Finish my sentence. You finish, and then that's the meaning.
Yeah, dude. Back in the day, I used to get around, I was cool with all those fucking weird social groups and shit like that. Like I was
You had blue hair.
I was a bit of a fucking player, you know what I mean? Like at a certain time. I'm not that anymore.
I totally believe it, dude. As like a really flat earther, like, dude, I can't believe I used to look so hot back in the day, dude. Now it's just like oh yeah.
Now I'm just garbage, just total
it's like
garbage.
You didn't
man.
even know. You didn't know your potential, bro.
El garbage.
You did not know how hot you were, dude. To all the bitches.
I did let myself go for a little while, but I've actually been I've been eating better and all that. I've dropped I'm 6 foot and I was almost 240 pounds during the middle of winter.
6 foot.
No, I didn't drop 6 foot. I dropped like 25 foot and shattered my heels when I was 20, and that's a big part of why I became less active.
Yeah, you've been lifting this big ass huge bong to your lips, and that's how you got so cut.
No, I mean,
guys, is there a topic we could get on? Is there a topic we could get on that's related to the live stream?
This is a good topic. We can do it. We can fucking keep going. Unless you don't approve.
I think that being sculpted as an
This
individual.
isn't really a topic. This is kind of like barroom chat.
Yeah, you're right. It's total bullshit.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is. Okay. So hey Gio, did you hear my new song?
Gio, can you tell me about those times that you drank pee and how they healed you?
Oh my god. What? All right. So I start busting this shit down. Like I really am down for the song right now. This is a flat Earth banger.
You wrote a song?
Yeah, it starts out like this. Dun 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 dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah. All right. All right. So like it starts fading in, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, flat Earth dude, what you wanna prove? I really got the scoop. Dun dun government dun dun. Stuff like that, dude. You throw down on stuff like that, right? Like you could dance to this flat Earth song like so good. It's actually like 100% lit.
I want to hear you sing it. You promised music.
Dude, you want me to freestyle it on? Like, I don't think Gio's down for that.
Give him a beat, baby boy. Give him.
Gio,
Come on.
I have to mute myself.
Gio, you better hold me back, dog. I'm going in.
Oh, I have to. Oh.
Yeah, hung up on that truth with that flat Earth dudes. And in the Discord chat, oh yeah.
All right, let's get a new conversation. Anyone who's drunk's being muted. Sorry, guys. This is just not pleasant to listen to. I'll unmute you guys in a bit, but you guys are just ruining the chat. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or what, but the floor is open for any new topic, anything that has any value, anything we can glean any wisdom from, anyone, any topic. It's open.
I was just about to drop, dude. I'm like listening to them.
Yeah.
This is about as much as I could handle.
Everyone else.
I wasn't near my phone. I would have, but so yeah.
That's what it does. It just pushes everyone away. No one wants to listen to that. So yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to be buzzing, whatever, but be on topic, dude. What are they even talking about? I mean, it's cool, man. I'll listen to a little bit of talking about somebody's kids. That's a personal, and I'll let that go a little bit. But then they start bullshitting about, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? It just gets beyond that. It gets a little crazy.
No, I get it. No, it's. I mean, it's fun to banter. It's fun to joke around. I get that. But when it's just only that, and it's like one or two people just dominating the whole thing, and no one else can even talk, then it kind of. It's like no one else can.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Did you see Sky Free's new video yet?
I think I saw like the thumbnail for it, but I didn't watch it yet. But it looked interesting. Is it? Yes, but I didn't see it though.
It's so cool, man. I mean, it's about like their regular video lengths, like they do, about between 5 and 10 minutes. But man, it's such a trip, dude, because they did the sugar water. They beat me to it, right? Like I said, I got the tank and everything. I've been meaning to do this, but they did it the right way. They set the camera in a spot, and they never moved it. Like it was in one particular spot, and it was the sugar water fish tank test, right? And they showed the objects in the background, like on the other side of the fish tank. They showed it, the refraction just through the glass with no water in it. Then they put the water in it and showed the slight little bit of magnification and a little bit of displacement. And then they added the sugar and showed the changes. And then they kind of stirred it up a little bit and showed it in stages, basically, as it was kind of dissolving in. And bro, it looked just like man. It looked like Skunk Bay, dude. How the things were kind of moving up and down, but then it started, it causing obstruction, And I think this is strong. This is why I wanted to do it, is because the whole time, if I get long-winded, let me know. But this is a strong point to me because the whole time, a lot of us, including them, were insinuating that the possibility of upward light refraction because of the humidity gradient, because we were told, we were believing the ballers saying that if the light refracts down, we're going to see things higher. And people like Travis, and I don't know if you, but a couple other people was saying, not really on board with upward refraction, but just not believing that the downward refraction is going to make shit look higher. Like, in other words, the result is different. Even if that's happening, that's not going to be the end result, is see things higher. And I think that's Sky Free's catching on too, now that they're experimenting, and that the light is bending toward the denser medium, but it's not making shit look higher. It's causing the obstruction, and it's making shit look lower. I mean, it was a great fucking video, bro. I'm gonna post it.
I think I just posted it. Is it this one, light refraction at home, sugar water?
Yeah, it's a good one. It begs the question, bro, like why Mick West and the other dude, why they didn't do it the way Sky Free did it. Just set the camera up, show it, the camera in the same place with just regular water, then the sugar water, and and now it's obvious why they didn't do it like that, because we'd have been onto it a lot sooner. That shit ain't appearing higher, so they didn't never give us. It's kind of slick. If you look at Mick West's test, man, and you fine tooth comb it, he's kind of slick, dude. He's not forthright, hiding shit and doing changes and stuff, man. I don't know.
So you're saying the sugar water makes things cutting off from the bottom?
Yep. Just like in Mick West, when they were paying so much attention to the laser beam, they lost sight of the fucking city skyline, And I was there to point that out for them. That You know, when you get down low and you're looking straight line of sight, you're losing half the city skyline, whatever it is, compression. I mean, it's blockage, you know, whatever you want to call it. The bottom of the city's missing, right? And so, if you picture it like like say auto level. So say we're at the bottom of that aquarium, and we have crosshairs that we're looking through. We're looking dead horizontal. Well, now, if you use the green dot from the laser to represent your crosshairs, after they add the sugar water and the refraction, now my crosshairs are hitting halfway up the building instead of hitting the bottom of the building. Now with the refraction, my
Yeah,
yeah,
like B-balls, like the one B-ball posts.
yeah, exactly.
He posts it at least 5 times a day. It just yeah.
Even though he's heard my, you know, I mean, how can they argue that, dude? It's literally airtight, man. I think it's airtight if we put it together and throw it on them. I don't, you know, if that's the way with refraction's happening, then okay, you got it. But the result ain't what you're claiming. Because here's the result. And so I'm gonna still do mine, and I'm gonna put it together with Mick West's results with the city skyline. I'm gonna put it together with Sky Freeze and my own, and hopefully prove a point, man, or at least get some discussion going. That's what we need to be talking about.
Yeah, I'm skimming through this video. It is interesting because yeah, it is showing like that skunk bait, showing the horizon all wavering around. Things intermittently are getting cut off from the bottom up, and there's no curvature involved in this. Like in the this is
like a little micro. It's a micro example. It's perfect, man.
Yeah.
I was tickled to death, man.
Well, the other one that Jesse Gordon did one with saltwater, and that one showed some interesting stuff too. It showed magnification, like direct magnification, and it was showing a lot of those warping effects, like the cranes from the oil rigs, and that have that effect. And that was with salt, which is interesting because obviously the ocean, there's going to be salt, spraying up. There's going to be salt in the air from the splashes of the waves and all that. So it's interesting.
Yeah. I didn't really like the one that I seen of his that I paid attention to was like, I think he said he used hot and cold water. Maybe that was salt water, but he was trying to show a house way in the background, like how it's showing it higher. But man, that's like from an angle backed away from the tank, looking at something across the street. I want to see something within the environment of the refraction. But he did what he could.
Well, he did other ones. Well, he did other ones that were like in an actual fish tank that were looking at something. Did you see those as well?
Is it where he's looking at the house across the street through the fish tank?
No, this is a different one. He had like rings in a tank, and he was like looking at the rings through the tank. This is a different one. It's like straight in a fish tank with salt water.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. But I don't know, like the laser, I'll give him that. Okay, the laser to me shows that, I mean, obviously the laser's bending down, but until you aim it a little bit down, doesn't really seem to be doing much, maybe a little bit. But once you get an angle on it, you start getting the bend. So, okay, it's, I mean, I've heard the argument that the sugar is dextrorotatorius or whatever. It's like the molecules or some shit, and that's what's making it bend. But who cares? It seems to be, I would agree that with the sugar dissolved in the water, it's denser. So I'll go with the light bending toward the denser medium. But I just can't no longer go with the fact that that's making things appear higher. I understand the concept. It sounds like it makes sense. It could make sense, but it's just not, to me, it's not what we see. But we need to do more tests, so I'm gonna do mine. But I like the way Sky Free, they're pretty thorough. They give up for whatever environment they're in, they give the ground temperature or the water temperature, the higher above the ground temperature, and they give distances. They're pretty thorough and everything, and let you kind of come up with your own conclusions. So that's why I like them. You like them guys?
Yeah, For sure, they've done a bunch of good ones. This looks like another good one too. So why are you saying this doesn't appear things? Because like it's wavering, but it's not actually like there's nothing in the sugar water that's making them appear higher. Is that what you're saying? I mean, they're definitely wavering around. I mean, it seems to temporarily go higher when it wavers like that. But I know what you mean. I've never really thought that idea of laser bending is going to make something appear higher. That's just what the globe needs. They just need that for the globe explanation.
Yeah. I think they're like stirring it or adding more sugar, like to stir it a little bit, like to add some dynamics to it. And but the thing is, okay, so we see the laser bending. Okay, fine, but it's not appearing higher. So if the laser represents our line of sight, then it's lower. But the ambient light coming from across the tank is definitely not being seen higher. So it's like they come up with this shit and kind of sold me on it. And I was looking for other reasons, like I said, upward refraction, when that was unnecessary the whole time. Just even if the light's bending toward the denser medium, we're getting a different effect with observation than they claim. That's my claim. And the other day, Data, he never sent me that book. He said he was gonna. I mean, we were arguing a little bit, but not out of the ordinary. We always argue a little bit. I enjoy button heads a little bit with Data, man. I like his point of view. He's brought a lot of good points to the table, man. We don't agree on everything, but you know who does. But I had to like cut in on him. Like he kept saying that there's no way to do the latitudes on the freaking on a period, like on a plane. I was like, bro, it's easy. That's the easiest thing to do. Just and even you come up with the idea, you know, that right in front of your face idea. Basically, look at the noon sun and you'll know if you're in the northern or southern hemisphere just from the way the sun goes, the way it comes in or leaves. You know, the way it comes into vision and leaves. You'll know if you're in the north or south. And you look at the noon sun, you have your north and you have your latitude, much less Polaris, you know. But that's if it's daytime. That's my second video. And then the stars. I'm running behind. I should have already had this shit out. But I think he was wrong on that. I think he had a point to be made as far as like if you're talking about like exact to the dot, maybe like, you know, maybe that's not achievable. I don't know. I don't know just how perfect you could do it because I've never done it. But in practice, I mean, in theory, just talking about it, if all their claims are true with sun calc and all that, and you can line up north with the noon sun when it's highest in the sky, then yeah, latitude's going to be pretty easy. In fact, very easy. But no, he never sent me that book, man. I was curious because I was listening to him for like a year, him asking ballers questions like Stingray and Bob and a few other people, you know, asking him questions like what causes the horizon? Is it our vision or is it Earth curve? And he got just an abundance of fucking answers over there at Jose's, man. I'm curious to read into that, man. He asked some pretty interesting questions, and he told him too. He's like, "Can I put you in my book?" And most of them, you know, they're humble or they're proud, so they're like, "Yeah, put it in the book." Then they started messing with him. He ain't never gonna write the book. I figured he was writing it, man. And why he'd be making the claim he was,
I don't know if he put all those in there. I don't know if he said if he did, but I do remember. Yeah, he was over on Brandon's too. He was asking questions all the time, and yeah, I don't know if he put those in the actual book or not, but I do remember him asking all those questions to people. By the way, that video that Skyfree did with the sugar water, people always say, well, the atmosphere is not made of sugar. That's true, but aren't there there's polysaccharides in water. There are like long chain sugars in water. So is there actually sugar in the air?
I don't know. I mean, it's basically just replica. To me, I think it just it compresses a type of environment with a denser gradient. The lower you go, I think that part's legitimate. As far as the demonstration to show that the light does refract down. So to me, it's kind of replica. It's doing the magnification too, man. So it's really like a little perfect microenvironment. I mean, the best I've seen yet, as far as a little short microenvironment, replicating the refraction, the magnification, and all that stuff.
So you're saying it's showing it bending up and down, not only down?
Well, when it's in motion, like I was saying, the dynamic, when they stir it or add more, it kind of gets the water moving around and stuff, and it does show a little bit of wavy, and that to me would be expected, man. With a dynamic system, with wind and stuff like that, hot air, cold air, moist air, dry air, it's not all it's dynamic. I mean, for lack of better words, dynamic. It's always changing, man, and mixing and heating up, cooling down and shit, But I've watched a lot of like Heath Carmody time lapses and not all of them, but a lot of them look like that. Skunk Bay, we get and if you watch, let's see, what's his name, the baller who did the Pontchartrain Soundly, like he did a 7 mile. He did lights. I think he did like 7 of them over a mile each, mile spacing, and did a time lapse and watched that shit just go crazy, up all night up until the daytime. It would go from concave to flat to convex to concave to flat to convex, just back and forth, man. You'd never see it though without a time lapse. It's just so gradual, But when you have the luxury of the time lapse, it shows you things you'd otherwise be oblivious to.
It shows you things.
Yeah, this completely shows bottom up obstruction over a planar surface. You go to like 5 minutes and he shows the like 503 or 502, like just at 5 minutes, he shows like a screenshot of it with no sugar in the water. It's just like you can see all of it, and then it just shows a shot of it later with the sugar, and it's completely cut off.
It shows you.
No earth necessary.
Yeah, I was gonna say no earth grid needed.
Oh, I'm very sure.
So anyone says that the things that can't be obscured from the bottom up over a planar surface, here's another example of it.
To me, and even equally important, is the way they claim refraction is like for the black swan. To me, that's a day where it's real clear with minimal refraction, except for the fire boom, up in that little layer You see the arms bending just right there in that one little layer. There's a fire kept going on them rigs, them offshore oil rigs. And other than that, everything's pretty clear. It's just a day where you see real far, it's real clear. You know when you're gonna have a day like that if there's no infrared mirage and you got real crystal clear air, dry air. And but the days where we do get the obstruction, it's always accompanied by magnification and usually, heat haze. Even on cold days, you could see that haze circulating, when you zoom in and stuff. But it's usually an inferior mirage, so they make it sound like that's what you usually see. No, what you usually see is an inferior mirage. I mean, me personally, in my area, that's what I usually get when I go out there. And so I'd hardly ever get clean sunrises. I don't get sunsets. I'm on the East Coast, but just always miragey. But when you have them cutoff days, it's always magnified, and I think that's because of refraction. I mean, I think there is refraction going on predominantly most of the time, but then every now and then you catch a day where the the conditions are just right, and you could see where you don't have the inferior mirage and the air is clean and clear, and you can see a long way. And I think it's pretty obvious when you look at the facts. So their claim is ass backwards, is what I'm trying to say. What about Austin's stream? Did you catch that? I think it was last night or the night before. We had Rob Parks on. They went on for a few hours, man. Epic stream, bro. Great stream. It showed how two people can have a cordial conversation while agreeing on almost nothing. While agreeing on just about nothing, and still have a nice, calm, cordial conversation, man.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, Rob Parks is very respectful and very easy to talk to. I've had some good long chats with him, and yeah, he's definitely well, he's he's a professional. He comes off like that, like he's a professor, so he's not going to be out here screaming insults and being crazy. He's not going to do that stuff. I mean, he's got a reputation. He's got a profession. He can't be on the internet screaming at people and being crazy. He'll get fired.
Dude, Austin, man, it was another funny thing like happened during the stream. Like Austin was telling him, his ideas and whatnot, and do, but how he understands it, and Rob started questioning him, giving him some fair questions, and Austin's like, dude, you be the one, man, dude, you got the credentials. If you say, I'll go with it. You say we can write a paper and do, come up with the model and all that. You're the guy, man. You get your Nobel Prize. Like he didn't say, he wasn't being sarcastic, like being dead serious, like saying, Rob, you got an open mind. You fit the category perfect to kind of bring it in the, put it on paper and whatnot. And Rob's like, I don't know, I had to look at that, but it was funny, man. It's like, he's right. Like, who better? You got an open mind. I think that's a good quote where people who can entertain a topic or an idea, without believing in it, that's a wise mind. It takes a wise mind to be able to fully entertain an idea without necessarily agreeing with it. I think I butchered the quote, but I think you get the point.
Yeah, it made me think of that quote. Yeah. It's like the height of intelligence is to be able to hold an idea in your mind. It's like the opposite of cognitive dissonance. Like when you have cognitive dissonance, you can't hold another idea in your mind without emotionally reacting or freaking out emotionally or physically or whatever it may be. And then the opposite of that is having no dissonance, to where you can sit there and completely think about another idea, or even consider it fully. Like even consider like bringing it into your identity, like to that level. Like, okay, I'm gonna have to consider this idea to the point to where, if it's true, it will become a part of who I am, my being, even to that level, which is another level, because part of the cognitive dissonance thing can be where people don't want to consider that being a part of their understanding of things, and so they reject it on that level. But anyways, yeah, but I agree with you. It's like the opposite of cognitive dissonance, to be able to actually hold an idea that's opposing from yours, and then be able to analyze it, look at it, consider it, look at the evidence, and then ultimately, ideally use a sound logical mind to come to a conclusion whenever a conclusion is available to be acquired.
I'd say you definitely got a mind like that. Like you're willing to hear all ideas and stuff, and maybe even add to them and dwell on them some and shit. Like you got a complete open mind to any idea, whether you agree with it or not. You're willing to hear it and consider it.
I try to, as much as I'm able. Yeah. It's kind of like what Lou did this earlier, like trying to kind of give the globe, its proper standing, I guess, in that sense, meaning like there is a model they have, there's the claim they have. So I think that's in that same category of like having that, that ability. Like if you're like, let's say the idea of the globe, which even completely not agreeing with it, but to be able to even like defend their model, in a sense, like if somebody represents the globe model incorrectly. I notice Jeremy does that a lot too, where he'll be like,
I would point out, like, if you're going to argue against something, you should be able to strongman it, right? Like you should be able to understand their side of the topic.
Yeah, exactly, and give them credit where credit's due in terms of at least what they're saying and whatever logic that there is, or even if it's a model, there is still it is a model still. So yeah, it's still. I mean, even if it's not true, it's just it still has like consistency within it as a model or as like a concept. Like the water clinging to a ball thing. Yeah, that's what came up earlier, because some people will say, oh, if the earth was a globe, the rivers would all be flowing down to the equator. And it's like, no, it definitely does not work that way in their model. That would be a complete misunderstanding of the globe model. And for someone to say that makes them actually look like what some of these guys say, like, oh, you guys don't even know the model. Like if someone were to say that, then that would be true in that case. Like they don't know the model. The water is not going to all drip off in that way. I mean, yes, it would. Well, see that, okay, it's only in their model with their physics, with their kind of fabricated pseudo physics of their gravity theories. that allowed that to happen. Because if that person said that, they would be right that water doesn't cling to a ball, and it would just fall off the ball. Really, it wouldn't necessarily flow down.
But they don't think that. It's the same as if they said, if you lived on a flat Earth, you could see all the way across the Earth. It's the same thing. It's a straw man of your model.
I think the Globers need to practice that same thing. Like they need to understand the flat Earth model before they debate it. You know, and yeah, I do believe
you
what
guys
you're
don't
saying.
have a model.
You,
You guys don't have a model.
Yeah, dude, we just posted 3 of them earlier.
Yeah, I don't know who you're referring to, Angelo, but there's many forms and types of models. There's been models of a stationary planar Earth since the dawn of man on multiple different scales, on multiple different layers and levels. There's many models.
Yeah, I'll post the magnetic, the latest magnetic model. It's got terabytes of information, every planet, everything.
So no, here's the problem. So like a world view that like or a map, I don't really necessarily consider that science. Like when a lot of people when they say we don't have a model, I agree with this also. Flat Earth does not have a scientific model, but neither does the globe Earth when it comes to a world view. Like we're both equally lacking a worldview model. Like not
No.
scientifically tested. Yeah, not
What
scientifically.
do you call Google Earth? That would be an example of a globe model right
Google
there.
Earth is not a scientific model. Are you
Based
insane?
on, it is based on GPS data, and it's based on the data of all the maps that were applied, given to Google in order for them to make the model. And that's exactly what it is. It's science. It's backed up by science.
Are you telling me
No,
Google
no,
Earth is
Google Earth.
if I asked for a scientific model of the globe Earth, you would present me Google Earth. That's what you would give me?
Again, it's one of the models that we have available to show you that the Earth is a sphere.
dude,
But let me finish. Just let me finish. Hold on. The fact that you want to dismiss Google Earth as a model, okay, shows
It's
that
not
you're
a
not being
model.
you're dismissing it right now, and I'm
Not a
trying to
scientific-
explain. Okay, so I'm not going to get to
model.
You guys,
I'll see you later.
No, I can moderate it. Is you're good? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that Google Earth is a model in a sense of we use it as a representation of what we believe the globe is based on our, scientific consensus.
Colloquially, could you give me a scientific model?
Sure, and a scientific model of any representation is when we describe to you that the Earth is an oblique spheroid, wider a little bit at the middle due to the gravitational forces and the rotation. That would be an example of a verbal model. Drawing it out on paper or actually making a 3D model is just extrapolating on what we describe the Earth is. When you tell me, hang on, when you tell me that the Earth is flat and then don't give me any kind of visual representation of the entire Earth because you say you don't know what it looks like, then you have no model yet.
No, that's what I said. Is we don't have a model in that way.
Yeah,
we
we
don't
do.
have a.
Yeah, we do have a model, man. We have a few models, bro.
We don't have a scientific model, but neither do they. And that was my original claim. Now, if he wanted to present one, he presented Google Earth. That is not scientific, not even a little bit. And he didn't back it up. If they wanted to give one, it would be the WGS 84 fucking map. Okay, the potato Earth. That's what he would present. But no, he didn't do that. He
Okay, that's a projection. Yeah, and there are other projections in maps and so forth. But the best thing about the Google projection is it's 3D. It's an example where you can rotate it and look at all of the different places on the Earth, actually zoom in down to the level where you can measure distances, and the measurements come out.
Not 3D,
correctly.
bro. It's 2-dimensional Cartesian coordinates.
Are you listening to what I'm saying as far as the coordinates on the map?
I'm listening, bro.
I understand.
I'm good with that, bro.
They are spherical coordinates. Okay, if you understand, there's a difference between flat Cartesian coordinates and spherical coordinates. on a 3D
yeah,
plane,
I'm with
and
you
you
on
can
that.
and you can also take every dot and every point on Earth and put it into a 3D model and give it 3D coordinates on an XY axis.
Yeah, but
You can do
listen,
that
let me
also.
say something real quick, man. Everything in reality, like all radar, all the fucking cables, everything they do, everything they've done, the USGS, the military, all use the fucking an azimuthal equidistant map. That's what's used in reality, bro. Google Earth is pretty new. Maybe they'll start incorporating that. But dude, everything is based on an AE map, bro, in reality. All the fucking directions, because the directions are right.
The data that we're getting from satellites has changed all that, and that's where you're kind of missing the step that I'm trying to point out. Okay, we're using satellite data
No,
and,
I'm with you on what you said, man.
information.
I'm not
You're
disagreeing with that.
Radar information taken
where
from
he's trying to
airplanes.
present Google Earth as a scientific model.
It is a scientific model in a sense. It's a description. When
In a
somebody does a
sense.
theory, when somebody does a theory, like the theory of gravity and so forth, just Newton's theory, classical physics. There's a model that's used with that. The model of the equation of acceleration is one part of the model. The other demonstration of the model is like an apple or two objects falling at the same accelerated rate in a vacuum. Those are all examples of different representations done experimentally that can be modeled out by using an illustration or whatever you want to use. It's just a representation of what the theory is talking about. The theory of the globe is, and it's not pear-shaped like what you're trying to put out there.
A scientific model is something that you can test against. Something that we can
Exactly.
actually like.
And they do test against it all the time.
Can you use Google Earth for scientific purposes?
Sure, and
Can you test
I gave you a demonstration of what that would be like. You could pick any 2 points on the Earth, measure the distances using the model and the data the model presents, because the actual software actually gives you the data as it goes along. It's accurate down to the meter in distances.
Dude.
It literally is. You can.
What are we supposed to use on Google Earth to test against? It's all composite images laid into a.
Where did the images come from?
From airplanes mostly.
No. If it was airplanes, it was
they
far
got
more
airplanes
resolution.
and cars. It's not just airplanes, bro. They got cars doing street.
Dude, they got
The
they got
street view is not
camels doing
what we're
street
talking
views
about.
and
We're
stuff
talking
too.
about a model which is from a distance away, representing the Earth. So the street view has nothing to do with it. It might show how accurate the overhead view is. I use the street view a lot to see, who's been parking in my parking space in the last 20 years. So it's like, but the point that I'm getting at is that the model itself is very accurate. The imagery comes from satellites, not airplanes, because the resolution would be so much higher if they used airplanes. Tell me how you can. Okay, tell me how the image.
Go ahead and look at what they use.
Hold on, you guys. We gotta not have interruptions. We have to not have interruptions. But Angelo, that was getting into monologue territory as well. So it gets tough because then if someone's having to wait,
that's fine.
They're gonna want to interrupt if they have to wait super long. That's all I'm saying.
Well, anyway.
We know we should. I mean, we've done times before where we can actually time it, like give each person like 30 or 45 seconds. When we do that, it's actually awesome to listen to because everyone's listening to that whole person's thing, and then the person's not monologuing because there's a
back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good back and forth because kind of like a game of tennis. Like if someone hits the ball at you, you're ready. You want to hit the ball back. You only want to wait like 5 seconds till they hit the ball back to you. Now I know in speaking it has to be more like 30 or 45 seconds or maybe a minute. But the thing is, the minute someone goes on longer than that, it's like not a game anymore. Like that person, instead of hitting the tennis ball back, they're just like holding the ball. And the other good dude's like, come on, hit the ball back. So, anyways, yeah. But this is good. It's a good combo though. I mean, I will just say my little 2 cents. I do think there is you could call Google Earth a model if you want. I don't have any contention with that.
It's a model, but not a scientific one.
No, it's actually a scientific model because the way it's a scientific model. Well, how about I get to finish? The way it's a scientific model is the fact that it uses scientifically gathered data from everything from elevation data, everything from even cloud data. When you want to add the clouds in, it'll take the day's clouds and put them in there. On Google Earth Pro will show you that day's weather on your representation of your Earth. It also shows vegetation. You can zoom down in and literally see the trees from from space.
Yeah, I agree. It's strip
Keep going.
strip data made into a ball is what it is.
Well, okay. The point is where did the images come from? And if you say it was an airplane, here's my rebuttal to that.
Dude,
having
they
been out
show
in
you
the
the airplanes that
having
they
been out
use.
in the
Everybody knows
Amazon,
it's from an airplane, bro. There's no rebuttal. That's how
They
they do
show
it.
you. You can Google it very simply. You can Google it. You love Google, right? You just admitted you love Google Earth. You can Google like the planes that they use to take these pictures.
okay, so now I'm going to get back to what I was saying because I got interrupted. What I was trying to say to rebut it is they don't always use airplanes. They do them over cities occasionally because they want more detail. But when they want it, when they're not worried about the detail, they only use satellite imagery. For instance, there are plenty of places over the Amazon where I know they would not take the expense of trying to map every inch of the Amazon, literally with an airplane, in order to get those images of all of that vegetation and terrain and
Right.
everything else. That's all
Let
done
me
by
ask you this.
satellite.
Let me ask you this. So is all of the picture like consistent, like all the same season? Because whenever I look at Google Earth, like I can get the fall when I zoom in, or I could get the spring, or I could get the
Yeah, you
summer,
get blur. Half the
winter.
places on Earth, you get blur.
Because
Yeah, I mean,
again, it's from space and it's not imagery, high resolution imagery. There's nothing there. If you go to those regions in the Amazon, there's nothing there. Tiny villages that are deep down underneath the canopies of the trees. There's no reason to expend satellite time, let alone airplane time, to get a clear image. They just simply take a wide photograph of the area.
Well, it's not hard to fly many planes over the Amazon. I'm sure they've done that a million times over within the military tracking.
You want to get permission from the Peruvian government to fly over, say, like the national parks? No, that'll never happen.
Google Earth is not done by satellites, bro. They don't even make that claim. It's airplanes and cars.
It's aerial photography, 100%. Because I'm looking at articles.
You can believe
right
it.
now.
Prove it. Prove it that it's all 100% aerial photography and no satellite imagery.
I don't know if anyone's claiming that.
Open Skies Treaty.
I don't know if anyone's
Open Skies Treaty.
Hold on, you guys. We gotta go one at a time. We gotta go one at a time. Let's all try to be concise and not interrupt. Just let someone finish their full thought, because every time, it's like, to be interrupted every time means that everyone's on edge waiting to be interrupted. It's not fun for anyone. So let's just not, please, if we can not do that. What I was gonna say, okay, I have my thoughts on what Google Earth is, but since I just stopped to moderate, I don't have to say my whole thing right now. But I do have my thoughts. But I'm just saying, do we really have proof of what that high altitude footage is? Obviously, they use high altitude footage, whether that's a thing in space or whether that's just very high up over the planar Earth. I would claim that none of us here can validate that unless we have some backdoor, access to whatever the clandestine militaristic level of the highest altitude machinery that they have.
Geo, once you get about 20,000 feet, it turns into. I mean, you've seen it. It turns into the cartoon. There's no high altitude. I haven't seen any high altitude. And half of everything's a blur.
Well, okay, when you zoom out, you're telling me.
No, hold on, pause.
Let's let it go, but keep it concise. Go, Lou. Go. Go ahead.
All right. I'm not sure who you're saying to go.
No, you haven't gotten to speak in a while.
All right. So, all right. When you are looking at Google Earth and you're zooming out, you get detail to a certain range, right? And that range is only consistent with like low altitude flight, not extremely high like satellite views. When you get to those views that you would see from a satellite, it's all CGI. It's all cartoon bullshit. In fact, you can go to a certain view, or at least a few years ago, where they might have altered it since then, but where literally like all the pictures were taken and in different seasons, where you had like little squares making up all of the view, and some of them might have been in one season and others in another.
No, okay. Can I answer him now, or is he going to go on forever?
No, yeah, wrap it up there, Lou. Boom. That's good.
All right, so let me explain that cartoon view you're talking about. Yeah, when you zoom out, you get a representation of the Earth and its continents and so forth, and you're not getting as much detail. And they do that for a reason, because most people don't use Google Earth for the globe picture itself. You could have a globe sitting next to you, a scholastic globe to do that. When you zoom in, that's where the detail comes in and where the satellite imagery is important, because for instance, if you wanted to figure out the tributaries of a particular river because you were planning on a trip to go through the Amazon, you could literally use Google Earth, get down to the point where you can see the tributaries, map them out, calculate how far you're going to be walking into the jungle for that particular tributary and so forth. All of that is available through Google Earth through satellite imagery.
So
The reason why I know, I'll wrap this up real quick. I'll wrap this up very quickly. I'm not done yet.
You to stop there.
Okay, I'm going to have to wrap this up with the last thing I'm going to say, which is the reason why I said that you're not flying airplanes over the jungle, or at least the parts of the jungles that I know of, is because the national parks have a restriction in not only in Peru but in Brazil and other countries to not allow any aircraft flying over that part of the jungle. And they will literally call up their military and escort these planes out of the area if anyone goes over there. Google doesn't do that.
I've got a couple points to make then. Like, you guys like to say like bullshit about the Antarctic Treaty, like what government's going to stop you? But now we're not allowed to fly over Peru.
No, the national parks in Peru, which is about 40% of the Amazon territory that's on the other side of the Andes. All of that is restricted airspace.
And
You're trying to use that as a claim as to why they can't get footage of the Amazon with Google Earth?
No, they do good. They have Amazon footage. They use satellite imagery. They just don't use aircraft. Google use both aircraft and satellite imagery all the time. The point is they don't use the definitive or high resolution imagery off of aircraft because it's closer to the ground for the Amazon. They're not allowed to in different parts wherever there's a national park. If there's a city like Iquitos, you can get an imagery of Iquitos all the way down to Street View. That's the largest city that's
You're
in
telling
the
me
Amazon.
You're telling me that in Peru, in the Amazon, it's restricted airspace to where they don't let Google airplanes in there? That's what you're telling me, that you know that?
I know that for a fact. I live down here.
Well, I had a secondary point. That was just a gotcha. That was just like a zing. You know
Well,
what I mean?
and that Google or
You're dropping bombs everywhere, bro.
Or that Google
everywhere
can't have higher altitude devices as well. How would you know that?
What do you mean, like a balloon?
Any number of things that can be at high altitude.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Man, please let me go. Dude,
Okay. The winds are blowing in the wrong direction.
What about the Chinese balloon that just recently went over the United States?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Anyway, though,
No. All this does has something to do with it.
Okay, you guys are gonna laugh.
I want to make a
I'll
point.
see you later, Gio. It was a lot of fun.
I mean, whatever the case of the. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna mute people that are interrupting. It is getting hard to listen to. And he left anyways. But what was I gonna
He's
say?
a bad faith actor. He's a bad faith actor, that dude. Every time.
Dude, he knew he was cornered on like 3 accounts.
Yeah, because I said to him, you're dropping bombs everywhere. But where the Peruvian government's gonna ban me, fucking hell. Sorry.
I
had
to stop and go freaking right there.
Lou was about to bring up the fucking nail in the coffin, which was the Chinese balloon, and I was going to come in and let him know that the Peruvian Air Force only has 9 MiG-29s. They've got 9 fucking planes, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
They're gonna stop Google though.
Yeah, I know.
Google's like, all right, fine, no problem. We'll stay out of your area. Oh man.
No, yeah, but actually, my bigger point was about, how does he know? Because like he kept saying, like these are only things that you could see from a satellite. It's like, how do you know? Like, if it only takes like a zoomed in view, how do you know that it had to be taken from a satellite? Like a high altitude plane, or even not even a high altitude plane, but like a medium or like altitude plane is what it takes to get these views. You know, like how do you know that it's coming from a fucking high altitude?
Bro, it makes no logical sense how he can say that the camera can take so-called photos under the fucking water for algae, but it cannot take a clear photo so there's no fog on the ball.
Yeah,
You
he
like,
was. I had him
oh, fuck me.
caught like three ways to Sunday. You know.
Well, he was
Fucking-
saying that airspace in the Amazon is restricted and stuff, and that's why they have to be satellite pictures. But I mean, the thing is, what I was going to say is that Google Earth seems to be a mixture of like a cartoon model and local, actual high altitude footage, and some CGI and some just blurred out, just a ton of cut and pasted. There's
Just
all
for
kinds of hacked pieces and cuts in the ocean. And thing's a mess. It's a patchwork of CGI, cartoons, and then like actual graphic stuff. And then as you zoom into it, it just starts to actually render high altitude footage. How high altitude that is, hard to say, but there's nothing about it that would have to be a satellite outside of a sphere. It could just be high altitude above the surface of the Earth.
The way he was talking about Peruvian airspace, you'd think he thought that they were going to be like buzzing the treetops or something. Like, oh, there's a plane 50,000 feet in the air taking pictures over the Amazon. Peru's going to, they're going to scramble all 9 of their planes to shoot down the Google. Like, it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and
that was ridiculous.
There may be an altitude, like maybe they do control the lower altitudes because they don't want like Cessnas flying over the Amazon and stuff. Things like that. I could see that, but yeah, perhaps could be an altitude thing with the restriction he was talking about. I'd have to, we'd have to look into that, see what that is. But I mean, yeah, dude, exactly. 50, 60,000 feet, a drone, high altitude drone that's just taking. The military has the whole Earth map like that. They have to. I mean, there's no doubt. Like
Bro, I'm telling you,
is
that I told you about. That's been in place for 40 years. Like over 100 and I don't know how many nations have signed up to it, from US to China. Everybody's got their own planes. Everybody's sharing data. Like I don't get what is so like hard to comprehend. It's public.
Well,
we've been flying over each other's airspace.
Yeah,
for over 30 years, 40 years.
China got a balloon from one coast to the next. I mean, Peru is 13% the size of the United States mainland. They have 9 planes to cover 13% of the size of the United States. Dude, what that guy was saying was.
But we tracked that balloon from the time it was like before it passed Hawaii. We tracked it from the time that it fucking launched from China until the time it made its way to Alaska, until the time made its way south across like Montana, and then it tracked the rest of the way before we fucking blew it up when it reached the Atlantic.
You know, you guys have like your own. I think it's from the. Can't remember which.
An automated anti-air system called NORAD that's supposed to blow that shit up automatically without human intelligence involved.
No. But it's something else. You guys have an alphabet agency that actually has a contract, and there was an actual documentary maybe 15 years ago about how they just use high altitude balloons to make sure you guys are protected. And there's hundreds of them just popping around. I can't remember which alphabet agency at the moment it is.
I would have bought it if the news was like, yeah, we didn't want to blow it up because it could have been like a dirty bomb or something or whatever. But the fact that they told us that it was a balloon to spy on us, and then they were like, oh yeah, and then we just let it spy all the way across the United States. It's like, what are you? Yeah, dude, what are they smoking, dude?
That was just a straight. That was a straight hoax.
Yeah.
You don't just, and plus you don't just like blow something up, just and.
Dude, they said it was sitting at like less than 60,000 feet. They said it was like 40,000 feet. Like, dude, amateurs, flat earthers are sending balloons to 120,000 feet.
Well, I think
I'm
it's kind of
telling you,
it's like a weird, desperate move for them to make. You know, it seems like after the scamdemic, I called it the other day. I said it by mistake, but now I like it. It's spamdemic because it was like a spam. It was a spamdemic. They just spammed the news with massive amounts of fear and put a mask on your face, and the air's going to kill you, and that was it. They just spammed it nonstop. It's like, and then locked everything down. It's
Well, what came to? Sorry, go ahead.
But anyway. Well, I wasn't trying to totally dig into that, although we could. But anyways, I'm just saying that my main point with it was just to say that after it seems like they really were thrown off their game after that, because I think we fought back way more than they expected. It way surpassed what they thought we would do, how resistant we actually were. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people were going along with it and everything, and that was intense. But like at the end of the day, and then it just seems like the sky balloon or the Chinese balloon, that one's terrible because it actually shows that the countries do work together, because who just lets another actual country's balloon just float into your country? Like, who knows what that could have on it? Especially after the last scamdemic, plandemic thing. It's like, why would you just let a balloon come and possibly spray something out of it, a bioweapon? I mean, if they were really separate, so on one level, it reveals that they're not separate, but then their thing is probably to make it try to look like the countries could invade each other. So it just seems like they're just desperate. To me, it just seems like kind of a desperate move that's kind of weak.
Yeah, it is, because you don't like any.
I just posted a picture of that balloon. That is the balloon, the Chinese spy balloon. That is the one in infrared. Like, and I posted a little bit of made in China little meme on the side of it. But like, that's how you know it was from China. Like,
Oh, dude.
That's how you know.
No. I was saying, no military would actively just shoot something that's over civilians. Like, because you don't know what's on there first and foremost.
Yeah, the excuses are incredible. Like, it's all political.
Well, you would never even let it in if it was real.
Like,
if these countries were real, and there's this much like, you know, they got all these militaries, people got to fight for their country. Okay, think about this. You got kids going to war, fighting for their country in the military, thinking that's all legit. Meanwhile, and the military has billions of dollars of funding, and they have all the equipment they need. Meanwhile, we're so weakly protected that another country, China of all, can just send a balloon right into our world over here, right into our airspace.
But like, literally, they announced this thing as being seen.
It's just
over
beyond
Montana.
the point of absurdity.
Montana is like one of the least populated states in the entire United States. There's so much open range and free land where they could have dropped this thing on. There's no excuse to allow it to continue on over East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's
You wouldn't even let it in. Like I said, thousands. I mean, every month, year, etc. People are going to be they're going to the military. They're risking their lives. Meanwhile, the military is so bad that we couldn't even stop airplanes that were apparently hijacked going to the World Trade Center. That's unbelievable, Lee. Whoever these people are that are being paid for their job, they're doing a terrible job. Like, by far, almost the worst job possible.
Yeah.
But the
now,
thing is,
now they're
they didn't announce it to the public till it was over Montana. But apparently, they've been tracking it since it left China. They tracked it from China to Alaska.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
And then they washed it curve south to the United States. And then once it reached Montana, they announced it to us.
That all came right after the news. The mainstream media told us that they shot down UFOs. Don't forget that. That was in that week's news cycle.
Oh yeah. Oh, as soon as this happened.
Oh right, and then they went with that.
UFOs being dropped all over the place.
Yeah, that came shortly after that. Yeah, the Chinese spy balloon was like the first little thing of a new agenda, it seems, or at least some new level of a little bit of an event of just weird things in the sky. Oh, first it's a Chinese balloon, and then it's all these UFOs. Yeah, and they're actually putting that in. So yeah, that could be some pre-programming for the fake alien invasion possibility.
So absurd. It's so absurd. And people are like, oh, watch out for China. We got to ban TikTok. You know, we got to ban TikTok. I don't use TikTok. I'm not for TikTok, but TikTok is not our worry. Okay. Like like how about the DJI drones that are doing like centimeter friggin' geo or photogrammetry with lidar over all of our fucking ground, like that companies are buying and use and surveying, and all that data goes to this supercomputer. Like what about that? You know, like what, like dude, there's so much cooperation with China and Chinese companies and the Chinese Communist Party. Like what the fuck is this stupid fucking weather balloon that looks like a fucking satellite? And what the fuck does TikTok have to do with this?
That was funny the way you said
taking
that.
the info.
That was funny the way you said that. It reminded me of like there'd be a funny way to do that, like a comedian's voice. Be like TikTok is not the problem, guys. There's something more going on than just TikTok videos. Come on now.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
you
mean-
ban TikTok. They're taking your information, but we're stealing everything that you own,
Yeah,
that
we're
you
trying.
love,
Yeah. Meanwhile, they're
your
trying to.
mind. Don't worry.
Meanwhile, they're trying to control all the information so that it all comes through Chat GPT and other AI bots. That's what they're
Well,
headed.
because China and America have the hold on the world's most precious resource right now to like the elites, which are semiconductors that are only able to be produced in Taiwan right now. There's quite a lot of information on it. It's probably what the next war is going to be fought over. Semiconductors. They got semiconductors that are so small, they are half the size of a strand of DNA.
No chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they've reached their limit. They've reached their limits on how small the transistors can get, or they've almost reached it's or they can't get any smaller, and that'll be it.
Well,
I don't think.
I mean, they can try, dude. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
We already
They
won.
can't fight. They can't fight with China. Like if you got 1.5 billion people, and you guys have the LGBTQ people. Good luck.
No, I don't mean like we won against China. I mean like there are people who I feel like there's really just like 3 categories of people in the world. There's the people who are down to do bad shit, and they don't care at what level it is, like whether it's stealing a woman's purse on the side of the road or whether it's, poisoning an entire country or whatever. Then you've got the people who are just kind of in the middle of it all. Like they're not really bad, they're not really good. They're just like they're kind of indifferent almost. Like until they wake up and choose sides. And then you got the good. And I think the good people, we've already won. Like we won a long time ago. If you're not out there and if you're out there just trying to be less of a piece of shit than you were yesterday, you're doing just fine. Spreading the truth, speaking the truth. It's I think it's my buddy has a good way of explaining it. He says that we already won and we are routing the enemy right now. The enemy is they lost so badly. They're just trying to tear everything down as we just purge them from the earth. And we're doing it literally just by being kind and honest and hardworking.
Yep.
Crazy conspiracy, but
one little bit at a time. Yeah, each day. Yep.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, well said.
Just keep chipping away at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, bro.
I agree. And I think okay, if we almost view it like a game of chess, whoever these entities are, like the controllers, the different names people use, if we see it in a sense like a game of chess, meaning that they've obviously done a major co-opting. This would be like, let's say you're chilling with your family in your house, like husband, wife, beautiful kids, everything's great, life is fantastic, and then all of a sudden some other people come in, they're like, yo, we own you now, we own your house, you're going to work for us, you're going to, make minimum wage, so in a sense, like that's just a small scale example of in a way, like what I see has happened is like humans were living on the earth in a totally different, much more free, egalitarian, open type of connection with each other. And it was very harmonious, and there was abundance and free energy and travel, and there was no hardship and suffering. And then now these entities that are doing whatever they're doing, they've done it's like a takeover. Like they've come into our house of the earth basically, and they've been just running this whole program basically. So in that sense, what position are we in as the rest of humanity to like free ourselves from that and get back to sovereignty? And that is the part I resonate with what Platypus was saying in terms of like that we've already won that. Like that's already in the bag. And it's just a matter of it playing out. Like you said, almost like kind of like a healthy containment, you know, in some way, which I'm not saying any violence or not even any imprisonment, but in some way, like this toxic parasitic energy, it has to be like, there has to be some kind of a gentle transition. And so I think that's going to take time to build towards.
What? Okay, I know this is kind of corny, you know, in Star Wars, like the original ones, when Obi-Wan Kenobi's like, if you strike me down, I'll become like more powerful than you can ever imagine. That's like, I mean, to me, it seems like an obvious allusion to Jesus Christ, right? Where like biblically speaking, once Jesus was put up there on the cross, like we won, biblically speaking, whatever. But the way you're talking about, like with the whole nonviolence thing, it's like, yeah, when you act nonviolent and you just stand up for the truth, and I mean, sometimes fighting back is not the way to go. Like, you get struck down and like 20 people take your place. It's kind of crazy. It's like why the Roman Empire had to eventually stop persecuting Christians and then eventually make Christianity their like main religion, their state religion. They had to like try and co-opt it because people were just winning too hard. And the more they killed them, the more people were like, oh yeah, we don't want to act like that. Oh shit. I just saw some crazy shit in the sky. Fuck. I wish I was filming that. Oh, it's fireworks. Never mind.
People are going to start wearing body cams so they can catch the aliens when they come in.
Dude, I saw some UFO stuff the other day with a friend of mine, and then there was another guy there, and like 5 minutes before we saw it, all three of us together, I said, well, there was a fourth person, but he fucking pulled a Scully and like ran inside to try and see if like to check flight radar, because he's like, no, that's got to be an airplane, and like he missed like the crazy shit that happened. But anyways, 5 minutes before we saw it, I was asking this dude, I was like, yo, have you ever seen a UFO? And he was like, no, I've never seen one before. And 5 minutes later, we see some shit in the sky that was just like crazy.
Gio, about what you said about start wearing body cams, like people don't need to start. Like, what do you think these devices are? Like, people are recording all the time. The fact that they have their 5G or their 4G or whatever it is, and they're uploading to YouTube, there's always a camera pointed somewhere. Like, always.
Well, along with wanting to roll out in the future,
along with all the surveillance cameras, along with all the Ring doorbells, along with everything, like literally everything is recorded at this point. Like, they're not going to start doing it. It's already been happening.
I bet they have like already, like on the underground, like on the clandestine levels of these corporations and governments, like on the deeper level of like the quote unquote secret society level. I wouldn't doubt that they're already developing something like a mask, like a whole face mask, basically, almost like a helmet. And it would have your cell phone screen on it. It's got your body cam thing on it. It would have your mask or whatever, because the air is going to be poisoned by the aliens if they do some fake story like that. So like the air is toxic and it's going to kill you, even though what's really killing people are, you know, the
wearing the headset.
Me personally, all the shit they're actually giving them, claiming that it's other thing, you know, medicine, and it's not.
To me, you're just describing the pod.
Me personally, this whole fake alien invasion.
Dude, we should run a movie script, Platypus, bro. We should do it.
This fake alien invasion, I don't think it's ever going to actually happen, honestly. Like, it's too predictable. Like, it's too predicted.
Well, it's like a blend of the mask and the Google glasses, like, because they're doing all these new glasses things now where you can have. Have you seen those ones where they're actually pretty cool? Like, I even I don't know if I would want to get them or not.
Hold on, pause before you get into this.
So I wanted to talk about, like, have you looked into Amazon Sidewalk? Sidewalk uses ultra low band and it steals from you. If you have a Ring doorbell or an Echo device or a security camera from Amazon, it steals a little bit of your bandwidth and it shares it as a new like Wi-Fi network between you and all of your neighbors and shit like that. And
Yeah,
it creates like
crazy.
this ultra low band. So and what they claim is that even if the power goes out in your neighborhood, that it will operate without it. So that
Yeah,
they can still.
I know that technology. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know about that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, because you can also have sensors all around the house, like on the windows, without having to wire it. You know, it's all wired. It's like low band.
It's
like a
all
low
about
band wireless.
surveillance. It's all
Yeah.
about surveillance technology.
No,
Like
but
they
what I
got
was going to
this
say
on-
is that there's these new products that are coming out. They're like glasses, and they kind of look like sunglasses, but maybe they're a little bigger and thicker, but they're like sunglasses. And basically, it gives you like a 180-inch screen in your eyes, like in the glasses. Like that's what they claim. Like it looks like a movie screen, and then you could hook it up to your phone, like Bluetooth or through a cable. How all that stuff. I think they're probably a lot of more wireless. So I'm just saying they're like they actually look kind of cool. Like imagine you could be like wherever, like on an airplane or traveling or something, and it just depends on whether you're into that kind of thing, having like screens up near your eyes and some artificial thing. And there's all the VR stuff too. But I did think about it, and I saw some people that were using it, and it did look pretty cool to where they're basically just like kind of sunglasses, but you could turn your phone screen on to have this massive screen, right in front of your eyes or whatever. But anyways, I was only saying that the mask or that kind of helmet thing I was saying would be like a blend of all those. It would be like the glasses, VR thing with the mask, with the possibly like body cam, the whole like medical control, suit or whatever.
I follow technocracy pretty well. No, it'll be a contact lens at first, and then eventually they'll try to.
Well, then
like,
there's that.
augment-
Yeah. Well, that should be coming. They already have it, but yeah, that would be the
it
next.
exists. It already exists. It already exists, but it's very expensive. So they're gonna reduce the cost of that, and they're gonna market that to us. But
not everyone will want the contacts, something in their eyeball. But yeah, that is coming, I'm sure.
yeah, no, the augmented reality, the AR and VR lens that you can put literally as a contact onto your eyeball.
Right, that's what they use. They use that in the ISS fakery. It looks like.
Right. Yeah. But it and it's not only speculation. Like it literally does exist, but it's extremely expensive to make. So, but that's only the first step. They want to augment your eyes. They want to augment your DNA. They want to augment you as a person.
So,
but yeah,
what do we do?
But that idea that we've already won, just going back to that too, like I think it's just a matter of time. And I think it'll be a pretty natural transition. Like there's also the idea, like whoever these kind of controllers are, these entities, there's also the idea that like they can break down from the inside, like whatever they have going on, which is a whole nother question. Cause there's the question, are they even human? Ultimately, the people, I mean, we know there's a lot of humans involved, but is it all human, or is there another race or another type of entity or being that's actually behind it all? I think there is. I don't think this is all human, but I think they have a lot of humans doing their, kind of dirty work for them, basically, and carrying stuff out for them. But anyways, I was just saying, whoever that, whether it's human or whether you see it as that possibly could be another entity or another species, or whether they're all humans, either way, there is the idea that they can like kind of fall apart from their own, just within themselves, like on their own side of things. They can just either crumble from the inside, either from tensions they have, from like unexpected health or death situations can happen in the families or whatever is going on with that. There can be like huge shifts of energy in that way too. So I'm just saying that even though it seems like almost unsurmountable that we the people, as it were, could actually like get our sovereignty back from this control matrix, because they have control over the money, the military, the police, the politics, the science, the medical, the oil. I mean, the media. It just goes on and on and on. So the depth of it. But anyways, my final point is just to say that. But the one thing to consider though is that if they kind of like weaken or break down from their just within themselves, then it's just like a more natural flow for the rest of us to be able to continue moving.
So,
we can all move forward through that, basically. As they.
So here's where they rely on that we will never be able to gather as like a complete group to say fuck you, you've gone too far.
Well, but they don't know we can't do that, and I would say we can do that.
I would love to think that we can, but they rely on the idea that we can't.
Dude, ever since I was a child, ever since I was a child, I've always had this idea of why don't we all just walk outside our houses one day and just be like, we're not doing this anymore. Sorry, we're not doing your taxes and all this corruption. Like, just everyone refuse. Like we're fixing this right now, and we're not going to use your money and whatever. We would be able to solve it overnight.
All right,
the only way it would work, Gio,
be realistic.
is
even
if all the
within this
phones are
community,
thrown in the fire.
Even in this community, everybody here is using their technological spy devices in order to communicate to each other. We are reliant on them to do this. And we're looking for their technology to free us. We're looking for their technology to be the answer. Like somehow we can utilize it to usurp them. No, you can never. It's all under their control. All of it. Yeah, literally you have to become a Luddite. You have to throw your device in the fire, and you have to start relying on your actual neighbors. It's the only way to actually beat them. And if you
that's not entirely true. All you need to do is leave your phone at home like in the day and leave the house without it. Take your debit card and cash and just leave the house. People just want to take their phones with them. But if they just treated their phones like a home phone, that would end a lot of BS.
See, I don't really see the phone. I don't see the phones as a threat. Like my view on okay, I don't overuse my phone, but I do use it, and it comes very much in handy.
Do you carry it with you?
Well, okay. Whenever I have it on my body, like if I have to have it in my pocket or in my jacket, jacket pocket and all that, I always have it in airplane mode. So GPS is off, the cell data, everything is off. Although
do you know that your phone pings more often while it's in airplane mode than it does in regular mode?
Well, I would say way less, but it does. It still does.
No. It actually pings at a more frequent rate when it's in airplane mode because it doesn't have those other things, and it really wants to know where you are.
Lou, what's the problem with carrying your phone on you?
It's always spying. It is a surveillance device.
And
it
what
is always
that?
watching.
Why is that problematic?
You cannot speak freely without them hearing.
Well, when they hear it, what are they going to do with the information?
Yeah, that's what I was going to kind of tap into. I was going to say, Lou, like my viewpoint on this, I just don't see that the surveillance stuff is intense, and one could get very concerned about it and all of it. And I hear all that, and I don't put down anyone else's concerns that they may have. However, for me, I just feel like, yes, they are able to listen to all this data, and they're absolutely collecting it all. However, there are so many people, and there's much fewer of them than there is of us. So they can't possibly listen to it all. Now they can try to collate it and organize it and pull it up. And I don't doubt that they do that if they need to look at a certain person or whatever. But I just think that they're so driven on whatever they're going to be rolling out. I don't think they have the ability to even do the individual level of anything that would matter. So to me, I don't see it as a threat.
That's wishful thinking.
Don't see it. I just don't. Hold on. Let me just finish the last.
It's an argument from incredulity.
All right. Let me just finish the last part of it, which is just to say. So to me, I don't feel like it's any threat. I feel like yes, they're collecting it, and in theory, they could come and listen, but I just don't think it's ever going to come to that by the time that their whole power position.
Let me ask you this before you. Let me ask you this. Do you get targeted ads every time you're not expecting it? Like when you talk about something, does your music app play songs because you mentioned an artist? Do you get ads for a device because you mentioned for me, right now I have pain in my shoulder blade, like, and all of a sudden I'm getting targeted ads for it. Sure, I've talked about it, but they're listening all the time. Every time I speak about something, it only takes minutes before I have targeted ads.
Right.
Minutes.
Well,
you don't have to
almost
have.
never switched off.
You don't have to
It's
have.
some-
Well, yeah. Oh yeah. I
It's
turn
some threshold.
all those off. I turn all those off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
If
turn
some
it off
threshold
too.
gets broken,
That's
though.
the problem. I turn that off too.
No,
Here's the
no,
thing,
you have to
though.
go into
Here's the
other
thing, though.
things.
Like, Point one, is that it's
say
not.
there's one company that I don't know, they're found out to be, you know, really bad, and then lots of people find out. Then, you know, there's numerous hackers around the world that could just take over these companies. Like, us people can still take them back, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But then what would someone else do with all this data?
I
That's
know.
either, but if it was taken
I have
back
a
by
really good
someone
example.
who was trustworthy, yeah, if it was like recovered by someone who's trustworthy, and that's what we'd all have to hope for, because obviously we'd all like all of this stuff to be private, our time with our family, our friends, our loved ones. I don't see a time where that's beneficial. I mean, maybe like it's in the Akashic records, like it's in the high levels of consciousness, like obviously it's in consciousness on that level, but it seems like it would be nice that this all was kept private, you know.
I'll argue that they're already reading your mind. You don't even have to say it out loud. they're already reading your mind.
Well,
so like
I
check
mean, the
this
thing
out.
with the phones, Lou, you don't have to have one too. There's that argument too. You know, you don't
Yeah,
have to.
they're already reading your mind. You don't even have to turn it off or anything. This was like 2 years ago already. I was in the market to buy a new vehicle, and I live in a northern environment. It was the winter. I want something with all-wheel drive that would be low profile, that would fit into a low garage. And I got behind a Jeep that seemed like it might fit it. And I had my phone down on the console, and I didn't speak anything out loud. I was by myself. I was following behind a certain type of Jeep, and I was thinking to myself. I said, "Yeah." I was following it and going, "That might be good for me." You know, like, yeah, would that fit my garage? It would be close, but maybe it would.
So is it making us all really good poker players? So we're going to end up not thinking what we actually want to think.
Hold on. It wasn't just an ad that I got. 2 hours later, I got a text message from one of those like 5-digit numbers, like 8765302 or whatever the fuck it was. You know, where you get those weird. It's not a phone number.
Text now for nudes.
It had a Carfax report for the exact same make and model of the vehicle I was following, with all of its like records for like accident reports and all that shit, and it and its price and where it was for sale. A car, like, literally telling me, this is the car you're looking for. This is the one that you thought of.
I mean, a lot of people
never said anything out loud.
Hold on, Lou. Okay, are you done?
Yeah.
It was God telling you to buy the car, bro. That's your car.
Oh,
Just
I was
buy it.
gonna say, some people like those services though, you know, because they're like, oh, like I need like a step stool, you know, and then they say to their Alexa like, I like step stools or whatever, and then Alexa just starts pumping them with step stool stuff, and then one day there's one that just pops up on their feed and they just buy it. Like I'm saying, like for some people, they actually may like those services.
Oh yeah, no, it might be really convenient. It might have been the perfect vehicle for me. I found it extremely intrusive. Like, why are you fucking reading your? Well, why the fuck are you reading my mind? Because I never spoke a word about it.
Well, then that could just be a coincidence, but
it's not. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, when I say coincidence, I mean
you could have typed it up the day
within the.
before and forgot about it because you had those beers.
I just meant like within the like fractal, infinite like the fractal infinite number sequence of like sacred geometry, certain things can line up to where it's like a harmony.
Dude,
And so like
I've never
things like
received one
hold
of
on,
those
bro.
messages
Hold on.
before
Lou,
or after.
hold on, Lou. You're totally just talking right over me. Let me just finish what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I am. But dude, you're trying to explain it away. I've never, ever received one of those types of messages before or after. It was only when I was very highly focused and following this vehicle for miles and thinking about it that I got that message. And afterwards, never again. They didn't like keep feeding me Carfax reports. Never got one, ever. Not one. Just that one.
Yeah. No, that is interesting. Have you ever like heard of things where someone like they go buy some food and then their change is 33 cents. And then later they pull up at a parking meter and there's 33 minutes left on the meter. And then obviously I'm using 33. That is like a known like lucky number and a sacred number and so on. But you could take any number like 57 or 68 or whatever. And that number shows up like multiple times, you know, like in one day or something like that. So there are really interesting ways in which like it does seem like within something that would seem random, there actually does seem to be like a time cyclical order to it.
Are you telling me that they were able to read my mind and predict me and give like know me better than I know myself and advertise to me in such a case where it was so specific that it never happened before, never happened after, and they didn't ever get it wrong and advertise to me in another way. Like it was literally like it was a text message that I got. It wasn't like an ad. It wasn't like something on social media.
Oh wait, okay. Describe the story again, and if you could try to be concise, because I know you're in the zone now. But so just say it again one more time. So it was a car you were looking into, but you had never searched for it. You only thought about it. You were driving.
I never
you were
looked
driving
into it.
behind
I
one.
was literally driving behind it, and I
Okay.
was looking at it, and I was thinking about it.
Okay.
That's it.
And then you got it. And then you got this text.
Home. And then I got home and I got a text message from an anonymous, weird number with had a Carfax report for the exact same make and model that was for sale in my area.
Okay. So had you looked up, that's very interesting. That's really interesting if that all happened the way you said it did. Now, did you, okay, were you already in the market for a car in that category?
No, I'd never
Not at all.
done any searches. No searches.
Are
No
you
searches.
Sure?
Literally no searches. I was
100%.
literally only thinking.
Okay, all right. That is okay. So you didn't. Okay, and did you even did like your wife or girlfriend or if you're married, I think or any other family members search for it?
Nope, I live by myself. It's just me.
And then the text message you got. What was that like? What was that from? Was that just a spam one, like out of the blue, or was it like some company that you had already given your? Hold on, was it some company that you had already given your number to?
No, never given. Dude, I'm very cautious about that stuff. I take myself off of every list possible. I don't subscribe to anything. I don't ever like.
So let me just recount the story.
YouTube channel.
All right, let me recount the story. So in your mind, only thinking, you're like, oh, there's this category of car I might be looking into maybe getting one, but you swear to God, you never search for it. You're on the road one day, you're driving behind one, you're behind it, and you're like, oh wow, the thing looks pretty cool or whatever. And then you're just telling me that later that day, with no other searches, no other anything, you just get a text message out of the blue, like a spam text message, basically, it sounds like, because it doesn't sound like any company it's not like a company that you gave your number to. And it's literally a Carfax for that car make and model in your local area. Like a for sale thing? Is it a for sale thing?
Yeah, for sale, like available to buy with a Carfax report.
Oh, okay.
With and literally like not just later that day, but like within the hour or two.
Okay. I mean, the two ways I would describe that, okay, there's the one possibility that whoever the media creator, media company, like the clandestine level of the media world, that they like CIA, all the rest of that stuff, to where they do it like you could, like that's one thing you were saying, like some mind reading ability or something.
It's the only way I can explain it. It's the only
but another explanation for it would be, like I was saying before, like these synchronicities there are synchronicities. Synchronicities are a very real phenomenon. So
I've never had that happen with any other car or any other time.
Yeah. But have you seen some synchronicities that have happened that have been so unbelievably like unique?
No, nothing, dude. That one was blatant. Like I've never had a blatant thing like that ever
But
happen.
that's the thing. Like it was a one-time thing. It hasn't happened multiple times. I was like, from what you're saying, you know, if it had happened multiple times, then maybe it would be more likely that what you're saying is the case. But I think because it happens less likely, it's more likely that what Gio's saying is the case.
Well,
So I was a victim once.
Well, let's let someone else get into it.
I'm not saying it as a victim.
And it just happened to be perfectly in line with what I was thinking in my head.
No, I know exactly what you mean, dude. Yeah, I mean, if I had that experience where, let's just say I was going to buy a new car and I'm like, oh, I want to get like a mid-size SUV or whatever it is, you know, one of those crossovers, whatever it may be, or a larger size. You have one in your mind and you're thinking of it. If you've never done any searches or even muttered the words to anyone, and then you randomly get one of these like out of the blue text message of all things to your phone.
It was literally the moment I got home. Like I followed it for like 20 minutes. I got home and I sat my phone down. I got to the computer and like 5 minutes later, here it is.
Well, you know what that could have been though? That could have been someone else who did request that car, because you can do that. You can go to these Carfax.com, you give them your cell phone number and you say, hey, if there's a new one in my area, like text message me. They have all that shit, right? So somebody could have put your number in by mistake, like they mistyped their own number, or they put your number in and it happened to be for that same car.
Yeah, that's mad to think about.
Now, are you sure?
Find it that way.
Hang on, it's definitely pardon me if I could interject here, because I have a couple questions about this, because I do this stuff for a living.
You're one of those creeps?
No. I don't do text, like spam text messages for a living. No.
No,
but
targeted advertising, you're a creep. But go ahead.
Yeah. So, are you sure you didn't go to a website?
Yeah, I'm positive, 100%. I like literally did not need a vehicle. I was just thinking about it in my head about like if I was to get a different vehicle, like what would I be interested in? That's all. It wasn't like I was in need. I was like, what would be the type of vehicle that I'd be looking into?
Right.
I'm surprised they didn't offer you an electric car so you could follow other cars silently.
Yeah, let me ask you this. So you're saying that you just texted somebody else that's
No, I never texted anybody. Never texted anybody.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, okay, that type of message sounds to me like it would be one that if someone goes to Carfax.com and they're starting looking into, they open an account, whatever it may be, they'll say, hey, give us your phone number. We'll text you when there's a car available in your area. You know, they have all kinds of notifications, things like that. So it sounds like that type of message. But I don't know for sure.
I literally never put my name in a search. Never said what I'm looking for. Never said no. I was just behind the vehicle and went.
Did you go to a car website, Joe? Just looking around.
No, not even once. No.
Okay. Huh.
This is how the universe works sometimes, you know, and if you can tap into it, you can use it for your benefit.
Maybe that car was like on
Well,
some
there are
sort of.
services out there that can enhance data, like, so, you know, like drop contact is one. Like, you can, if you have any type of information about somebody, it'll go out and try to find the rest of it and like
Dude, it's not
boost
that
all the
weird.
CRM,
Like,
but that's not what you're saying, right?
Pay attention to your phone, dude. Your phone is paying attention to your thoughts, your rhythms. It is the stuff that you don't say out loud that it is predicting, at the very least, predicting. I'm telling you, this shit is your devices, your smartwatch, your smartphone, your smart devices. They're somehow reading your fucking mind.
I wouldn't say they're reading your mind. The only way that they could do that is by reading behavior gathered from years and years. You know, so they're just look at similar behavior.
Yeah, but
patterns.
I didn't. But in that case, I had no behavior. Like I had none.
Well, Lou, what I was mentioning
Yeah, but
before,
they're
so
report-
like in my in the grad school program that I did, we actually studied like it within those fields, like the actual phenomenon of synchronicity within psychology, within sociology, within like world events. There's many ways that it comes through. Like Carl Jung was one of the first to really study it in depth, at least in our modern time. You know, and then he obviously his ideas of the collective unconscious and all of that component as well. But with the synchronicities part, like I'm saying, like a lot of these like happened back in the 40s and 30s and 20s, like, you know, not even in modern time with cell phones.
Bernays,
And there are
yeah.
synchronicities that are just unbelievable that can happen on such a wide spectrum.
You can get lucky here and there, like things just happen to fall into place.
Well, no, it's do you know what? But do you know what like the you know what synchronicity is, and the way I'm referring to it? It's like an real quick. It's basically like an acausal connecting principle. So there isn't necessarily a seeming cause as to how those two things came together. So it's acausal, but it's a connecting principle that seems to connect different things through time in a way that's like incredibly poignant and synced up in a cycle and is synchronous within time.
Synchronized in meaning.
I get what you're saying, but I'll say this to any advertiser that's listening: like, if you target me, I will not buy your product. You're a fucking creep.
I mean, I hear you, dude. I don't buy anything that is advertised to me. I have that same rebellious quality, but anything that's advertised to me, I'm like, yeah, I'll pass. You know, so yeah, but
well, whatever that was directly targeted to you. So how the fuck can you say that was bad?
Dude, targeted advertising. Dude, I opt
Well,
out
like I said,
of all.
I'm just imagining as well, like you just throw your phone across the room. Like,
I never uttered a word about wanting a new vehicle. I never even uttered a word about the type of vehicle or anything. I literally just thought about it in my fucking head. And then 2 hours later, I got not just an ad for vehicles, but like the specific vehicle.
Well, for example,
hold on a sec. Does your car have a camera? Does your car have a camera?
Okay, I got it.
No,
But
the car
I would
does
be
not have a
interested.
camera.
Is there a way you can reply and say, how did you know? Or can you reply to that?
You can't reply to those numbers. They're automated.
Yeah, you can.
Well, give me like 20 seconds to just lay this out. Let me just say this real quick. So one of the famous synchronicities with Carl Jung that really like initiated him on a lot of his research with it. He was like a psychologist and he was like a dream analysis. So people would come and like share their dreams, and he would work with people who wanted to work with their dream states and what it meant for them and all of that stuff. And there was a woman in his office one day, and she was recounting a dream to him, like telling him the dream and everything. And in the dream, there was a scarab beetle that was like a symbolic thing in her dream, like this scarab beetle. And right as she's describing it, a real life scarab beetle comes up to the window and literally knocks on the window. It started knocking up against the window. Now, this never happened in this office building. It's not like these scarab beetles come there all the time and that has never happened before in that ever. And the scarab beetle arrives right at the window, literally like knocking against the window. He ended up opening the door. The scarab beetle came right up like friendly and just sat there and just was chilling, just looking beautiful. And then it ended up like flying away. And that was right at the moment that the woman was recounting a dream that she had in which a scarab beetle was in her dream. So there are things that can be synced up, like I'm saying, in ways that like surpass what you could even think.
It's like you're saying that was an omen and I should have bought that car. Like, dude.
No, I'm just saying that it can sync up like that. I'm just saying there can be incredible. Well, no, if you drew that meaning from it, then yes, that could. If that was meaningful for you,
I don't draw that meaning. No, I draw the meaning of. I draw the meaning of there are a ton of people who have completely invaded my privacy, that I have literally not just like what I look at and what I speak about, but everything I think is invaded. Like,
Okay.
And
Well, I
So
mean,
what kind of app? What apps do you have on your phone?
dude, I keep a minimalistic app thing too. I
Right.
don't use this shit.
Yeah, these days I've been much more
your intuition, just telling you you're right, and yeah, you needed that car. You know.
I mean, if it was the universe showing you that was the best car for you, that would be amazing. If it was actually
no. Jeeps aren't that good. Like I was just literally thinking if it would fit in my garage. That's it.
Like man, that's such good targeted advertising. I don't know, even though you perceive it as a spam message, that's such fucking amazing.
It could be spam.
precision,
It could
though,
be
isn't
spam.
it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if it was spam, then the explanation would then have to be that it's just that the universe did it, basically, or God, consciousness, reality, whatever you want to call it, the creative intelligence of the universe, like synced it up that way.
No. Or somebody is fucking literally listening to my thoughts.
No,
Yeah,
it
like
works
Siri.
practically, Lou. What you
Siri?
put out there comes back, the law of attraction and all of that.
Or
Hey,
look, Google
Siri,
Maps,
or
like
hey Alexa. Do you have
I
a
don't.
Google
I
Maps?
have to tell you
Google
this.
Maps knew you were driving. Google Maps knew you were driving behind that fucking Jeep, and
I mean, but it's possible that they knew I was behind it. Yeah, if the person was using. No. I mean,
but it's not targeted.
I don't think I had that app open because I was just driving a normal route. Like I wasn't like being navigated.
Here's the thing. Okay, for it to be hold on. There's three categories of what this could be in. I see it could be a valid advertising thing if you went to a website and put your phone number in, or if someone else by mistake typed your phone number, like maybe theirs ended with a 2 and they typed a 1 instead, and now that's your number. That's possible. And then it happened to be that they just were in the same category
So
of cars.
it happened by accident. It happened by accident.
That's one explanation.
That's
Another
the most rational and rare, but rational explanation. Yeah.
Yeah. The next explanation would be
that's the only look. The accident thing, maybe, but this was not accidental. Like literally, dude. This like.
But here's the thing, Lou. Here's what doesn't go with your story, though. If it's a big conspiracy and they have super technology that can listen to all your thoughts, if you consider that text a spam, meaning you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's not even like it's just showing up on your Facebook feed or something.
I took it as a threat. I took it as a fucking threat.
But I could actually give another argument for that conspiracy theory. I could say, but what if they just slipped up? Meaning that they're just getting all the information. They normally wouldn't have sent you one, but their system glitched. So if you want to go deeper conspiracy with it, you could say that you could go that. But
yeah, let me ask you this. So you say you have minimal shit on your phone. So do you have Facebook on your phone, or do you have Facebook
I don't use social media. I don't use social media. No,
none of
I
it.
mean, Discord's the only
what
thing.
app do you have? What app do you have on your phone that I could even try to imagine that would even be able to try to live? Like, do you have an iPhone or a Google phone?
It's Android.
What?
It's an Android. It's a Google.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have like your Gmail connected to it then?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's it.
Because I have Gmail on my phone, that's it.
Maybe.
Because
Gmail
is reading my thoughts. What? I don't get what you're saying.
I guess what I'll say, Lou, I guess
the access permissions that you have, like you're giving Google, are more than you actually realize. And sometimes, maybe I'm just trying to figure out. So, what's the point of this conversation?
I'm giving them access to my brain. Yeah, obviously, I give them permission somewhere.
I think this is ultimately Lou's late night giving us the black pill mic drops.
Yeah. So, what's the point of the conversation? Is it to try to diagnose and try and figure out why, or is it just like, oh fuck, that's weird? Like, what? I'm trying to figure it out so I don't.
It was about how these devices are spy devices, and they're not just spy devices like you think. Like they're not just predictive algorithms. Like they're doing more than you think. You know, when you give an accept button to Google in any form, Google
That's what I'm
is
saying.
Google is a forever beta. And whatever
Yeah.
programs they want to try to produce, you are now a test subject.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
so,
by the way, that term black pill, by the way, has nothing to do with race or anything, but it's the idea. There's like that idea of white pill and black pill, and the idea that like, just like the idea of positive and negative, that polarity. And like, I guess,
Well,
Lou,
also,
your whole thing is trying to tell us we should all be scared that they're reading our minds. Is that kind of what you're trying to? I mean,
it also has to go with like the phone device. Yeah, is it a Samsung?
Yeah. Who are
I don't
you?
think they can read our minds. I'll just tell you, Lou. I don't think they can read our minds. So no, they're
They
not
can
doing.
predict everything, though.
I don't think they're doing it for anyone. All they can do is collect our data. Now, there's stuff happening on the spirit world level, though. There are like demonic entities.
Why do you think they're so concerned with biometrics and getting a fucking pulse reader on you and everything else too?
Hold on a second, Gio. You're dead on, but I think that it's kind of minimizing by saying they're just collecting your data. But by collecting your data, I think that there's some predictive analytics that go along with it. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, they also influence you into a certain way of behavior, so they can then gather more data on that behavior.
Yeah, and then it can predict what you want and when you're going to want it, kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're doing
What
all
if it
that
said?
stuff.
Yeah.
They're collecting a
What
lot
if
of.
it said, Lou, you could do with some more beer?
What
you buy
you're
more
what
beer
you're
then, Lou?
Yeah.
I'm out of beer. I'm on the hard liquor. Go and fuck yourself.
You'd say, yeah, fuck, I do need to buy more beer.
What you're describing though is like a random text message. That's weird. That's odd. You're right.
Yeah, no, I've never experienced it before then or after then. Like
But
that's.
what I'm
that's the
saying though,
weird
Lou,
part.
but you didn't really respond to what I said. So if you're saying that it's that they're reading your mind and the CIA, whoever it is reading your mind, and then they knew that you had that
I didn't
thought.
say who was doing
Hold
it.
on, let me finish, dude, please. If they knew you had, if I'm wrong, then just correct me after I'm done. Just so if you're saying that they knew that, or they were reading your thoughts, the thing is, if you considered that message a spam message, meaning you're like, what the F is this? Then why would they like reveal that they're reading your mind by sending you a spam text message, just hoping that you'll somehow accept the spam you're saying and to go and buy in the car? Or
Dude,
is it?
Yeah. No, I think it was literally targeted advertising, but it was to another level that I've never seen before and never seen since.
I have never had it to where I felt like they were reading my mind. However, I have had it to where
none of you have ever experienced this. I get it. None of
That's
you.
right. That's awesome.
You don't.
I think it's fucking awesome. I think that you should reply and say, "How did you know?" or something like that.
I know. You should
know what I
text
mean?
them, be like,
Well, that was seriously. That was like 2 years ago. Like,
was it
it
was it
2
from
years
a
ago.
company though? Did it say like Carfax.com or whatever? Or did it say was it a company?
No, it was a link to a Carfax report from like a weird number, like just kind of like those spam numbers that you do get, like just like 5725303. You know, like.
But I mean, all right. So your conspiracy theory is that they're reading your mind to send you spam advertising. Is that what you're telling us?
No. It was like it was from a spam number, but it was extremely targeted.
Okay, but you're telling me that there's a. I know, but you're telling us
it
that
was not spam. It was not spam. It was
okay, but it is
targeted.
Well, it is considered a spam message though, in terms of like the world, meaning that like
No.
you got it you're saying
No,
it was
it's not
unsolicited.
spam. It's not that in that context. It's not spam.
And your phone wasn't on the dash, like seeing the car in front.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it was down on the console, like face down, like next to me.
But even that wouldn't do it.
And
Well,
on top of that, I tape my cameras.
but you didn't even fully respond to what I was saying. Because what I was saying is that if you're telling us that it is some, CIA, Illuminati, whatever, like surveillance system that you're claiming you are thinking that it could be able to read your thoughts or whatever. If you're saying that, then what I'm saying is that why would they read your thoughts to literally send you a message that they know you're going to think is spam?
I'm not saying they know me well enough. I'm saying that they knew enough to what I was looking into. They saw my interest in it, and they thought, hey, perhaps if I send him a link to this, he'll buy it because it's what he was looking at.
Right. So, Gio, he just admitted earlier that it wasn't necessarily spam now that he thinks about it. Is that correct?
Yeah, no. It's spam to me would be something that's random. This was not random.
Right.
Well, there's different types of what one could consider spam. I mean, if there's like a wrong number type thing where you just get some text message from whatever, which yeah, I'm sure we've all gotten at least one in our lives or more at some point. So where you just get something that is like either somebody put your number in on a website somewhere by mistake or on purpose.
Nobody did that. Nobody did that.
You don't know that.
Literally.
But the thing, dude, the fact that you're saying it was a car report, like in the Carfax report, it almost sounds like one of those ones where you put your number in and request a car report.
Yeah, it sounds like that, but nobody did that. That's the thing.
Have you never had someone
But
ring your
so-
number by accident?
So we agree that it wasn't spam. It was imaginatively, like amazingly targeted. So that in alone of itself isn't spam, right?
At least
it's
by
just
your and
weird
my
how they
at least by
figured it
your and
out.
my definition, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just super duper weird how they figured it out. It send you that exact message on that car, specific model, and
At that time.
whatever.
At that time, literally within the hour or two of me like looking at it and thinking about it.
Yeah.
I have
So,
heard one other
that's what I'm
person.
saying.
I have heard one other person say that he has had that experience. I guess I don't want to necessarily call him out because he's not here. Although I guess I will mention he has said it on the live stream before. Although I'm not quoting him, or I mean, maybe but I remember Riggs has said that where he had an experience where he thought like it was only something he thought, and then it showed up in like an advertising thing. So I don't know whether his conclusion is that they can read his mind or whatever. But so Lou, you're saying you believe this now that these entities can do that?
Dude, this was I believed in this for years before that happened because of other idiosyncrasies. That one was a dead giveaway to me.
So then you
okay?
live your life thinking that nothing is private. Not even your thoughts.
No,
not even your thoughts when you're in the bathroom taking a shit by yourself. No
Yeah,
phone.
dude.
I mean, come on.
I worry about the type of porn I jerk off to, man. Like it's like fuck you, dude. Like you know what I mean? Like, dude.
Well, that stuff they can track. They don't need to read your mind for that.
Well,
yeah,
no.
No. What I'm
That's
saying
what I'm
is,
saying
if you have a bad thought about like let's say a married woman, right? Like, and it's a friend of yours. They know that you're thinking about her. They do.
Well, you're almost talking about like that predictive analytics kind of stuff, like Gio was talking about. Like data is data,
That's a
and then there's
lustful thought.
predictive analytics.
Yeah, were you too scared to test it, like to try and get the next thing you wanted, like to see if it would?
Oh, dude, I don't want to test it. Yeah, I'll admit to that too. Yeah, I don't want to fucking test it, dude. What the fuck?
You're talking about something that happened 2 years ago, and now you're just like, yeah, do it again. Do it again right
Gay
now.
midget turn up on his doorstep if he does that.
Now, do you guys know about the lizards? The lizards your mind. They can control your mind to
No, I'm not worried about lizards. No, I'm not worried about lizards.
No,
Okay,
but like if you were to think about like the thought of the Akashic records, isn't all thoughts already like out there? It's not like it is private in a sense.
Dude,
Right. Well, from the perspective that like we're all one and that there's a creator, one creator, from that perspective, it's all shared. There are no secrets ultimately on that level.
Right, but no, what I'm telling you is that they have broken the bounds of not just like when it comes to privacy, like not just what you allow into your home or what you know, like there is literally no privacy whatsoever now that you've invited this technology into your houses.
You know what?
They can literally do whatever they want. If they're able to read your mind, it's their propriety. Not only do you not have the right to that privacy, but it is their property for stealing it.
It's your data. You agreed to it. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no,
Like-
Lou, we get. Oh, sorry. You done?
So yeah, I just a quick thought to finish there on that. Like when your phone is pinging Wi-Fi, that, depending on the apps that you have on that on your phone, that it's sharing that data of who else is connected to that Wi-Fi all the time. You know what I mean? Like that MAC address for your device or your laptop or your TV or whatever you watched or whatever on your YouTube, whatever. All that shit is going into a fucking, some sort of goddamn data collecting mechanism that's
And
going
it's
in.
been doing that for it's been doing that for like 2 decades now. Like
yeah,
we're so late. We're so late on this fucking one.
Well,
like,
Lou,
you
you
guys
know,
all
this will
want to
probably get
challenge
you.
me.
This will get you. I'm sure you'll be excited about this if you're thinking all this. But Lou, have you heard about people that have drank the orange juice? That they now have Bluetooth MAC addresses. You know about that?
Yeah. No, I've heard that one. Quite possible. Never seen it.
You have to apparently
don't
put a
doubt it.
device. You have to put your device into developer mode, and meaning so you can't just do it with your regular Bluetooth screen like on your. You have to go to developer mode so you can see all of the actual signals. And then, of course, it's going to pick up a lot of stuff. So, like you said, a lot of people in their homes, they got all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, you can't just do it there. So they've done it where they had people in a field, and they had like 10 people that had the orange juice, 10 people that didn't, and then spaced them out. And they found that, I forget the exact numbers, but it was like at least like 8 out of 10 or something like that. Had of the people that drank the orange juice had a Bluetooth MAC address. And it has a password screen, and if you put the password in, it's just the wrong password, it just disappears, and then another one comes from that person.
Did they try 33
like it
for the
refreshes.
password?
Like if
Did
you
they try 33 for the password?
666 33666. That's got to be it. Yeah. A 666 sandwich. That's what they're doing because 33 is the angelic number. They're so they're trying to hijack both of them. But and 666 is like the oppositional dark and light polarity number.
Well, then what's 1, 2, 3, 4 then?
The first 4 numbers.
That's the default
password to
everything.
That's the password for everything I have. Yeah. ASDFGHJKL, just right across the keyboard. But
QWERTY.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily doubt that at all. But that's not what I'm saying at all either. I didn't take no juice.
Well, dude, I mean that's a huge thing. Like, and that should be pretty testable. Like, I don't know if I've seen a couple videos of these like professionals in Europe. I mean, they seemed like, I have to look into a little bit more to see. I wanted to see because I only saw the video once, and then I didn't like look further into the group that was doing it. But there was like someone in the medical field and that was involved and so on. So, I mean, dude, that's huge. If people are emitting Bluetooth MAC addresses,
let me mention this.
And then it would make sense that not all of them have it because there's also the idea that whatever that thing is, what if it like in some people it like falls apart or it breaks or the blood dissolves it or maybe they can even purge it out of there, although that's another question. But or it becomes disconnected, I mean,
wait, are you saying that?
Are you familiar with TruthStream Media?
Let's let name now Reptiloid. ASIC.
I've been trying to
Let's let ASIC get in, Blue, for a second. We've been talking a lot.
Yeah, just one quick question. Did you say that there's just a human, like it's flesh and bones, and that human has a MAC address, man?
Right. So what this is, it's basically that people that have had the orange juice emit Bluetooth MAC addresses. Yep. Which is essentially a Bluetooth signal and can be accessed with a password. And if you try to put a password in, it just disappears, like it just vanishes. And then another one with a new address will come to that, will start emitting from that person.
What?
And apparently,
Dude,
you
this
have
is-
to
this
have a
stuff that was going
device.
early on the scamdemic. Like people were saying, like that people who took the jibby jabby were freaking reading MAC addresses, like they were Bluetooth connected, and it had to do with I think I might still have to use code for this, but like, so that's gonna be tough. But let me see.
Yeah, just error on the side of being safer rather than risking. Yeah, just because be good to keep the channel up for now.
No way, man. Absolutely no way, man.
Listen, put this all together. Gra, fine, ox, eed.
Yeah. I mean, I can also test the live stream for a second. I can do that, but at the same time, like it'll shut it off for everyone listening. But yeah, no, we got you. No, dude, there's that whole discussion. Yeah, there's like nanotech biofilm, essentially as well. There's that idea where this like nanotech biofilm material that essentially stays in the bloodstream. It doesn't leave the bloodstream, which is why it has to be put there in the first place. And yeah, but you were just talking about. Yeah, it just links into all of that. ASIC, I mean, I don't know. Like the thing is, I haven't seen it tested more fully. The thing is, if it's as easy as putting a phone into developer mode and getting people spaced out, like in a field or whatever, and actually picking these addresses up, then that should be easily verifiable, right? Like that's not something that's very difficult. I've only seen like one or two.
Sure.
Yeah. But I can send you, I mean, I can send it on the Telegram or maybe through DM. I can't post it here, but I could send you the few videos that I have seen on it. And it was like, it's like a group in Europe. It's like a professional group. Like it's a very well-made like video showing it, you know, and they show the film of they set up a tent in a field and they had, everybody was like tagged or not tagged, but like, you know, numbered or whatever. And then they separated the ones that, you know, had the juice and the ones that didn't. And apparently, yeah, the ones that didn't, none of them emitted a Bluetooth MAC address. But the ones who did, like, it was something like 8 out of 10, or like most of them, you know, were. So, and then they also like whether they got, you know, the boost, as it were, like they were, you know, but it was like anyone that got one.
So the orange juice was metaphor, right?
Yeah, of course. No, I have to get going. I have to get to bed. But look, I just want to point out, like the way that you guys were saying, like. You're trying to act like I'm like one of like almost nobody, you know, almost like it's a schizophrenic thing, and to think that you're being watched in such a way. Like literally, TrueStream Media, they have a giant channel, and literally like 3 weeks ago, she was talking about an occurrence that happened for her grandma, similar to like what I was saying. It like. Where they're literally reading your mind. And she was afraid to speak about it also. She hinted towards it and then even put like a fake CGI fucking tinfoil hat over her own head in the video. But like, and I'll post that link, but like, I'm not the only one who's been thinking this. And it's just that there's more people who are starting to realize it because it's, you know, it's just too uncanny.
All right. Well, yeah, dude, thanks for sharing, man. It's very interesting. I mean, I think there could be the other explanation that the creator, as it were, creative intelligence, you know, whatever term one, you know, God, etc. I do think can orchestrate incredible synchronicities. Like I said, things that are just way outside of any statistical boundary of what anyone could think would even be possible seems to happen. And I'm sure you've even heard some of those like interesting ones too, where like, I don't know, people that have the exact same name, like, anyways, all kinds of different things like that. But anyway, so I mean, I think it could also, another explanation is that they're not reading your mind and that it's just the creator and it just has an infinite creative intelligence that whatever that message was, wherever it came from, like it's just able to synchronize things that, because dude, the whole sky, like it's like the luminaries, like the planets, like through the practice that is often referred to as astrology, even though I don't use that term myself as much anymore. But because that's the whole understanding of how like the movements of those things in the sky are exactly synced with like the cycles of our lives and of events and of entire decades of human history and of certain years, certain cycles. So, I mean, if that's happening there, dude, like that blows my mind right there. Like this perfectly synchronistic clock with our lives, like on every detailed level, right to the degree. So if that's happening, there's no doubt in my mind that it could orchestrate a scenario that you have the thought and then you also happen to get that random text, maybe whatever that was, someone else typed your number in wrong, or you just you were on a list somewhere, or it was
No,
just
you're,
whatever
you're,
it is,
you're
a
creating,
glitch
yeah,
in someone's
you're,
system that could be synced up like that.
yeah, but that's not at all the scenario. That's not what happened. So like you're trying to justify it through I could see it happening in this way, but that's not the way that it happened. Literally, it was like I thought it and then it happened. Like no signing up for lists, no like egregious like advertising or like no looking for anything. Like
Let me ask you this: had you thought of that car before that moment when you're driving behind it, or only right there for the first time?
Only there for the first time.
You were like, "Oh, that's a cool car. I wonder if that would fit in my garage."
Yeah, no, exactly. It was. I'm looking for something with all-wheel drive. I'm looking for something that would fit in my garage.
I agree. I mean, that's the fact that it was like. Yeah, because I was trying to think what that would be for me. Let's say I was driving down the road and I saw like same thing. I'm just trying to think like I see I've never even I just think about, oh, that car looks cool, like that kind of thing. And then 20 minutes later you get home, man, that's a tight timing. There's no doubt about that. It's more rare if it and the idea, okay, I know you're thinking the idea that they're reading your mind. If you want to live your life that way, I do think that's in my viewpoint, that's very, very sad if that's the case.
Now you're pigeonholing.
It's like an actual tragedy in my mind because our thoughts
I didn't mean to preface this whole situation with saying they are reading your mind. Like when you put it that way, it makes me sound like a paranoid schizophrenic, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this happened and now I'm a paranoid schizophrenic. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's funny, dude. Well, I mean, they're not all after you, I promise you. Even though they are they are recording all our data.
Anyway, they control you with fear, innit? So like you're letting them win if you do that sort of thing.
Well, my viewpoint, that would actually be a tragedy. Like, it's one thing that like our thoughts are part of like the ether and the creator and spirit worlds. Like that's a whole nother thing, like on that level. But in terms of in this body, like I'm a human, I'm walking around, we're all humans, and we know that they have, the phones and the cameras and all the stuff going on. But if they have an actual technology to be able to actually read your mind in that way, that would actually be like a tragedy in my mind. I would feel like, wow, that's like an actual loss or a deep thing, like if that's happening, because now we don't even have that privacy. And I think that's one of humanity's like biggest strengths against whatever, not against, but you know what I mean, kind of in contrast with these other kind of entities that are doing all this controlling stuff they're doing.
It would definitely be a crime against humanity. It would be an invasion of all privacy and thought and
on the deepest level possible.
Think about like what if you had an intellectual like idea like something like you want to create a new industry, something that would threaten their industries, something that would take them over. Like you would not. Like they would understand it and be able to intercept it before you could ever put it into action. Like you could never threaten the status quo ever because they would already know what you're thinking before you could do anything about it.
The thing. Maybe it will start making people never actually show what they're thinking, and everyone will become like
how do you stop from thinking?
Hold on, Lou.
Unemotional beings.
Lou, I don't want. Hold on, Lou. I truly don't want to keep you on mute, dude. This is a great conversation, but you just please try not to interrupt, man. Let Jim speak for a sec, bro.
Go ahead and mute me. But how do you keep yourself from thinking things?
No, I'm saying we can try to make it through. Let's at least let him speak. Go ahead, Jim.
No, just saying. Maybe the goal is to make us like not be, you know what I mean, like to turn us into these robotic, unemotional sort of, you know what I mean. It would completely take our humanity away.
Yeah, like our creativity too, because like if you come to a new idea or a new thought or new understanding, like that's yours. Like I see that it's like sacred in a sense, like that's something that came to you and now it could be
it almost makes you police yourself and stop thinking. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, you're saying that's what it would lead you to want to do? Yeah, to almost like fight that force or something. Is that what you mean? like
Yeah, to hide your own thoughts, but then you end up just, forgetting your own thoughts and memories.
But dude, the moment you have them, it's their intellectual property. It's no longer yours if they're reading your mind. So you can't.
That's such a leap, dude. That's a leap. This is like a plot from a movie. This is like Total Recall 3 right here.
You can't even forget it without it becoming a reality. It's now their shit, and you have to forget that you ever thought of it.
That's kind of what they're doing. Well, there's that idea of like in Total Recall where you take like there's like a mind program that's implanted into you, and then you experience this other reality. But then there's other kind of themes in sci-fi movies like that where they're like farming your thoughts and then like doing
like Equalizer, where you're like on emotion suppression drugs.
I have a good idea, man. I mean, it's a bit of bizarre, but couldn't you just go to a big, really, really wide and big graveyard and do a quick MAC address search, right? Wouldn't that work?
Well, no, that would be very, well, okay, that's a very that's a whole nother level of that whole topic. Yeah, I mean, well, okay, there's one question: does it survive beyond
Dude, that'd be crazy. Sorry, but that'd be crazy.
If you could pick them up from places that, well, this question is,
Brian gets me, man.
well, here's the thing though, whatever that material is, I would think it would have to run off the electrical system of the body. Because if whatever technology, it could have its own power source as well, though. But I would think that it would also need to. So that's the question: can it live if the body dies?
Yeah, I would think you're right. Like it would die with you. Yeah.
Or not though, or maybe it still goes for a while, or maybe it even goes for for longer. I mean, well, if it's the type of thing that it has like some kind of nano battery technology, like these nanotechs have these certain types of like fusion battery forms that basically can allow them to create power at a tiny level for a tiny thing, like in these nanotech type things, which they already admit that they use these in medicine. Like there's certain like nanotech, like if you just Google nanotech in medicine, there's all kinds of different things that they're already developing in the mainstream that they're admitting to. So this would just be a deeper clandestine level of it. But yeah, if it's powered by itself, then there's the other idea that it needs the body's like the bloodstream to stay active in that might have some kind of coating or something. So there's the idea that if the body died, then it doesn't have that blood, that it could stop working as well. Or there's the idea that it just keeps going, for as long as the battery lasts.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason why it should still work, but this could definitely be. I mean, I don't even know why I have this weird thought, right? But I just thought I shared with you.
Well, I mean,
that's a great idea, bro.
I mean, it is. I don't know 100% yet if this is the case or not. I have not tested it myself, and I don't have that verification of it. It's, but there is a video of this group, and there are like medical professionals. Like I said, they're not just total rando people or whatever. They're like professionals in their fields in Europe, and it's a very well done video, like showing it. So, and yeah, they claim that it is a thing, but this can't be that hard to test. Like, okay, you have sounds like you have to have a device that you have to be able to put in developer mode. So it's in a different mode. You can't just use your cell phone and pull up your Bluetooth thing. You have to have a developer mode. Now, I don't know if there's a particular one you need or how that works, but there is that. And then it seems quite easy to validate. Although you do have to get people that got that actually, had the juice. You have to have them.
I'd ask someone to drop a link about this or a vid or whatever.
Well, we just can't probably post it on the server, but yeah, I could DM it. I think it's also on the Telegram channel. They're posted there too.
Oh, I don't have Telegram.
But I'm just saying it should be pretty easy to test. Like this can't be that hard to validate. You just have to have a device, put it in developer mode, and then split people up. Because you got to get away from like houses and buildings, and so you do have to get out in nature somewhere where there's not going to be other interference. But yeah, if that's a real thing, that is absolutely, the implications of that are huge. But I mean, they took it. Whoever took it. So yeah, it's ultimately their karma to bear at this point. Wishing the best for all of them.
That's one thing we can be glad of, that we get to leave this 5-cent reality at some point.
Yeah, loggers, absolutely. Because the more aware you become, the more tortured you become. And if you get to leave it, like, oh, so be it. Like, it's be so much better.
And that's where the line ignorance is bliss and a folly to be wise comes in, unfortunately. But yeah, I think this is a learning stage, and you have to do a certain amount of whatever, so that if there's anything afterwards, basically coming back, I mean, you fail, and they want people to fail, which is why they keep them in their degenerate state.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but there's also like a part of it. It's like, fuck, not you. Fuck off with the, in general, fuck off with the woe is me kind of like state of being with all of it. You know what I mean?
By the way, guys, the documentary on the Bluetooth thing, it's called Blue Truth. Blue Truth. The documentary that the the juiced people have Bluetooth MAC addresses. Yeah. So
What's plural? What's plural of it? I would say it's blue teeth.
Blue Truth. That's what they called it. But yeah, I could either I don't know if DMing it on Discord is a problem or not, though. I don't know if that's the thing or not.
I found it. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's on BitChute. So if you just go to BitChute and if you search Bluetooth, I'm sure it'll come up. It looks like it's just one word, like Blue Truth. Yeah. It's on BitChute. Should be able to find it there. That's one of them. I think there's a couple others too, but
Going back to what Logres says, it sounds like he needs to level up a bit.
Yeah, boys, you gotta
You need to.
you gotta make sure to stay in a more positive frame of mind, as difficult as it is, especially with what may or may not be. But it's important. A lot of people can't do it. They turn to substance abuse like Lou, bloody alky.
by the way, it looks like this group that did it is called like COMUSAV, Comusav, and they have a big globe earth right in their logo. And they say Global Health and Life Coalition.
Uh-oh.
You're fucking funny, loggers. Dude.
They glow in the dark, bro.
But these are all like professionals, though. I mean, these are like, yeah, I mean,
What is it that got you there, loggers? Being confined, like, I mean, you're on tons of medications and shit like that, and I know you freaking.
I'm good now, bro. I cured myself.
Oh, really? You're good now. Okay, so now you're above people.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
It's called effort. If you put in effort, then you get better. You achieve something. Obviously, if you don't put any effort in, you don't get anywhere, don't you? You know.
Well, what's crazy, Lou, though, you were just talking about them reading your mind stuff, and then this whole thing of the Bluetooth thing. It's like, that's why I brought it up, because like if you have those thoughts, what if like with that, if there's actually some kind of device in there that is doing that, then wouldn't that lend more to your theory? Like, because if there's something in there that now reading the thoughts though is a whole nother thing, but it could like read your body, like your temperature, like what like your levels are.
Yeah, look, Gio, I mean,
But dude, that's what I was saying
That would
earlier.
make sense for somebody who took the fucking, cure, the jib. But like, I'm talking about something that happened like pre-pandemic. I'm talking about something that happened like
Right, but what I'm saying is that I never took. Right, but I'm saying it
Right.
would play into your theory is what I meant. It would play into your theory that like if they're trying to read minds and stuff, that it would be a
Yeah,
part of
yeah, yeah. When it comes to the technocracy and like transhumanism and like trying to integrate people with machine, yeah, it's totally fitting. Yeah.
They put it in cloud seeding anyway, so it's already in you.
Also the testing too. I will warn people about that. Like, you didn't necessarily have to take the so-called, cure. If you literally even had a swab shoved up your nose, you might have been delivered something.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that's the case. I saw it happen. I saw that happen where people were fine, like they're fine, everything was good. They had one of them go get tested, and then after that person got tested, they were told that they had it or whatever. But then they also like, or no. I think in that case they were told that they. No, I forget actually. Did he have it or not? But anyways, my point was though is that he like, yeah, I guess that would be an important part to report. So I'd have to think about that part of it. But my point is that basically they were all fine and healthy. This is the bottom line. So it actually still does fit. They were all fine. Literally everyone was fine. They sent their son to go get tested because his son had done some traveling. The son went and got tested or whatever, came back 2-3 days later. The son does start feeling a little bit under the weather. And I do forget whether they said he had it or not or whatever, but he obviously had something. He was under the weather a little bit or whatever, although it wasn't too bad. And then he lost his sense of taste and smell. The other people in the family all went and got tested, and then they all got a little weird kind of sickness thing that only lasted 2-3 days. And they also lost their sense of taste and smell. Many of them for months, even to this day, still having lesser taste and smell. So that's just an example of a family who totally was fine. Everyone was all good. And just from, getting the nasal poke, they all had problems.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's the fucking? There we go. Here's the meme that really sparked me to looking into this. But
I mean, all I could say, Lou, is I don't think they are. That's my conclusion. I don't think they can read our thoughts. I think they can do a lot with like all of our data, for no doubt. Like Windows, for example, Windows has a back end in it. We all know that, right? Like, I don't think they're recording everything you're doing on your Windows computer, but they have a way to get into it and look at your screen anytime they want. So,
dude, look at the Wayback Machine. Like, how the fuck is that possible? Why couldn't they freaking do that to your computer?
well, the question would be with that: are they actually like recording every single thing or whatever?
Dude, they have the CIA. There's been people assets from the CIA and shit like that literally talk about how there's keystroke loggers where every single stroke that you've ever typed, whether you deleted it, whether it was a password, whether you actually sent it or not, like every single thing that you've ever typed is logged. It's a keystroke logger.
Yeah, dude. Those keyboards on your phone, they basically can just they even say in their agreements that they can literally read everything you input. I mean,
You want to hear something really cool? The other day on Linus Tech Tips, they were showing how a USB-C cable was not only a keylogger, but also was able to tap into your Wi-Fi. This guy had constructed it on purpose, and it looked just like any other USB-C cable, but within the little port thing there, it had all the mechanics in it. It was really cool.
yeah, Lou. I think we're gonna be all good, man. We're all gonna make it. It's gonna turn out way better than we might have thought at times. That's
that's extremely fucking like optimistic, but like I think we will make it, but I don't think we're gonna be better off than without this bullshit.
Okay, Doomer.
A Doomer. That's funny. Is that kind of taken off a Boomer?
Yeah, Doom.
Yeah,
You've never heard of Doomer, dude? Are you kidding me?
I've heard of
No,
like doomsday prep people, but
like how can you take all of this bullshit and say that it's for the best, like, and be a truther? Like, yeah, it was probably for our betterment. You know, we even though we meant to fight it, we just didn't get it what it was for, and they were playing like 5D chess, and they were actually they were deceiving everybody, and they did it to do better for you.
It's about
Yeah,
understanding
that's
the
what it is.
macro, Lou. You know, you're looking at the minutiae. You got to look at the big picture.
It's eugenics.
Well, dude, there's definitely been a lot of atrocities in this cycle of humanity, no doubt. Major, unbelievable ones. I mean, the world wars, unbelievable. I mean, there has been way even worse in the last 100 years than what we're going through now. We're actually like in the almost one of the best times. I mean, they say the Roaring 20s were pretty exciting because they did that whole World War I thing, and then there was that whole 20s thing was kind of a little interesting little pocket of time there, because after that was the Great Depression, which just totally changed things dramatically, huge reset. And then World War II was a massive reset. And then obviously out of that, you've got the whole kind of NASA and everything that came after that. So, no, dude, there's been atrocities beyond incomprehensible levels, without a doubt. But there also, I think, there's like the spirits going on the higher levels too, of like the human spirit, these kind of demonic spirits, and there's that part of it. So yes, people have suffered immensely, you know, homelessness and chemicals and illnesses that are caused by these drugs and chemicals. So many things, dude. It's too much to even put into one, you know, a little 30-second thing I'm saying here. But at the same time, I do think like the human spirit as a way, there's like a collective consciousness that we all hold. And that whole thing is moving through all this as well. And that's the part that I see has like, even like the way Platypus said earlier, like we've already won. So in that sense, like it's not, I don't think it's going to go towards the New World Order, 1984 craziness because that is what they want. These entities want that. They're like hungry lions ready to, you know what I mean? So they want that, but it's not, I don't think it's in the cards. They're not going to get it.
It's a blockchain of truth.
We're doing so good right now that the biggest problem we have is fighting over little boys' girls' restrooms.
Right, which seems pretty bad, like on a social level and a mental, psychological, but at the same time, yeah, that's a
problem. And also, we don't know what a woman is, and we have a corrupt government.
Well, it's in the word, you see. WOMBMAN, man with a womb. Wow, difficult, right? That's where the woman came from.
We have fluid gender.
And with the man, it used to be wear a man, WARE. So you had wear a man and womb man. Man that worked and man that gave birth.
Dude, that is so misogynistic.
Yeah, good. It's called common sense.
That is toxic masculinity.
Yeah, exactly. We need to get back to that. The natural order must be maintained. And that's what they're messing with. That's why they're putting vegans, because animals above humans. They're putting women above men. They're messing with the natural order, which is why everything's out of balance. You need to be balanced to the force.
You are not a liberal, and you are definitely not a Democrat.
No, I have a few functioning brain cells. So those things don't work for me.
Well, it's like the world is like this combination, in my viewpoint. It's like right now, this whole Earth, it's like this combination between like our own souls and our own karma and our own lives, which is then subset within the system, as it were, this current system, the way it is, the financials and the militaries and the police, this current kind of system. So there's that level of it. Then there's like the other level that the people behind this system, I do absolutely think entities that have their agendas and their whole thing that they're rolling out. But then there's still like natural law as well, I think, and like natural karma as well, Now, of course, there's like atrocities and there's ways in which those rights are taken away and abuse has happened and all kinds of stuff like that. So that's part of it. But then there's this larger scale of where are things headed in terms of this current control system, and do they have an agenda of what they want to do to control us more? And then will their agendas work, basically, at the end of the day, or will we kind of push back enough and eventually ultimately get our sovereignty back? Because it seems like, I think probably a lot of us would agree with this, that whoever these entities are, like they have a whole set of agendas in mind. Like they're not looking to just chill out for the next 10 or 20 years. Like they've got things, they're moving on things, even though I think they're slowed down a little bit right now. But I do think this next decade is going to be very telling to kind of how the future will go for humanity beyond this.
The issue I find is with the 5 cents reality, unless you've got our own groups in the background to work against it, it's very difficult, because the agenda's been at this for a couple of eons plus, so they've got the ability to maintain this throughout time. And whatever you do at this space, whether that's going to be continued on with the generations to come, is difficult to kind of see. I mean, this is why, in a sense, they provide. We know they provide the heroes and the villains, right? So it's very difficult to sort of figure out. For me, non-participation is almost the only safe option, because you might think you're doing good, but in actual fact you're not. So there's always these issues. Like this one seems to be right for various reasons, but you just never know. So it's, for me, staying positive and working things energetically, trying to put positivity back into the, whatever you want to call it, the morphic resonance, the fields around us. I think that's like a safe option. And obviously we're only here a short time, thankfully. So this place is just kind of a stopgap in a sense. The next place is where you're going to be, if there is one, for a lot longer. So that's where I kind of want to put my energies. Make sure I don't fail and have to come back,
Yep. Absolutely. Well said. Yep. There's a lot to all of those components. And I do think that we can actually change things like within the ether with our thoughts and with our capacities. And I think that these like other entities and spirits, they know this, and they're already trying to do what they can.
Well, I think that's why they steer people towards degeneracy. So that
right, they want us to be as out of touch with that part of us as possible. Yeah, out of our truth, our potentials.
And they also don't want us to complete this level. They want us to keep returning so that they can feed off us, whether that's through our labors or our spiritual energy, whatever that is,
Have you heard the idea that, like, the idea of a ghost, like what is a ghost and all that, but have you heard the idea that some souls, when they die, they don't go back to the spirit world? Like the idea that when you die, like, there's a massive light, and it does seem like it's upwards, and once you're ready to, after you've kind of finished your everything on earth, because the way a lot of when people have accessed these memories, they say that they tend to hang around earth for a while after they die, kind of floating around, connecting with family members, kind of watching the funeral sometimes, being there for all that. And then eventually they'll, be ready to go back, and then they, ascend through the light and into the spirit world in that sense. And
hey, Gio, can I ask you a question real quick, just to interrupt?
Yeah.
Quickly.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
What is? Yes, and I don't want to put you on spot, but I think it's a good question. What is your message? Like, why are people here on the server, and what can they expect to gain from it? I'm just asking. I'm not being like offensive towards it. I think it's a good question, because we've scattergunned a lot of different topics. So I think it's a legit question.
We get to talk about whatever topics we want with equal-minded
Okay,
people.
well, I was asking Gio.
I mean, it's just a bit of a shift of topic. It's kind of a whole nother topic. I mean, if you go to the welcome at the very top of the server, it actually describes like all about the server. It also even lists all the topics we discuss. And there's
Yeah, I know. But I'm just asking you, like, person to person.
okay. Well, it's just a hard shift of topics. So I'm trying to figure out how to. Is that what we're gonna do? Just U-turn into.
I know that's
Yeah,
why
maybe finish off what you were saying, innit, Gio, before we go to that.
Well, the actually end part of what I was going to say, because what I was going to say, the end part of it is that, so the idea that souls, I was just saying when you die and go back to heaven, what I was saying, what I was originally trying to say, because we're talking about like controlling entities and that kind of thing. What I was saying is that I was asking if you'd heard the idea that some souls, when they die, don't go back to the spirit world. They're not, because there's some like severe trauma that they went through or a traumatic death, whatever it may be. And the idea that there's like entities in the astral plane that essentially try to like trap souls, like the idea of like, selling your soul or that they get your soul kind of thing. It's almost like that idea where like a demonic entity, like essentially like is trapping you in some way. And then there's the idea of ghosts, ghosts that are like in a house or they're trapped or and then you get into like, like horror movies and like demonic type of stuff or whatever. But anyways, I was just asking if you'd ever heard like the idea that some souls when they die don't actually go to heaven, but actually are trapped and then ultimately have to be like rescued in a sense or like recovered or healed from that. I was just wondering if you'd ever heard of that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, because I explored a lot of different rabbit hole, and some kind of get anchored to this place through some sort of trauma. You typically find that attached to those sorts of tales, but I mean, for me, the way that I connect all of these things is through the electricity, because there was a story of this boy James Leniger who claimed he was reincarnated. But the interesting bit was that he said that as this spirit, he floated around for 70 years around the area that he died. He was a World War II pilot, crashed and drowned, and he was hovering around for 70 years and decided to come back, right? So what I did was I thought, okay, let's take that as true at the moment. How could that work? How could you survive outside of the body? And I thought, well, if it's electrical, and so we know the brain runs on 12 volt or 7 volt of electric or something, well, maybe that is what we call the consciousness or the soul. It's not the fleshy meat vehicle, but it's the electrical spark within the fleshy meat vehicle, which is that thing. And when the body dies, that electrical component is preserved on the magnetosphere, right? So we know that hard drives work on electromagnetic storage, so do flash drives. So maybe there's something similar where this electric is preserved outside of the fleshy meat vehicle, and it would actually then cover a lot of these things: out of body experiences, remote viewing, ghost ghouls, mediums. A lot of these phenomena, if you look at it through that lens, it kind of makes a lot of those things understandable and explainable. But yeah, whether there's spirits that are trapped, being used, it's very possible. I mean, for me, what people call demons and things are just those psychopaths that have crossed over and are basically messing with people from the other side. That's the way that I would look at it. The same thing with angels, i.e., messengers. Again, they are the good people that have crossed over and they try to help people. So that was the way that I would interpret those things.
But there's also another phenomena of like where the ghost isn't really aware. So it's and that fascinates me because it's more like the earth like is keeping a memory itself. It's not like, do you know what I mean? It's like your emotions and your being is sort of etched onto the physical world, but in a metaphysical way, which is kind of strange. instead of like a trapped soul, it's like a memory.
Yeah, I've heard that where they talk about again, usually down to trauma like murder and things, and the emotion of that incident is then captured within the surfaces around it and kind of
But even the
replays.
mundane, where you hear, like I've heard from friends that, well, people that I know for a fact they saw what they saw, and also other people at their work saw the same thing on other days. So it was verified, and the ghost done the exact same thing, which was their daily routine of just walking up and down the stairs. So quite mundane, but it's just etched onto the physical world, strangely.
Yeah, it's like just repeating, stuck in a loop.
Right.
But yeah, all of these things again, it's something to be explored. It's interesting stuff.
But
There's
yeah,
too many.
I do agree with you that it is much more explainable with that sort of electric lens, you know.
Yeah,
it's the idea that consciousness exists beyond the body, and that it's not solely expressed in the body, but actually the body perhaps is just like a tertiary expression of our being. And if our being exists and consciousness exists beyond the body, out, whether one views that outside of or transcendent of or beyond in that sense, then if that's our ultimate being, then wouldn't it be more like almost going home in a sense, like from where we are now?
Oh, for sure, back to source.
Yeah, and I think this is again what a lot of people are being guided away from, and again they've got a narrative for every psychology. This is why it's very tricky, because you have to remain outside of everything. And so you have to give everything a platform, and you have to listen to things, because again, nobody's omniscient, which means somebody might be saying something which sounds wackadoodle, but they might have something within that. And if you give them a platform and you actually listen and try and understand, it's like, okay, I don't agree with him still, but I see where he's coming from, and there was a couple of good points. You always learn, and I think that when you start to pick up these little rhythms of trickery that are used against us, it makes things a lot easier, because you can then start to see it, and you can start to look at that framework over all these other things. And I think this is why a lot of people have trouble seeing and understand certain things. They don't have the toolbox. They don't have the toolbox in which to take this whole apparatus apart and understand it piecemeal. So I think that's very important to understand how they want people anchored to a certain narrative, dependent upon their psychology. They've created a narrative so that people isolate themselves, and through compartmentalization, they only know that piece of the puzzle. And it's only if you continually go forward, allowing people to have platforms, picking up ideas, you pick up more pieces to be able to play with and build your ideas from.
I think that goes straight into what we were talking about earlier as well, with like, are they sort of reading our thoughts? But I think you kind of put the pin on it there, whereas they sort of influence people into certain behaviors, limited behaviors, so they're even more predictable. It makes it easier for them to predict. If you are pushed into this way of behaving, then they can easily predict your future behavior.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, I sort of jokingly say, but I'm serious, you need to go live in a cave for 10 years. And the reason for that is you need time to extricate yourself and just flush out everything. You can't have any contact with friends, family, society. You need time to decompress, to remove everything and kind of start again objectively on the outside looking in. And obviously, a lot of people don't have that ability, and that's fair enough. But it's only when you are kind of able to do that, then you're kind of less controlled, because this apparatus will always control you at some level unless you completely get rid of everything and reevaluate everything. And a lot of people, as I say, they look into certain areas, but then other areas they just kind of completely like, no, I'm not looking at that. That's wrong, or that's this, or that. They judge it, you see, and they judge it from ignorance, or they judge it from a spoon-fed message. They, like a Pavlovian type thing. So, his psychology is fascinating, and that explains a lot of what's going on as well.
Yeah, definitely. You have to be disciplined to do that, though. Go and take a 3 month, siesta from the world. But be lovely to do that.
Yeah, and again, they don't give people the opportunity to do that. They say, "Oh, you have to work." We're the only creature that pays rent. It's like, okay, but it's like, again, everything has been set up for that. To keep people occupied, to keep them busy with frivolities and things like this. And the
Oh, for
real
sure.
serious stuff goes by the wayside. I mean,
All
there's
the
a lot
skills
of
that are being lost.
I think you
yeah.
bring up a good point. I've always been fascinated by human psychology. Even though I'm a human, I can't figure out the shit for myself. But like in groups and stuff like that, I think it's fascinating.
Group dynamics is massively important. I mean, you're aware of some of the experiments they've done and some of the tests, and you can see how people behave, which means they're able to predict behavior. And so, again, I mean, you can just use the Romans bred in circuses. That's psychology, and that's 2,000 years old, and it means they knew psychology back then. Might have not been called that, but they knew it, and they knew how to weaponize it, and they knew how to use it, and they've
Yeah,
had 2,000 years to do this.
yeah. Even the more recent developments on it are like Cialdini, I think the guy's name is, and persuasion and stuff like that. Even the Darren Brown videos and stuff like that are amazing to me. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, for me, I think psychology explains a lot of where we're at today. Why people are not standing up. Why people are kind of keeping their heads down. And it's not so much 1984. It's more Aldous Huxley's Brave New
Yeah.
World. It's people are enslaved by their consent, slowly, slowly.
That's an interesting way to put it. I don't think I've heard it in that sense. Like, what did you just say? People are constrained by their consent.
People are enslaved by their consent.
Hmm. Did you just come up with that? Like based on your
But
findings?
I've said it for a little while. I don't know if I heard it, or if I heard it from anywhere else. I don't recall it. I usually do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very to me that's insightful.
This is it's one of these things where when your only competition is yourself, and
Yeah.
you have this road that you're going down, and again, it's about effort. And places like this allow people to share their homework, and iron
Mhm.
sharpens iron, right? So again, the people in these rooms typically are fairly conversant within a lot of these rabbit holes, and some have looked in places others haven't. And so this is what I find useful in these spaces, where we are not stifled with our speech. We don't have to be like, oh, well, we can't talk about this, or we can't entertain these ideas because we're around this group, or family. So in spaces like this, we're free to be able to think and entertain at the maximum of our capacity.
I love that. Are you a mod here?
No, I'm nobody.
Oh, that's very well said. I appreciate that.
I am John Galt.
What's your icon? Like I got a new phone. I can't figure out how to use Discord right now.
Oh, I've got the weird picture with the woman with the Viking horns.
Okay.
I'm at the very bottom of the turtles.
Figure out how to. Okay, cool. Nice listening to you. Yeah, it's great. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
thanks. Been at this a while, you know, trying to piece together some semblance of something.
Right. I think we all are kind of right.
Yeah, and I think again, this is what makes it interesting when you're able to talk at these levels and people have done the homework and it furthering that journey, you know, furthering that understanding and that learning. And I think a massive barrier to that is the fact that people don't recognize their own boundaries, their own. There's things that are blocking them from understanding, and
Yeah.
the way that I would explain it is you're learning about a topic, right? Doesn't matter
Yep.
which one. And if you imagine that topic is a brilliant white light, but between you and that topic are ego bias belief, for argument's sake, and they are coloured lenses, which means that that brilliant white light of that topic you're trying to learn gets a bit marred by the blue light, the green light, and the red light. So by the time it reaches you, it's no longer that white light, it's this purple light, which means until we recognize these hindrances within ourselves, we're not getting accuracy of understanding of any topic. And therein lies the problem, because if I gave you a 10-minute video to watch and you are not aware of these factors, of that 10-minute video, only 1 minute has come through to you, but you think you've watched it and you've got the full 10 minutes because you have watched it. But that 10 minutes hasn't come through, only a minute's come through. Once you start to recognize and realize these obstacles, you then can mitigate them over time, and therefore a little bit more comes through on the first time, right? Because obviously when you watch things 2, 3, 4 times, more comes through. But as you learn this process of the self and this removal of these things, you'll notice that the first time you watch something, you're getting a lot more understanding and a lot more knowledge and information, and you're being as objective as possible. So, and that's something that each individual has to do for themselves. You know, I have to do it for myself and keep doing that. You know, and making sure. So this is why I say we are our only competitions. My competition is me and nobody else. You know, so I have to keep bettering myself and keep going at things. And the longevity as well, I think, is something that isn't for everybody. You know, it's a lifetime journey. It's a lifetime. Basically, you're in school an entire lifetime. You're never a master. You're never complete. You're never finished, because we're not omniscient and we never will be. Which means whatever your understanding today is based upon the level of information you have. And if you don't input information, then you're never going to move from that position or have the option to move, because you won't be having any information to be able to move from or to.
Yeah,
So
it's almost. Would you consider it like a constrained belief?
to some extent, yeah. I mean, you know, these things are, in some regard, they're very simple. In other regards, it's very layered. But everybody has uh, a few of those to certain degrees, you know. And again, the agenda have placed them upon people. You know, this is why the schooling system focuses on the left brain. There's a reason for that, because it stops abstract thinking. And if you don't have abstract thinking, it means you can only work with the bit that you've got. You can't abstract and say, okay, I've got piece A and piece D. Now, without abstract thinking, you can't build the bridges of understanding between those disparate pieces of information. But if you can abstractly think, you don't need every single step to be filled in for you. You're able to fill in the blanks with your intelligence and your abstract thinking. So,
Right, would you equate that with imagination almost?
yeah, imagination plays a part. I mean, obviously, when you entertain ideas without agreeing to them, you have to absorb and accept as accurately as you can, and try to understand from their position and then play around with that.
So maybe it's like just to try to to define that a little bit more. Maybe it's like knowledge based imagination or something like that. Like you said, like the bridge builder.
Yeah, because so when you're trying to figure things out, right? So you're going down rabbit holes. You're trying to learn things. Well, obviously, as you're in that journey, you're picking up pieces of the puzzle, but they're very sparsely separated. Okay, so basically, if you're just relying on those pieces of information, which is an incomplete puzzle, you're not going to be able to figure anything out. It's going to cause anxiety, depression. You're going to get stressed because you've got these bits of information, but you can't connect them. You can't see how they become the spider web. So it's like if I give
unless you do what?
So, well, unless you have abstract thinking, which is right brain, which is what schools do promote.
Right.
If you want to learn more about this, there's a chap called Ian McGillichrist, The Divided Mind. So, read the book or listen to the lecture, either one. He's done some really, really good work on this.
I like that. Thank you for that.
That's right. Yeah, it takes a long time picking up these pieces, and obviously, if you've got 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and you've got 2 pieces, you've got no chance. But the more pieces you can get, the more the fuzziness becomes a little bit clearer as to what may or may not be going on. But you can't ever be 100% on things, really. It all depends on where you are on that information scale. And as I say, the more you can input, the more chance you've got of kind of figuring something out.
Yeah, you're right. That takes intelligence to be able to do that. I think that's kind of what you're saying, also, right?
It's also interest because I've sort of explained this to people recently. I said, look, if somebody's not interested, like, doesn't matter the topic or the subject, right? If you don't like Star Trek, I'm never going to get you to watch 700 hours of Star Trek. And there's just no point in me trying. Because again, this kind of thing comes from within, right? Like Olympians, they're completely nuts. They run 100 miles a week or they swim 100 miles. And for what reason? Oh, yeah, they want to be the best or whatever. And even through that effort, they're losers. They come in second, third, fifth, 10th, right? But their whole life revolves around that single thing, that commitment, that effort, right? And that's kind of what you need to do in this realm as well. This commitment of listening to these very dry, boring lectures for hours and hours and hours, and gleaning what you can from them and piecing things together. And again, it's never complete. It's something you're going to continually do, circle back to, talk to people about, and you're adding pieces all the time. So again, there aren't that many people that are going to want to do that.
Yeah, I do know. I do know what you're saying.
And that's why it's nice that we've got places like this.
Because that makes us the best version of ourselves. Challenge, overcome obstacles, and we become more powerful for doing so.
improvise, adapt, and overcome.
The challenge is just an obstacle is just something to overcome.
And that's the thing. The vast majority of people that come through these places, they don't want to learn. They want to do their Pavlovian parroting and speak from ignorance, and that's all well and good, but it's just frustrating in a sense, because it takes a long time to become conversant with some of these ideas and understand some of these concepts. It can't be done in a few seconds or a few minutes. It takes a while, you know. Even being open to certain ideas and concepts, it takes a while, because you need to build that scaffolding, you need to build that framework of understanding to support these ideas. So that's another big thing with it all.
And then it's not really possible to know, right? Like, so many ideas, new ideas, concepts, theories to replace old ones. No matter how good a person is learning, experience is the only true knowledge that we can glean from this reality, as much as we can anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, the way I've come to understand it now is, as much as I'm still doing a little bit here and there, I sort of look at it like an exercise gym for the brain. Are you able to understand these concepts? Are you able to entertain these ideas? And again, that takes a lot of scaffolding to support some of these ideas, right? So yeah, it's fascinating like that. I mean, I remember coming to certain topics and certain ideas, and I knew I wasn't ready. You know, I came back a few years later, and I had no problems. I was able to listen, you know, and understand. And I think that's, again, a big issue for people, is because they're in either ego bias or belief, they're not trying to really understand or look for accuracy. You know, they're trying to just basically left brain parroters and that. And again, they're not aware of some of these things. This is the other big problem. Like, you know, it's something that they have to figure out for themselves. They have to kind of do that, and it's very difficult, you know, because on the outside you can see it clearly, but on the inside not so much. It's like another way I used to explain the layering. So within the narratives, there's a lot of layering, there's a lot of obfuscation, because they know people won't put in the effort to clear the smoke and the flashbangs and all of this nonsense that they put in the way to get to something more feasible or more than likely to be true. So the way I would understand it is, or the way I would try to explain it for people to understand is, if you had a teacup and a saucer, the teacup is there to collect the majority of the liquid. The overspill falls into the saucer. So the idea is the majority of the people are in the teacup, and the people that have escaped the many various labels are in the saucer, and they think they're free because they can see the teacup, and they're like, look, we're free, we're not in the teacup. But they haven't realised they're in the saucer, and now they've got to escape the saucer, and they're on the doily, and now they've got to escape the doily, they're on the table, and so on and so forth. And that takes a lot to get to that.
Right, it's like, what spoon?
Say again?
It's kind of like in the Matrix. What spoon?
Yeah, it is you who must bend.
Yeah. Try to bend the spoon. What spoon?
Yeah, that's a Chinese proverb about bamboo originally. But yeah, it's
Is
understanding
that
that
kind of the idea, though? Right? Like, okay.
it's information. So when you've come out of the government program in factories, that's your level of knowledge, right? Because you haven't tried to obtain any knowledge. You haven't gone to the library. You haven't read any books. You haven't watched documentaries, right? So
Right. You're just answering the questions so you get a get a good grade.
yeah, and that falls into the left brain prison as well, right?
Yeah.
So those again, they're victims of that, right? Now, some people will get thrown off of that path for whatever reason. They will meet somebody and have a conversation, and it will spark something, or they will have a desire to want to know things, and they will read books or watch documentaries. So that then gives them another body of evidence, another set of information to weigh against what they're being told in the government indoctrination factories. So that can then be the journey which will break them out of that. But the setup is this, right? The agenda understand that not everybody will fall for the government propaganda, so they've set up these other ones to catch people, and that's the whole point. They want to anchor people to things, and so the conspiracy stuff, although a lot of it is more truthful than the government indoctrination, it's still a trap in a sense, because it's just a stepping stone to higher learnings and higher understandings. But a lot of people get stuck in those levels talking about the same kind of 5 or 12 things, and the content is pushed out there. And a lot of the time, the people pushing the content are what's known as unwitting accomplices. So they think they're doing something good by digging in and making videos and doing this, and to their level, to their mind, they are. But what they're also doing is anchoring people to that place, to that level. And so it's important to move on from the topics. Once you've got a broad understanding and a broad overview, you move on, find the next thing, start from ground zero and build up the understanding, whether that's 3 weeks or 3 years, and you just keep going forward. Whatever you don't know about, learn about. The more you learn new things, the more neural networks and neural pathways are grown in the brain. So it kind of gives you more brain stuff to bring to bear to the problem.
So I would challenge that part of the deception or manipulation, a big part, is the programming of how people think, and that this left brain, right brain paradigm is actually part of that manipulation, and therefore it would be part of the manipulation to deceive people into thinking from the left brain or right brain paradigm on the topic of the deception, so that any analysis that goes into any paradigm is part of the manipulation that's been put onto people, so that it's actually better to not even think about this, because the whole thinking has been deceived, has been manipulated. The way that people think is not a correct way of thinking.
They've been set up for failure.
Well, we have. Even I would guess that us having this conversation is part of that manipulation. So I'm very careful to even talk generally about any types of manipulations, especially in a general sense, or about how other people could be doing something or what could be going on in the world, because that's part of this speculative deception. Like it's drawing us back. It's drawing us back into that way of thinking. And in order to actually break out of the deception, we really need to if people wish to, that people need to do anything, but if one was to really try to break out of the deception, it would be to completely rethink their situation here. Not just about the things that are occurring externally in the world about them, to rethink about how they think about themselves. How is thinking even occurring? To think about thinking, to think about how thinking occurs, to think about the self being here within this vessel, within this structure, and to really break out of the matrix.
Yeah. Again, I'll say the same to you as I said to Sugar. Check out Ian McGillichrist, The Divided Mind. He does some very interesting work on these things, and again, it is about balance. But according to David Icke, when they scanned children's brains, when they entered the school system at 4 years old, the left and right hemispheres were working equally, and when they left, the left was working and the right wasn't so much. And essentially, think about it this way, right? If you go to a gymnasium and you exercise only your left arm, after 1 year, you're going to look kind of funny. You'll have a Popeye arm and an olive oil arm, right? So what I'm suggesting is we understand that we exercise both hemispheres of the brain. So the left and the right need to be in balance and in unity.
That also is an assumption that the brain is responsible for thinking, as though consciousness resides within the brain.
Well, I think consciousness is the electrical stuff that shoots around the brain.
But to me, that's too much of an assumption to be affirming or even denying. I'm of the opinion that the consciousness is not residing within the body as a result of the bodily formation.
Could be connected wirelessly, but I think about the computer we're using at the moment. Look at all this electricity and how it converts all the ones and zeros into voice chat, into video, into this. It's all done through the electrical. So I don't know. It's
So
possible.
science can prove that the brain can produce consciousness by itself.
Can you say that again?
Science can't prove that the brain can produce consciousness by itself.
No, it cannot, as far as I'm aware, having spoken with psychologists and biologists. The problem of consciousness.
The hard problem with consciousness.
Now, there's animals that have advanced brains like humans. There's parrots have advanced brains. There's dolphins and whales. And also the star-nosed mole the brain is like 25% of its body weight. But none of those animals really compare to humans as far as intelligence.
Well, think about the human animal. If you throw the human animal into the wilderness naked, they couldn't survive. The skin is thin. They need clothing. They need tools. They need all of these things.
Well,
Any animal can
That's a
survive.
modern human.
Let's be clear. An animal survives by itself because it has instincts, has genetic intelligence instincts. Humans have very little instincts, but they can learn. They can learn to survive by intelligence, by being taught to survive, by being a Boy Scout in the military, example.
I'd even argue that a person in the wild is probably going to have hardened skin and feet and a better muscular development and, yeah, just stronger in general, more hardened, more resistance, and would be probably an apex predator, especially if in a group.
We're the odd animal out.
You think the size matters? Size of the thing for intelligence?
No, I don't think size matters. And I think that consciousness is responsible for thinking, and that the brain that we have is a result of consciousness. And as far as I'm aware, if a person has brain damage within their own this is from information that I've heard some time ago, so I can't recall the sources for it, but that people have suffered brain damage and lose motor skills, but they're still internally within their mind and how they communicate with themselves, it's still normal as most people would perceive normal. I guess it's a generalization of normal, but I think you know what I'm trying to communicate.
What do you think gives the animals, this is for everybody too, gives the animals that little umph of ability to do extra little things slightly faster than us? Like a deer can walk right away. Spiders and like a certain thing, they just know, right? What do you think the cutoff is from a human who
God gave animals instincts. Like there's these turtles that come out of the sand. First thing they do is run to the water, like they know where the water is. You know, like this is like genetic intelligence, right? A human baby can barely even do nothing but suck on a titty.
Same as a baby kangaroo. A baby kangaroo is born as a
jelly bean,
sort of inside of the pouch, and it's not so different actually. It's just that we come out of the pouch a little bit earlier, I guess, before we're.
like the ability for someone to have that, like a spider knows how to do a web already. It wasn't taught or nothing. You know what I mean? So like, what's the cutoff between us and those things that we don't do that?
That's what I was saying. I think it's this deception that's occurred, or some sort of manipulation. I think there was my thoughts on it that I acquired through meditation. So it's only assumption, but that at some point in the past, I don't really care to guess at what point or how long ago, but some time ago, there were some people that had developed an early understanding of what we would probably classify as human psychology today, and figured out how to manipulate other people, and they did so, followed through. And as far as I'm aware, if a person was raised in a different social structure or environment, they would even cultivate and develop different emotional responses to situations, or not even cultivate certain emotions, which corresponds quite closely with the Buddhist idea that emotions are a thought response. So emotions don't arise as a pure energy by themselves. They rise as a result of perception and consciousness.
I wonder if that could be shown in twin studies, because I remember watching a program many years ago, and there were identical twins who were split up and adopted, and they had different upbringings, different, mums and dads and things, but they literally were still identical. They dressed the same, they married women with the same names, same height, same look, they smoked the same brand of cigarettes and alcohol, they had similar jobs. It's really interesting how much genetics plays a part into things.
Yes, I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Or what I have heard though is that the Eskimos have a different perception of certain emotional or thought responses, and that's to do with their cultural upbringing. So it's like they are educated to feel a certain way, and their range of feelings is different from the range of feelings in, say, the Western culture.
To what degree?
From what I understand, they see anger towards another as a type of sickness, and it's a very uncommon thing. So they even treat that type of emotional response in a completely different way within their culture. As far as I'm aware, there was what was the name of there's a book called The Continuum Concept by a lady named Jean Liederloff, and she stayed with a tribal group called the Yakana, and they also don't display a lot of the same types of emotional responses that children display in our culture and society, such as jealousy.
Do you think that has to do with the fact we've been shoved into cities, though? Because I feel when you get to the smaller communities, a lot of that stuff seems to arise, where if you look at Aranya in South Africa, right, it's basically crime free. There's no crime. People leave keys in their, motorcycles and vehicles. The shops are open at night, so if you've forgotten something and you need milk or you need wood for the fire, you go, you take what you need, you either leave the money or you leave a note, and they come back the next day and pay, because it's a very small community.
Possibly. I currently am of the opinion that it was a planned deception to influence the way that people think, and by influencing the way people think, it affects the way that they interpret their feelings. And so if you were to train somebody to interpret a certain feeling that they had to be either positive or negative, like introduce the idea of polarity, even though I would say polarity to some degree exists inherently, but to give people certain words, the definitions, and to be only locked into those definitions, then you're sort of drawing people away from their intuition, right? Like if we were to be raised without communication or words, we'd have a much more intuitive experience and learn. We'd probably would never lose that initial what's the word I'm looking for? When we're children, we'd not being drawn into our thoughts and being in the past or the present as much as we're just the past or the future. We're just in the present moment. And when we're quite young, our parents start to ask us, do you remember what we did yesterday? And we slowly and gradually adapt the grammar, and then that becomes the way that we communicate with ourselves internally as well, to the point where we no longer understand our unspoken language, the unspoken way of thinking, and we only know what we feel through the lens of grammar. And so if we have a feeling, we try to translate that feeling into words and understand that and stand under that feeling with words, rather than be in that feeling and know that feeling.
Yeah, trapped within the word prison. Yeah, that plays a big part into it. Again, this is, in my opinion, my theory, that this is why they introduced the reading and writing system, because only the elites could read and write, and a lot of those couldn't actually. It was their scribes and underlings that did it for them. But for me, when you see the agenda introduce this for everybody, it's clearly not for our benefit, and they've taken us away from the logos and symbolism into this word prison,
and taught us a dumbed down version of their way of communication.
Yeah, the vocabulary people today is not very good. Let's put it that way. And if you reduce people's vocabularies, you reduce their ability to express themselves.
Exactly. And if we are all at different pathetic levels of grammatical understanding, then our ability to interpret each other is also going to be very poor. So not only do we lack understanding of ourselves and our own emotional responses because we're trying to interpret and translate all of our emotional responses into a poorly understood word system, we're also having difficulty interpreting and translating the words that other people are using, because there's a range of different definitions for many words, and someone might use a particular word, say as manipulate, and the majority of people that I would tend to communicate with, having spoken about this particular word, would take that word to have a negative context, whereas to manipulate something does not necessarily mean to have a bad intention.
Okay,
right?
what word are you talking about? I'm curious now.
Manipulate.
Oh.
Yeah, the word manipulate.
So the word manipulate means you're saying like in context, in a different context, it's not bad.
Sure. Like I could get some Play-Doh and I can manipulate the Play-Doh and form a shape.
It's like when Ayn Rand talked about selfishness. People only look at selfishness as a negative rather than a virtue.
Yep. Yep. And if a person only has one particular interpretation of a word, definition for a word, and they're being spoken to from somebody that is using a different interpretation, it's possible, as far as I'm aware, that that person could easily take the other out of context and make assumptions about how that person's communicated with them.
And then, so if that person's in a conversation with you and you are using that word, wouldn't it be like a good idea to say like, okay, I think you know that the word, or I think you might feel that the word I'm using is bad, but let me tell you about why it's not.
Well,
Or something
you'd have to know
you know
that.
what I mean?
You'd have to know that in the first place, and a lot of the times people don't express themselves to be able to give you the opportunity to do that. So the issue is that people are programmed with a single definition, and unfortunately, if you want to learn and edify yourself and you learn other definitions and you broaden things, half the time you can't even use that when you're talking with most of the people. Like,
yeah,
some of the words I've come across, I like words. I'm a bit of a spurg when it comes to words, right? So my friend went to grammar school in England. We had something called the 11 plus, and he passed and he went to grammar school. And occasionally he'd come out with a word, and I'd be like, wow, what does that one mean? And it's really great because you can insult people and they've got no idea what you're saying. But it's a way to communicate much faster, because these larger words encapsulate a lot more into their definitions, and where we're using this pidgin English, this broken down one, we have to use a lot more words to express the same thing.
Well, that goes to, I think it might go to like what you might be talking about is I was originally coming from it from a written word perspective, not necessarily a like a verbal communication. So the less syllables that you can use, and almost like quote dumb it down, the more that you can get your point across, right?
Well,
in theory,
you really haven't got a choice these days, because
Simplification.
these words are out of fashion. I mean, how many people do you know use the word pusillanimous? Right?
0.
There you go. Right? So, I mean, I picked up this word from listening to university, sequacious, and I went and said that to my English tutor. She said it's not a word; it doesn't exist, and I'm like, well, it does, because he used it, and I had to go and get the definition for her because she wouldn't even investigate it. And
Something. Sorry. Can I? Sorry, I
Yeah, go ahead.
interrupted. Something I heard some years ago when I went and did my first Vipassana course, 10-day meditation retreat, was that I'm pretty certain it was Pali or Sanskrit, there was 40 different forms of love and a different word for each form.
Nice. Yeah, French only have one word really.
Well,
Some
doesn't it all come
English.
down to like how effective your communication is? Isn't that what you're really talking about?
Well, the thing is you have to communicate at different levels. So it's like, you know, you talk to a 4-year-old differently to an adult, differently to an older person, right? And if you can't move between those layers,
Yeah,
then it's a problem. So
I'm following you on that. Like even the Wall Street Journal's at a 11th, 12th grade level. You know what I mean?
yeah, because a lot of the obfuscation that we spoke of earlier is language based. So when I was first learning computers, there was all of this language I had to learn, you know, EIDE, IDE, all of this, um, before you get understanding. So it becomes a hindrance. And within any field, like the medical field has their own language, you know, the engineering field has a language. So that is a barrier, and they kind of sound intelligent and stuff, but it's all
Yeah,
really simple when you break it down.
I see what you mean. Uh, I was working at an agency a while back, and one of the guys was working with Microsoft just to try to get like some sales from it. And they have a thing, it's called a TLA document. And TLA stands for three-letter acronyms. So they have a whole document. It's called TLA, and it breaks down all their TLAs, like all their three-letter acronyms. It's
Goofy.
hilarious. Yeah.
And yeah, and this is kind of a way that they compartmentalize things again. You know, it's dividing everything up, and also it's about knowing that most people, if they are normal and they have, you know, work when they come home, they're not wanting to spend hours digging through these things, learning these things, you know.
Right.
So
But at the same time, couldn't that be useful in creating a community that knows those types of things? Like I studied like the PUA, like the pickup artist stuff, like Neil Strauss books, shit like that. You know, it's like okay, well, that's a community of like three-letter acronyms. Like okay, you get a neg or whatever. That means you kind of diss a chick or whatever. Like that could be useful in a sense that only we know about these terms, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it could be useful
yeah,
in that way, in that sense. You
yeah.
think?
I mean, if you're
Yeah.
around like minds, you can kind of have a conversation and nobody knows what you're talking about. And a lot of the time, we have to do that on these platforms now because if we say certain words, we get, you know, showered. So we're kind of doing that here right now, you know. Yeah, it's funny.
There's positives and negatives in my opinion. You know, like oversimplification, we lose details. Overcomplicated communication takes a long time to transmit a message.
I just think we're losing a lot though, and again because obviously people don't know, then they don't miss it. But yeah,
There's there's
yeah,
something to be said for simplification, though. It
yeah.
helps
I mean,
distill your message.
I'm down for simplification. It's just, um, yeah, unfortunately, you're losing a lot of this history because just think about the way people used to speak. You know, 50 years ago, 80 years ago. You know, and the way that they do now. There's quite a bit of difference.
Yeah, I would say that through simplification of the language, we lose a lot of words, and therefore we lose a range of a gradient of expression, especially if we're using words to communicate with each other. And if we were to increase our vocabulary, then we have a greater database of ways of words that we can use to express ourselves. And it's with knowledge and understanding and that we are able to communicate simply and effectively. So it's not that necessarily, in my opinion, that because we have a large word base, that everything that we would say would have to be long-winded.
Right. I think there's also something to be said, goes along exactly with what you're saying, is if you can simplify and distill your message so that it is simple for everybody to understand, then I think that's a good way to go.
And again, it's about that toolbox. You got to have those things, because if you're talking to people and you don't use the right language, you're going to get undermined. Even though you might understand the simple stuff, you know yourself, if they don't use the right lingo, you're like, oh. So that plays a part as well. Oh, just as a little side note as well, Roosh V had an interesting take on pickup artistry, and he basically said the reason they needed to do those things today was because of feminism. So that was an interesting take on that whole scene.
Yeah, what thing was that?
There's a chap called Roosh V, and he was one of the early guys with pickup artistry, how to basically talk to women and get dates and things. And over years, I mean, he was very successful. He can pretty much go to any nation and pick up women. But he as he grew his information base and started learning about the agenda and the hidden hand, he kind of came to this conclusion that the reason you had to use these methods was because of feminism, because the way they brainwashed women to be, what they are today rather than their natural selves.
Interesting theory.
It was really fun when I went to college and the tutor couldn't spell Egypt, and I wasn't very impressed by that.
Yeah, I was having a conversation the other day, and I mentioned that if you were to look at the education of a lot of the people, children in the wealthy upper class, it's at a much higher standard than anybody that gets an education from a poorly funded private school or a public school education.
Well, I think what's happening here is something called the Flynn effect, whereby because of quota systems, they need people to basically pass, even if they're completely unqualified. So I'll give you an example of this. In certain states in America, there are students 18 years old. They cannot read and write, but they've got a GED diploma. And to me, that's criminal. But the reason that's allowed is because they may need another student to get their 20% quota. So they say to the student, right, we know you can't read and write, but if you come to the exam, just sit there for an hour, we'll give you a GED, and we're all good. And when I learn about these things, it just but you see how all of these things lean on other things and they tie into other things. And it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, how the more pieces of the puzzle have, the more understanding you have, because you can see further, you can see more options and possibilities.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, they're definitely dumbing us down. I mean, you've just got to look at exams today versus 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I mean, I learnt from a youngster they don't even teach history as a standard now in England. It's an elective, so you can choose to do it or not to do it. But even when I was coming up through the school system, they barely taught anything about English history. They were teaching us about pygmies in the rainforest making monkey purses, and I was like, okay, but it was kind of, yeah. So it wasn't very good for a long time. But the fact it's not even standard now was a bit of a surprise to me. And I think that's
amazing, but in the same sense, also I have very much skepticism on any historical information that's taught through a government indoctrination center.
Oh, it's all propaganda. But the sad thing is for me, like, yeah, they've kind of, yeah, they've done something very, very sneaky, and
It's systematized it very well.
yeah, they've yeah, sadly, conditioning these youngsters who are the victims of all of this, and yeah, it's interesting, and you just got to, unfortunately, bear witness to it, you know, and hope for the best, really. Plan
Yeah,
for
I'm
hope
of the,
for the best.
I'm of the opinion that if people were to achieve a higher level of education, it would be through an intensive learning process on the subject of philosophy and advanced grammar and foreign languages and ancient languages. That's how it sort of used to be, as far as I'm aware. Priests used to train the wealthy children in Latin, and people would study the different sciences from philosophical perspectives and look at the different religions, and that was a part of critical thinking was a part of their education. And nowadays people are just they receive a doctrine from the schooling system. At least that's how I see it today and how I experienced it going through school. And yeah, I think, like, once again, only my opinion, but if a person isn't willing from a young age to participate in that type of advanced learning program, the best type of education a person can receive would be how to grow your own food, build your own house, make your own clothes.
They do that in Ubuntu contributionism, but yeah, these youngsters, there's they're being led towards you know, this oneness, this one culture, one you know, and unfortunately they don't realize what they're giving up because they don't know about it, and that's it's difficult because, again, if the youth don't pick it up and carry the flame forward, it's gone forever. You know, you might get an occasional one or two, but
I was connected with some people so I'm from Australia. My name's Adam, 39, from the southeast coast, and some years ago, around 2011, I went up north on the east coast to the tropical area of Australia and was living in the city called Cairns. And when I was there, I connected with some people that were of the Baha'i faith. And they used to say some pretty similar, when I was speaking with some of the elders within a couple of community meetups that I went to with these groups. Nice people, and like most faiths, I'm pretty sure they were just trying to recruit people. But some of the elders that I spoke to were very, very nice people, and had developed a very critical look at their own religion and themselves, and were very aware people as far as I was concerned. And yet they still had these opinions. Sorry, it was the younger people that had these similar opinions to what you just expressed, in that they were always talking about the next generation having to carry the torch, and as I was seeing it, the elders had said the same thing when they were younger, and then they taught the younger people that same doctrine. And so then when the younger people got a bit older, the younger people were just repeating what the older people were saying, and no generation was ever just accepting the burden of responsibility in that time. They were always looking towards the next people to be the ones to carry the torch and to take the responsibility for what they weren't able to achieve in their lifetime. And in some respects, of course, I consider that would be necessary. But in another way, I think that people need to, if not need to, in the sense that I think everyone should do this, but if people wanted to see change, the type of change that I often hear people talking about, then as far as I'm concerned, all we would need to do is just take greater responsibility for ourselves. As I first mentioned, our ability to have a better understanding and interpretation of what our life experience is. How to live here sustainably, how to be independent and sovereign, how to survive without being dependent on other people, and to live with each other independently, a form of co-independence instead of co-dependence, which is very much the type of society that I see built up around me today. If one little thing fell, one domino fell, it would set off a chain reaction, and it could end up in a very bad way for the majority of people. If, say, oil became unavailable, or, not to say that those things would happen necessarily, just hypothetically, if something like that was to happen, like, say, the food chain was to break down, I found it interesting to have different thought experiments as to how the public would react to these situations, looking at the majority of people through my own analysis and seeing how dependent each person is on the societal structure, rather than, like you were talking about before, in the olden times. Look how different it was then. Nearly every group of people was independent for their food in some way. Maybe they still had trade routes and were bringing spices and things and certain exotic items, but generally, I'm of the understanding, especially in the European culture, for the last apparently few thousand years, people were farming their own foods. And even up until the last 100 years in Germany, I spent some time there in the last years, the people there were very self-sufficient and weren't in any way reliant or dependent upon the systematic or the industrial agriculture for their nutrition and sustenance and food.
Have you seen what they're doing in? Is it Holland, or I don't think it's Sweden? They're basically banning the nitrate for the farmers, and I think it's Holland. But yeah, these again, without educating the young, and the only way to do that is to homeschool them and teach them basic skills. That's what Ubuntu contributionism does. It basically is not so much worried about education, it's learning skills, and by the time they're 12 they can thatch roofs, they can shoe horses, they can do all of these things, and then they pick up reading along the way, and they do that as like an extra bit to this, and then basically they decide where they want to go, and they work with the master for 10 years, 15 years to learn that trade. And
Yeah, sure.
I think that's a pretty good place to aim for. But
Yeah,
these
I'd agree.
communities can only work as small groups. Once they get too large, you'll have the same problems as the city. The reason people don't care about people is there's too many people. Within, let's say, 100 people, maybe 200, you kind of know most of those people. So you help one another, and we used to lean on the communities and extended families, right? Even the aristocrats used to help us. So, like, if your child was gifted in some way, let's say he was good at the violin, you would take them to the aristocrats. You would have the child play. The aristocrat would, oh yeah, this child is good, and they would pay for his education. And so there was this whole
Patronage.
system, eh?
Patronage.
And there was these whole systems in place that nobody knows about now, because all they know is basically rely on the government and this infantilization. So you know, they don't need any practical skills. Everything's so easy, it's so on tap. You know, my foster mum, by the time she was 10 years old, could cook a full roast dinner, prepare all the veg, meat, everything. And now they burn water if they tried. You know, this is like the level that you're at, and it's just it's such a short amount of time that it's happened. And but I did say this to a friend, like, they get you through your children. They're going to brainwash your children into loving this and liking that, and then the next generation is going to be asked to move a little bit more. And I mean, I said this about tolerance. I said we need to be intolerant. I said what's happened is every generation was asked to be tolerant, and then the next generation were born into that tolerance, so they were asked to then be tolerant about something, or more tolerant about that thing, and so on and so forth, until we end up where we are today.
Well, that's why I said before that the deception seems to me to have gone back some way, because my parents, grandparents were already already deceived and were manipulating, unintentionally manipulating their children through the programming that they'd received from their parents. So
100%.
if it had been carried down through the generations, then I dare say that it goes back some way.
But the thing is, right, what is being pushed now, they could not have pushed 20 years ago. It would not have been tolerated. And this is the thing, they've now got people to a state where, with apathy, nihilism, whatever it is, it's all just running through. Nobody's protesting, nobody's worried. You get little smatterings, I get that, you know, you get little things, but
In countries as well, it's stronger resistance in certain European countries.
yeah, and you see them come to naught. You know, you've seen million man marches, million people protesting, nothing happens. So you know, I always try to promote becoming self-sufficient and opening it up to build your own tribes, to build your own groups, because doing it as an individual is ridiculous. You should always do it with a group and find like-minded people, and that's why I always talk about Aranya and Ubuntu contributionism, because those are two systems working right now, have been for years, and you can use those as examples. You know, you don't have to use anything from either one, but you know, it will give people an idea. And I think it's better to be positive and proactive and try to build something like that. You know.
Of course, I totally agree. As I've identified, the deception has not changed per se, but it has developed and continued and progressed from generation to generation, to the point now where it's I don't even see it as a possibility to be able to retreat from society within any of the Western civilized cultures. Whereas if you were to go to some of the Eastern cultures, you could still go off into the wild and have a chance for survival. But I'm not prepared to go to the depths of the African jungle in order to escape. I'm not even interested in trying to escape any longer. I'm in complete agreement that this whole, what is it called, inclusivity movement has gone too far. And like I said right at the start, it's all part of what I've identified as some sort of a mass manipulation for the people. And it all stems to the way in which people have been educated and taught to communicate with themselves and to be dependent upon not each other but the system through there's so many different factors to the manipulation. It's like the people that have been the overseers of it have been pulling the strings and looking at all the different ways that they can possibly manipulate and deceive. And for so long, they're so far ahead of the game. I very often feel when I'm talking with people, I've only recently sort of come into talking into some Discord groups. Prior to this, I was mostly face-to-face with groups of people, or one-on-one over in Europe. I've been over there for the last 7 years. I was up in Cairns and was talking with people up there for some time. Aside from that, I've been in my hometown. There's nobody here to talk about this sort of stuff with. Even a lot of the people that are alternative are still very much indoctrinated into the systematic beliefs of governmental rule. And yeah, it's
tricky.
It's so tricky, and I really have basically, to some degree, given up trying to persuade people or to try to inform people. Simply nowadays, looking for if there's other people that are willing to connect and to put their efforts together. But at the same time, like, I'm not prepared to. I also have my standards. Like you said, we need to form small tribes, and I'm not prepared to just connect with anybody. Like.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So many differing opinions from person to person that it's just impractical for me to come together with any random person, because two completely different ideas. We spend all of our time just trying to find harmony with each other rather than accomplishing. Like, sure, it's good to find harmony with a person, but some people, as I'm sure you're aware in your own experience, you'll find that there's just that instantaneous. In German, they have a word for it. It's called sympathisch. It's like when you have a good feeling of somebody when you very first meet them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure of a word of the same caliber in English, but sympathisch. So
Good
I have a
vibes.
lot. Yeah, good vibes. Like, we could say we vibe well with each other, or there was a really good connection. Just in German, they have in Germany, there's that word for it. So
You know that one, don't you? Simpatico.
no,
Oh, sorry.
what was it again? Sorry, the simpatico.
Simpatico, yeah, when you're in sync with one another.
Ah, simpatico. Well, there you go. It's very similar. Simpatico, simpatisch. So, yeah, I look around, try to find those simpatico people, and hopefully we can come together, because, otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, if we just sit around talking about the deception, we're still playing into the deception, because we're stuck in that hamster wheel of the mind.
And the great thing is, if you do build self-sufficient tribes, you can still do this thing. It doesn't mean you can't. So, you're kind of stronger when you are able to, do it from that position rather than this one.
Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, all the problems have been identified. It's time to start working on the solutions. But look, if there's other people that haven't identified the issues or haven't gone to that foundational level to be able to identify what it could be within themselves that blocks them from having a deeper connection with other people or communities or their surrounding environment. Happy to talk with people. It's not that I'm rejecting, otherwise I wouldn't be here now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky. I kind of ignored most of school. And I had this experience when I was 11 or 12 with reading. Again, I got like a vibe from it. I knew there was something off with it. I could read and write fairly well, but I just had this natural instinct like something was off. And it took ages. I kind of come back to it and I was thinking about it. And the way I would explain it is this, right? When you wish to engage with music, you put on a CD and there's people that are expressing it to you. Nobody would ever pick up a book of notes or lyrics and read it and think that that is music. And that was kind of the way that I explained this feeling I had when I was young. And that's my issue with reading. We're so lucky to have TTS and audiobooks today, but yeah, I knew there was something off. It was unnatural. There was like, and so to me, it's like death. Because unless it's humans, emoting it and delivering it, then yeah. So that was my take on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I might get taken off, Logger. I don't know how many other people are still around, but thank you all who were listening, and thank you, Logger, for participating and having a nice discussion. I wish you all the best, and
Have a joy day.
Yeah, thank you. It's my day's nearly over. Here in Australia, it's nearly 7 o'clock, quarter to 7. I'm just going to chill out for the rest of you and just relax for a while. So, but yeah, thank you very much, brother. All the best. If we don't speak again, all the best on your journey, and lots of love. Power to you.
Enjoy your coddy womple.
My what?
You'll have to look that one up now.
My coddy womple.
Your coddy womple.
Oh, mate, I'll be wompling. Don't you worry about that.
Damn right.
All right, peace out, brother.
Take care.
Hey Jesse, did you see Sky Free's new video?
I'm not sure. What was it? What was it about? Someone actually did give me a Sky Freeze video, but I don't know if it was the new one.
Yeah, they did a new one with sugar in water. Totally shows. Yeah, it shows bottom up obstruction over a plane, and it also shows the wavering and that we see in like the Skunk Bay all over a planar surface.
We need to get them. We need to pool some money here and get them a decent camera. I think they filmed it with a potato.
No, it looks good. The camera quality's not that big of a deal. It's all close up.
It looked like it was it looked blurry to me. Maybe my internet had diverted back and it was slow and it dropped down to some.
Clean your glasses, Jesse.
No, but my internet's not all that fast, so maybe it had dropped down to like 320 or something, some low resolution.
Yeah, point is, dude, this shows bottom up obstruction over a planar surface. Absolutely demonstrates it.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not exactly sure how much sugar they dumped in. They literally did raise the the seafloor,
I just posted it again.
and because my computer was showing it so blurry, I really couldn't tell if that white obstruction was literally the sugar that they had dumped in, creating basically a physical obstruction, or if it was something else. But let me look again here. No, it says HD.
Well, the video goes up to 1080p HD, but I wouldn't say it looks like a super high quality camera, but it looks fine. I mean, if you go to like a minute in before he adds anything, yeah, it's fine. I mean, yeah, it's clear enough to see what it's meant to show, and it shows precisely what happens once sugar's added. And you know what people say, oh, the atmosphere isn't sugar water. Well, I agree it's not sugar water, but water does have polysaccharides in it, and polysaccharides are essentially sugars. They're long chain sugars. So like spring water has it. Now all the water in the atmosphere may not have it to the same degree like ocean water does. However, I do think that's a factor. And then the salt as well, of course, like with the ocean. And salt is like the most common thing in air. And the ones that you did showed the magnification. So we have all the replication showing how this works over a planar surface with no globe required.
Yeah. I honestly just can't tell though if the obstruction is from refraction or just the sugar being mounded up. I think maybe the camera being close had the foreground out of focus. But anyway, there are actually two modes of refraction that can cause bottom-up obstruction. One is obviously the lake being warmer than the air, which creates like a road mirage. So that can cause bottom-up obstruction. And then the other is strong a strong bottom heavy density gradient near the water that has a sudden boundary and ends above a certain height. This also can cause bottom-up obstruction. And I actually illustrated that in one of my videos using a prism to do the refraction.
Thank you, Jesse. But bottom up obstruction has a flat plane right past the horizon on the ground.
Say that again, you cut out.
Bottom up obstruction of object happens on a flat plane just past the horizon. Because logic.
Well, it can, but it doesn't always. If you...
It should always happen. Because the horizon on a flat plane is the farthest you can see with your naked eye, or the angle of what are you going to call it? The angle of perspective. Therefore, on the ground, that horizon will occlude the ground behind the horizon. And the farther you go, the more the ground is occluded because of the angle of your eye. You can't see it. So those distant mountains, those distant buildings will start to shrink as far as they keep going out beyond the horizon. They'll shrink from the bottom up. Now, in the globe defense, you can claim, well, Earth's curvature. You can misinterpret that, but it will happen on the flat plane. Yeah.
Yep, it's all happening on the plane. On the horizontal, on the level.
But we still got bending light going on. Either way, right?
I don't really describe it as bending, but yeah, there is like warping effects that sort of like looking through, a piece of glass that's warped can cause effects, although it's much more complex than that. But yeah, the Atmos plane works as a lens.
So I just posted a picture showing 2 of Joshua Nowicki's photos of Chicago from the same location. And one of them, of course, shows just the tops of the buildings like the globe model predicts. And then the other, of course, shows it right to the shore almost.
The globe model doesn't predict that.
I beg your pardon?
The globe model doesn't predict what you're showing.
Well, please explain.
Are you copying Walter Bisland?
No, I used that little Earth curve calculator I use that little Earth curve calculator. That's a simple one, the one that does not account for refraction.
Wonderful. So let's do observer height and distance now.
Okay, observer height 263 feet, distance 53 miles, hidden 732 feet.
Let me check mine. Give me like 2 minutes.
Sure thing.
Yeah, so where's the hidden 732 feet?
Well, in the upper picture, you only see about 17 buildings. So, and you only see the tops of them. So obviously, all the buildings, and there's actually 17 buildings taller than 830 feet. So it's pretty close. All the buildings which are lower than 732 feet don't show up. So that's where that's evidence of the 732 missing feet, the hidden feet. But whatever the case, even let's say the bottom picture is reality, and the lake is flat, and we should be able to see all the way to the street level. Some condition is then happening in the upper picture, which is causing bottom-up obstruction.
Yes, absolutely. There's a phenomenon that's occurring, yes. And in my understanding, it has zero to do with a curving Earth. It has all to do with optics and how the atmosphere functions as a lens.
What's that,
Yeah.
Rick?
And the thing is, you could it's the old trick, like in 2015, the globe earthers first started doing this, so that horizon, the place where the horizon is changes. It's either closer or further. If it's closer, it's going to cut things off. If it's further, you're going to see further. It's really that simple. So when you're seeing beyond the oil rigs in the one that people refer to as the black swan, when you're seeing that beyond it, that's because you're seeing the extended plane because the horizon is constellating further away. When it's closer, then if it's closer than things in the distance, then the water line will be visually obstructing the things behind it. Not because of Earth curve, but simply because of the visual layers. It just has to do with the distance. The distance you see on the ground, on the water level, denotes the place at which the ground meets the sky. So if that place is closer because you can't see as far that day or because there's magnification happening, you'll get the obstruction. Like the bottom of the oil rig's legs being chopped off, for example, versus other times where you see boom far beyond it. But if you cherry pick one of those and say, oh, look, it fits what the 8 inches per mile squared would match, that isn't really valid because that's just taking one limited scenario and making one ad hoc explanation for it. Looking at all the phenomenon clearly shows that we see way too far on many, many levels, way beyond what a globe would, that the extended planar geometry of the Earth becomes clear and the only other thing that is the other things that are occurring are due to optics, due to the conditions, and due to the lensing effect of the actual environment.
But my point is that something somehow is blocking the light that starts out 263 feet high, should travel in a straight path to the observer who's 263 feet high.
No,
But somehow
not if the horizon is going to be between them. If their point at which their horizon is constellating is between those two things, then it will visually obscure it from anything behind it at any higher visual layer level than that cutoff point.
But see, the difficulty is there could be a little boat right out there in the middle with a super bright spotlight and pointing it at you, and he would appear also to be up on that horizon line, right?
No, not if if there was a dude like that picture on the top, if there was a guy in a boat that was like down at the base of those buildings, for example, which would be further than where the horizon is being formed, then you're not going to see that dude at all.
No, in the middle, halfway between the city and the observer, right on the high point.
Yeah, if the guy's boat is closer than where the horizon is, then you'll be able to see him. If he's any further than where the horizon is, the hull of his boat will start to be cut off. It's the horizon point that causes that.
Right, but what I'm building up to here is that if he were right on the peak of the horizon there, he would appear to be the same height as a building in the city that was 263 feet high, right?
Yeah, that's just because it's ramping up. It's the ground ramps up. So in this case, the water ramps up, but it only ramps up to the point at which the horizon line terminates or begins, however you want to see it. So yeah, that's ramping up the whole way. If he was like, let's say he was 30 feet in front of where the horizon was, the apparent horizon is on that day. So let's say he's just a little bit ahead of it. Yes, you would see him there and he would look like he's right at that point. But that doesn't, but the thing is that's all layered. So you have the ramping up water, you have the dude that's at the last point at which the horizon can be, to where you see his whole body. And yes, visually he would look like he's aligned with like the top of those buildings in that case. That is what it would be. However, what's really occurring is that over the planar surface, the water keeps going past where the horizon is on that day for your observing point. And it keeps going planar. And because those things are so far away and because they're so tall, that's going to line up with that dude on the water right where your horizon is, which is why all the building cutoffs are right where that point is too.
Okay, I just tagged a picture to you. Can you see that?
Yeah.
All right, so I took this picture. Actually, it was a video. I just took a screenshot. I was 58 feet high. The bottom of that big building, just sitting in the back of the boat, is 53 feet high. So that boat should be on a flat Earth, would be 50 feet below my line of sight to the base of that building, right? This is a 20-mile shot.
Sorry, what were the numbers again?
Observer, eye line 58 feet high. Bottom of the building 53 feet high, and distance of 20 miles or 21.2 miles. So that ship should have been entirely below the bottom of the building if the Earth was flat. And somehow, and here's
No.
my
No. Sorry. No, I mean, not trying to shoot on right away, but that's not what it would be.
okay. So let's say there was a guy a couple floors up on that big building shooting a laser right at me, and that ship sailed by. Would he block the laser beam?
I don't know, dude. I couldn't really tell from this limited information here, the angles and stuff involved, but
Well, but you can see that the ship obscured my view of the bottom several floors as he sailed by, right?
yeah, dude, that's just angular size, distance, and angle.
Hello,
So-
Jesse.
Hey, Rufi, how's it going?
What's up?
Meh, not much.
I was gonna call you Ruffy, like your dog. Your dog's barking, Ruffy.
Yes, very good. Anyway, continue, Jesse.
Jesse, if you can look back at the picture you mentioned me, you tagged me in.
The Joshua Niwiki composite.
Yeah, so your numbers are off. The top one that's red is missing 500 feet, and the bottom one is missing 1,000 feet. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. You're looking at 500 feet of the buildings, not 800 feet that you have, and the bottom one is you're looking at 1,000 feet, which is including about 400 feet, because the top building is 1,400 feet tall. So you have the wrong numbers. I don't know how you got your numbers.
What numbers?
It says 732, and then the other one says what? 800. They're off.
Okay, so let's take these one at a time. It's 2 a.m., so I'm easily confused here. So the highest dune is 263 feet. Are we okay with that for the sake of discussion?
We got the observation at 263 and 53 miles, which I agree is 732. 732 feet. Hidden height.
Okay, so we're good on that part with the 732 feet of hidden height.
I'm not good with it, Jesse. You know
what's
why.
that?
I'm not good with it. You know why.
But Jesse, would it really be 732 feet of hidden height?
Well, that was I just used the little GitHub whatever calculator that does not, just the simple one. It does not take into refraction or anything. Just does.
All right, but doesn't the 732 count the curve from A to B, which is like curving over like a basketball? Meaning that wouldn't actually be 732 of hidden height. That's 732 of curvature.
No.
Meaning
No,
that
that's the hidden
would
height.
be less than 732. Yes.
No, that's the hidden height. That's why it calls it the hidden height.
So would you call that the sagitta?
That would be the height of the sagitta, if you want to look at it like that.
Is it?
Be the thickness of Jerry's
So let's
bulge.
go with that for now. Let's go with that for now. Do you see
Hang on.
how the red
That's not the height of the sagitta,
on
is it?
top is showing half the building, about 500 feet, and the bottom one is about 1,000 feet of the building. What do you say?
So are we in agreement that there are 17 buildings taller than 830 feet in Chicago?
That doesn't matter.
It does, though.
I'm just looking. The way I look at it is the tallest building is 1,400. I think 1,470 feet. So let's say 1,500 feet. Is that fair?
Sure, and you can see it.
Yeah.
Part of it.
And in the red and in the blue.
Right.
And you have here 17 buildings. What is that? Is that a measurement? What is that? 17 buildings taller than 830 feet?
Yes, in Chicago, if you took, I better not use a jet as an example. If you took a large machete and swept it across the top of the city at 830 feet, you would chop the tops off of 17 buildings.
That doesn't help you determining the height of these buildings. What's being blocked. Like, for example, if you look at the top The top one, red, the red one. I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at probably less than half of the building is included.
Well, actually, you don't know how much is included.
And we're looking at 700. Let's just say half of the tallest building should be included, and it's not. We're seeing a little bit more. And this is why I say that your measurements do not match the what's in reality, what we observe in reality. Just ignore refraction for a minute. On the average, minimal refraction on the average day, clear day, it's not going to match what you say. And here's the first perfect example. This tall building here, looking at the Willis Tower. Say it right.
Yep.
We're looking at more than half of that building, and you're claiming we should only see half on the top. On the bottom,
how do you measure that?
probably hang on. The bottom, we're looking at about 80% of the building.
Yeah. How are you measuring that?
And you're saying that we should only see half. So we see
How are
way
you measuring that?
I disagree with your guesstimate of seeing 80%, because if you look, there's actually mirroring going on, and so.
Well, no. Don't do mirroring. We're looking at 80% of the building on the bottom, and no.
How are you measuring that, Godric?
90% of the building on the bottom.
How are you measuring that, Godric?
70% on the top. That's my guesstimate. How are you
measuring it?
Hang on, we're here. Let Jesse talk. What do you say, Jesse? I say 70 on top and 90 on bottom. What do you say?
I don't think there's any way to make that assertion based on that picture.
Well, what do you?
I can do it. I can do it.
You can see on the tower. It's more than half showing.
Yeah, but it's
Again?
vertically distorted.
Oh my
it's
god!
Unevenly vertically distorted, and there's a mirroring line. So part of what you see is what you think is the part below the halfway mark is actually just a reflection of the part that's above that.
Tell me about the mirroring line. What do you mean?
Well, just look at it. There's some buildings that don't touch the water, the short ones, right?
So they're floating in the air.
There are just the tops of some buildings appear to be floating in the air, which means that there's actually a mirroring line, and everything below that mirroring line actually is just a reflection of what's above that mirroring
that
line.
works against you, Jesse. That works against you because you're trying to show half the building included. Now you're telling me that it's mirroring up, right? Not down. Mirroring up.
I don't think so. I don't know what you mean by up, but no, you can see less than half of the tall one, but part of the upper half that you can see is actually appearing again upside down below the mirroring line.
Wait, we're seeing more than half of the tall building with the Willis Tower. Okay. Yes or no?
Hey Godric, can you turn me up? Because you can't hear me when you're talking.
I can hear you, Jesse.
Because I let you finish your sentences and then you cut me off. That doesn't work. Do you know? You know what I mean?
My bad. Do you want to talk right now? That was my bad. I can hear you talking.
Only if you want to. If you want to have a dialogue, we can. Okay? If you're going to just talk over me, then it's not a dialogue and we can't.
You already know what each other think about this, so it's kind of a fake dialogue anyway.
Well, let's just go over it, okay? Tell me about the top and the bottom and how that.
Sure, let's go over it again.
Your globe.
Say that again, Godric.
Tell me about the top picture and the bottom picture, how it matches the globe.
How it matches the globe? Well, because there are 17 buildings taller than 830 feet in Chicago, and I counted just about 17 buildings sticking up over the horizon. And that's pretty close to 732 feet, which is what the hidden should be on a globe.
Yeah, no. That's not right.
Which part isn't right?
The Willis Tower is about 50 feet tall. Okay? I'm looking at more than half of it. looking at about 70% of that Willis Tower here. I'm only missing about 30%.
How are you coming to that conclusion, Godric?
I'm looking at what's 30% of 1,500? I'm looking at about 1,000 feet of tower here. And your globe claims I can only see about 750. So I'm seeing more than I should. The bottom picture is doubly against you because the bottom picture I can see almost everything. Now you explain that to us.
Well, let me ask you this. Is the antenna taller in the orange picture? Or
No,
top
no.
spire, is it taller in the top picture than it is in the
Don't
bottom picture? Compare?
Don't
No?
say, talking about the antenna. I'm talking about the whole building.
No, I'm asking you a question. If you don't want to answer it, you can say you don't want to answer it. Okay, but I'm asking you a question. Is that spire thing on top taller in the orange picture than it is in the non-orange picture?
The spire is elongated, yes.
Okay, so isn't that pretty strong evidence that there's some vertical stretching going on there?
Okay, so say it was vertically stretched, right? That'd mean more of it is below the horizon line, right?
Right. The half that's visible is obviously being stretched to more than it should be, right?
Let's say I'll go with that. And what does that prove?
Yeah, Godric.
Hang on a second.
It proves that your claim that you're seeing more than half is pretty shaky.
So you're saying I'm seeing more than half, but it's elongated, so I'm actually seeing less than half.
Right.
Okay, let's say I'll buy that. Let's say refraction's happening, looming, whatever you want to call it. Now look at the bottom. What's happening with the bottom? Clearly, almost everything is covered on the bottom. How does that work?
Probably
Covered?
a globe,
What do you mean
Godric.
covered?
At this point, Godric, it's probably a globe.
What's
It
that?
looks like almost everything's visible to me on the bottom.
Yes. And where's your 730 feet of hidden height?
It's not there.
Which means what?
Well, it could mean, and I think it means that there was just some strong refraction going on that day, and the light was curving faster than the curve rate of the water surface, and so it was possible for him to see right around the curve. And in fact, the video that I took this from, you can see the YouTube hashtag there, so you can actually go find the video. That video, a little while after this, it got dark, and you could see the lights on the buildings undulating up and down like the whole city was made out of rubber. So there was massive refraction going on that night.
It'd be shimmering, right? So I'm saying I'm gonna claim the bottom one is the bottom one is not evidence, but result of a flat plane.
Why?
Oh, okay, but you've still got to admit that something optical then is curving light to the
No.
tune of 8 inches per mile squared, right?
No, light doesn't curve. No. We see it. We see what we see. If you can get the great excellent conditions, which Justin Wiki, I'm sure he can do that. The refraction amount would be negligible, which is what we see here.
So let's say it was the sunny, the orange day there,
Yeah.
and there was a guy at 830 feet up in one of those buildings shining a laser at you. You'd see it, right?
I don't know. I mean,
well, I can answer yes because a few moments later in this video that I took that snapshot from, the sun set down behind the buildings, so the sun was literally providing light from the same height as the top of an 830-foot building, and yes, you could see it. But do you need to see the video? I can get it.
I'll look at the video, but just confirm that the bottom could happen on the flat plane. That's all I want to say.
Oh yeah, it could. That doesn't mean it is.
Wonderful.
And that's
Wonderful.
not even my.
You need to have this, mathematic refraction happening to get you to build your globe, which you can't confirm that the refraction actually happening.
What do you mean by mathematic refraction? As in not real light bending?
Right. Like I said, if you have excellent conditions, refraction would be down to a minimum, which would be negligible in the upstate. Yes.
No. Incorrect.
Yes.
Incorrect.
Correct.
Incorrect. Evidence, please.
Correct.
Okay, so, Godric, the bottom pane is also possible on a globe Earth. It's possible. You asked if it was possible on a flat Earth. Yes, it is.
I don't
It's
think it's
also.
globe Earth.
No, I'm telling you it is, and I have photographic video evidence that it is.
Well, we can look at that. I'll meet you halfway. I'll say the bottom is possible on a flat. Fair enough.
It's possible on a flat and a globe Earth.
Well, I mean, according to your refraction above, right? Things are being pushed down, are being occluded by the horizon.
All possible on both models if you make
that,
it up enough.
Yeah, you're right. It's possible on both models, actually.
So, looking at the orange picture, if there was a laser pointing at you from an 830-foot tall building, you'd see it just right at just slightly above the horizon. Just
I don't
right
know.
at
I
the.
have to draw that.
Okay, let me get. Okay, let me get you the video.
Weren't you telling me that the top picture had more than 50% of the building occluded? So he'd be below the horizon. You got to get straight with your explanation. You just said the top is more than 50% included because you said it's been stretched. Yes?
Yeah.
So that would mean that he'd be below the horizon. And so would his laser.
No, I specified that he was at a building whose height was right at the height of the horizon.
No, you said 800 feet.
830 feet.
Okay, but look, wouldn't that be
The tops of the 830
okay,
foot buildings just show.
If the guy is right at the horizon, he'd have to be above the horizon for you to see his laser. Just above it. Fair?
Yeah, just
Because
at
at
or above.
line, the horizon blocks what's behind it. Okay? So you have to be just above the horizon. That you should be able to see his laser, yes.
There, I just posted a picture for you. And actually, this really shows the mirroring, too, with the sun behind the buildings.
You have a sun, and what is this? What does this show? What is your point?
This shows where a guy with a laser would appear to be if he was at about 830 feet in
By
Chicago.
the way, beautiful picture.
What's that?
Where beautiful picture. Where's the laser you're talking?
Well, it's not in the picture. I'm asking you to imagine it being there, but we could use the sunlight instead if you want.
Just say which one to say, man.
Okay, can you imagine with me that there's a guy on the top of one of those buildings that just peaks above the horizon with a laser shining it at you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is he in the building?
Yeah, do you see the sun, and then in the left side of the sun
He's not behind the building. He's in the building, correct?
he's right on the top of that. See the little building that appears to be floating in the sun on the left of the sun, in the sun?
On the left?
Yeah.
The tiny one?
Yeah, do you see the tiniest little brick that shows up in the sun?
I say you can see that laser. Yes.
Okay. Now let's say a boat sails by right on that horizon. Halfway between you and the guy with the laser. That boat would block that laser when he sailed right in front of you, right?
No, the boat only blocked the laser. The boat only blocked that building. Actually, it wouldn't. Wouldn't be big enough. But it would be in between you and the building. I mean, if it was, let's say it was a tanker. Let's say it's a big tanker, right?
Yeah, it can. Let's say it's a sailboat.
But
Let's say it's a.
but could it also float up into the sky like the building's floating up?
No, it's just on the water.
Well, the building is literally floating on top of it.
It's
I
not
mean,
floating. That's the mirror line. It's not floating actually.
So what wouldn't that happen also to the tanker who's on the horizon?
It might be a little, but he's a big tanker. He's like 100 feet tall.
Yeah, make your point about the tanker. You're saying it would block or wouldn't block the building?
Well, I'm saying it would. Do you think it would?
Well, there's two things happening. One, I gotta figure out what the distraction is happening. You don't have this mirror line, obviously, is changing stuff. But then also, what would happen on basically on a flat plane, which is two different things.
Well, on a flat plane, the laser is going from 830 feet to you at 260 feet. At no point does it get closer than 260 feet to the water, right? It's above the water. It's parallel kind of to sloped, but above the water, right?
No, that's where you're wrong. So see how you have this horizon, right? That will occlude things behind it. So these buildings will begin to vanish bottom up, or you can also say being pressed downward. Because that horizon is blocking your angular perspective. For anybody to say that you can't see the ground, that horizon is blocking the ground behind the horizon. That's why those buildings seem to be sinking down, because that ground is occluded, because that horizon is blocking the ground behind it. So if you were in a building halfway shooting a laser, that would also if the dude was in the buildings, it would also be blocked by the horizon and also by a boat. It wouldn't actually, even though it's higher, it would appear lower, and the laser would bank up just like the sun would bank upwards instead of downwards. The light would bank upwards, so it would actually be occluded. It's the way light works, right?
So the ship.
Remember the street lamps? My great example. You had an angle down, right? So get 2 or 3 blocks of street lamps and look at the angle of that. The top, the angle's downward, goes right into the horizon, vanishes. That light that's 50 feet above your head is actually shining upwards at you now, shining up to your eyes, not down on your head, shining up to your eyes in the distance because of perspective, because it's vanishing into the ground. So the sun also vanishing into the ground behind the horizon line. The buildings dipping into the ground because that area is occluded. You can't see it. Not because the Earth is bending. That's what happened on a flat plane.
So the ship would block the laser beam?
Yes. On the horizon it would. Now, you send that ship beyond the horizon, it'll start sinking.
Right.
Because remember, the horizon line will block the ground behind the horizon. Not because the Earth is bending, because logic on a flat plane. So as long as that ship is before the horizon, it'll definitely block those buildings and block the laser halfway. That's halfway.
So if you took a super strong weightless string and stretched it from the point of that laser at 830 feet high to your observer location at what was it, 260?
The farther the laser is, the lower it'll go into the ground, and you won't be able to see it after a certain point. You'd have to have it above that horizon line.
The string?
Perspective. Well, the string, if you had a string?
Yeah, a weightless, super strong string that you stretched real tight, so it made a straight line.
Okay, the string would appear to be below that horizon line. It'll appear to be like, so you know how it's black horizon line is black, it'll come out of that blackness in the horizon.
Well, even if the ends
It'll
are,
be lower.
even if it's at the same height as the laser beam is.
You said the laser. I was claiming that at some point the laser beam would be occluded, it'd be blocked by the horizon line, because you were saying halfway 800 feet in that building, right?
Well, we've got the laser up high.
Block half the building, so it would block the laser, it blocked the guy holding it, and if a tanker was in between you and that tanker would also block it.
We've got the guy with the laser on top of a building, so we can see the top of the building he's on. So we should be able to see his laser, right?
But you're moving it now. You said it was halfway. Now you're saying he's on top.
The ship is halfway between the observer and the target.
If a guy was on top of the building shooting a laser downwards, yes, you can see it.
Okay. If you stretched a super tight string, a weightless string, from the top of that same building to the observer, would it run parallel to the laser beam?
Yes, but that string would also be occluded once it fell below the horizon. In other words, once it was back far enough where those objects start to vanish bottom up.
But I mean, we can see the
string that all technically would, well, the string would. See, light technically you can't see that past the horizon. That's the limit on the ground.
Can you just call this bullshit, please, Jesse? You're just talking shit, yeah. Godric, sorry.
Horizon is blocking. The string,
lost in
though,
the
should
weeds.
cut through the horizon. I would do it cut through the horizon.
You're all over the place, from boats to horizons to lasers to corridors.
Well, Jesse switched it on me. He first the laser guy was in the middle of the building. Now he's saying it's on top of it.
No, I said the ship was halfway to the target. I guess you misunderstood me, and I apologize for
He
that.
told me a guy was 800 feet into the building, which is halfway, shooting a laser across. I said that would be blocked.
No, I said he was at the top of an 830-foot tall building.
You just told me the top just right now. I mean, maybe I misunderstood you.
And we can see the top of this building, just the top.
That little box that's floating above
Yeah,
that.
he's on top of that. He's just standing right up on at the
Go
penthouse.
farther back, that would also fall below the horizon, and it would include your guy with the laser. But if you get to the top of that building, you see that the guy, you can see his laser also. I mean,
if he's on top, then we could see his laser.
Right, but that building that's just floating above the mirror, that also would vanish if you're just a little bit more distant, right?
Right. Yeah, he's not down any floors. He's on the very top. He's on the roof of the penthouse.
And I'm saying that's not happening because it's curving. It's happening because that's what happened on the flat plane.
I understand that, and I'm trying to understand how you think the rest of it works together, because I think that when you actually try to make this work, it's going to be self-contradictory.
Well, I mean, if you can agree with me that the light shines up to your eyes from the ground, when those street lights, when the sun vanishes in the horizon, then we're probably on the same page. See, like globers think that the sun is coming down on the head. That's what happens at 12 o'clock, right? But as the sun goes out, it appears to go lower until it vanishes in the horizon. And then the sun's not coming on top of your head; it's coming actually up to your eyes from the ground. This is just because logic.
So, if the guy now that you know that the other guy is on the top of that 830-foot building that we can just see the top of, if he was the guy holding the other end of this super strong weightless string, and it was stretched from him to the observer, would that run parallel to the laser that he is also pointing at the observer?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now let's say this 200-foot tall tanker ship goes by. You said it would obscure the laser, right?
No, only if it's below the horizon. You switched them and said you had the guy at 800 feet. Then you said he was on top of the building. That's why I said that. The tank would only block it if it was below the horizon. If it's above the horizon, the tank won't block it.
So if a ship went by sticking up off this horizon, it wouldn't block the top of that building?
Not in this picture here. It depends on how far the building.
The building is twice as far as the ship. So a 200-foot high building, or a 200 a
Like I
200
said,
high.
that building that's just above that's mirroring above this peeking out. Like I said, you go a little bit more distant, and that building would vanish beneath the horizon. So without a tanker, you wouldn't see it. With the tanker, if a tanker sailed by, it would block the building. In that example, if it was the right size, if it just went in front of it, and the tank was big enough, for example, it could block that building in your example.
Okay, so would it also catch the string?
It's tricky because the string's not going to be taut at that length. But let's say it was taut, right? String was
Right,
taut.
that's part of our thought experiment. It's taut and weightless. It's a perfectly straight line.
Let me say it this way: if the string was appeared to be beneath the horizon, you had an observation, had a guy on there holding the string at some height. It would appear to cut through. I think it would appear to cut through that horizon. It would cut through that blackness of the horizon, and then come out at the other side somewhere, as if it was cutting through the water.
Well, since both ends are above the water and it's straight, shouldn't it parallel the laser beam?
If it's above the water, it parallels the laser beam. If it's beneath the horizon, it would cut through it. It would cut through the horizon.
No, the far end is also at 830 feet at the top of that building with the laser.
Both the laser and the string should be visible, and it should come back to you.
Okay, and I agree with that part. But here's the $1 million question: if a 200-foot high tanker sailed by in front of that building, the tanker being on the horizon, sticking up like a silhouette, I think we agree that he would block the laser beam. But you said the laser beam and the string would be parallel. So is he also going to catch his ship on the string as he goes by?
If you can get the right height and the right distance, the string would come to you. It wouldn't be physically blocked, but it would be optically blocked by that tanker.
So the
string would appear to like
Rich.
around. You know how the light coming up to your eyes? The light actually is higher. Like the sun setting is actually higher than you are, but it appears to shine upwards because it's falling down. It appears to be low at a distance, but the height is actually they still have some height there.
Why do you make things up?
What do you think?
Well, let's say the ship sailed in front of the.
I think it would form a bendy line to your eye if it was beneath that horizon. If it was being occluded by the tanker or by the horizon, the string and also the laser would form like a bendy. It'd be like a bendy path, not a straight path, a bendy path. Though I haven't seen that happen. Maybe we should do some experiments.
Well, I have this question though for you. Let's say the ship did sail in front of the building, blocked the observer's view of the laser. If the ship's crew went over and looked at the side of the ship, would they see the laser spot on the side of the ship?
They would see the laser above their heads, but we would see it either parallel or blocked by the tanker.
Oh, so they would see it high above the ship, not even hitting the ship.
Because they're close to the building. They would see it high above the ship. We would see it getting blocked by the ship at the right distance.
So if the light's not reaching
Because the perspective is completely different from the people on the tanker watching the building, which is close, and from us, who's watching the tanker, which is 50 miles away, and the building, which is 53 miles away. Completely different perspective. So we would see it occluded, but they would see it above their heads.
So what's stopping the light from reaching us? See, light is energy, and when that light hits something, it heats it. So if nothing stops it, it's going to reach us and we're going to see it. So how can the ship stop that light when it's far below the light. Do you see the dilemma here?
It appears to be lower. It's just perspective. It's not physically lower. It's optically lower.
God damn, you're full of shit,
Outside
Godric.
of horizon.
But it's physically blocking the light, and if it were a powerful laser, it would burn a hole in whatever blocked that light, right? What's getting the
You're talking
hole?
about physical stuff. Physical and optical is different, Jesse. Right?
Okay, let me
You know
say
that
it.
my street lamp, they vanish into the horizon at a distance. We know that the Earth isn't bending in 3 blocks. We know that those lights are actually on the ground, bending, shining up to our eyes. But it definitely appears that they're on the ground, shining up to our eyes, not down on their head, up to our eyes. It's all optical.
So
Yep.
let's say that it was a little bit of a hazy day or evening, and when the ship's crew looked up, they could literally see the glowing green beam of the laser above them. Is that
They
what they
would,
would see?
because
Okay.
they're closer. They're closer. They'd see it above them. But we're farther. We'd see it. It would be occluded by both the horizon and the tanker if you got the right distance and the right height.
Okay. So let's say they're like, oh, that's interesting. So they get in a dinghy and they start following the green line towards the observer. They're underneath the green line, they're looking up, they're following the green line. Where does that green line stop? Does it stop right above the ship, or does it keep going past the ship, that glowing green line, because of the haze in the air?
I think if you can follow that line, it may appear to be curving. I don't know what it's actually doing, but I know optically those distant objects are occluded at the horizon. I know that much. Physically, that you should see them, but you can't because you don't have enough angular resolution.
So do you think that green line would be curving upward or curving downward?
I think it would form like a bendy like an Earth curve.
Upwards
You can't follow the line in reality because as you move towards the tanker and towards the people and towards the other building, your perspective changes and you can start seeing stuff as you get closer.
So the guy in the dinghy could see the glowing laser beam above him, right?
Yep.
When
Good job, Roderick.
Yes.
Good job, Godric. You're right.
So if he followed it and kept following it and followed it all the way to the observer, at what point would that laser beam stop?
I don't know. I mean, we can kind of draw it. This is why we can see lasers, Jesse, at 20 miles at 5 feet observer height. They just kind of like peak like right over the horizon. Not all times, but sometimes. I mean, it depends on the conditions. But 15 miles, 20 miles, even 25 miles, we've seen lasers at 5 feet. So I think what they're doing, they're just kind of peaking up over the horizon and bending back down. And if you can't see them, then they're just being blocked by the horizon. That has to do with your angular perspective or angular resolution.
So why couldn't, if there's nothing obscuring the laser beam, why can't the observer see it then?
The horizon's obscuring it.
Well, the ship, remember, he could see it before the ship sailed in front of it.
Horizon of the ship is the same idea. The ship is going to be a little bit taller than the horizon, right? I don't know if you heard my example you can do like every day in your living room. Get a checkerboard, okay? Get a flat table, okay? Put the checkerboard on flat on the table and bring your eye down to the table level so you can just barely see the first few squares of that checkerboard, okay? What you'll notice is that you can't see the further squares on the other side of the board, just the first few squares. Kind of like you're lowering the camera like to the table level, not above the table, but to the level of the table. So what you've done is you've created a horizon on a checkerboard. And if you draw letter 8 on the corner of that white square on the checkerboard, on the far end of that checkerboard, you cannot see the letter 8 because
Actually, in love with you, Dawn.
And this is what happens in reality. When we hit that horizon, whatever distance height, zero height distance, that horizon is going to block the ground beyond the horizon. And those items beyond the horizon are going to appear farther they get, they're going to sink into the ground or vanish from the bottom up. Same idea. Same thing on a checkerboard. As long as you roll your eyes all the way down to the side of that table, so you can barely see those, but you can see them good. You can see the first 3 squares perfectly good. The further squares on the board cannot see. That's what's happening to your building and to your everything behind that horizon in reality.
But what we've talked about with the ship is not explained by that because, and I hope you can understand the significance of this paradox you've set forth. You've basically claimed that a ship can stop a viewer from seeing a laser beam, even though that ship isn't anywhere near that laser beam. So that's kind of a spooky action at a distance. And
once you get to that horizon line,
I'm almost done. And you've claimed something that I have never seen demonstrated. I've never seen someone able to stop a laser beam by placing something that's not even near the laser beam. So I would encourage you to realize to try to find some demonstration of what you're actually claiming, and then when you realize it's actually never been demonstrated, then realize that your claims are very kind of self-contradicting and absurd. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. It's way past my bedtime, so let's wrap this up.
one more thing to that. Thank you for your time, Jesse. You can see this happening like close up, Jesse. All you have to do, there's this video of this guy with small little boats, and within 200 feet, they fall below the horizon, within 200 feet, and they vanish from the horizon line. So it just has to do with perspective, your angular perception, Jesse.
Jesse, you're far too nice in not calling out bullshit.
But anyway, Godric, what your model is calling for is an ability to block a laser without even getting near that beam, which is not the same thing
Let me help you.
as
Let
the
me help
light
you.
on the little lake, and it's not the same thing as your
What you're
checkerboard.
trying to
So
say is, can a taller object in the distance be blocked by a shorter object between you and the observer? Yes, it absolutely.
right, if the laser beam were curving down and skimming the surface of the water and then going back up to the observer, then a ship could, on a flat Earth, could block the laser beam, but the laser beam would hit the side of the ship. What you're claiming is that the laser beam at all points is high above the ship and never actually interacts with the ship, and yet somehow the ship's
Ship
presence
will block it
hides
at
that
the
laser
right
beam.
Yes, the ship will block at the right distance. As long as it's behind the horizon and
Come
the
on,
ship
Godrich.
is at the horizon line, it will block it. That happens
Well,
on a flat plane. And do the checkerboard.
Just like on a globe Earth, huh?
Do the checkerboard if you can. Let me know what happens.
So magic stuff happens, and then it appears like a globe. That's basically what you
It's
said.
fucking magic.
It would all happen on a flat plane.
Yeah, okay.
And it does.
You've got a champ out of me tonight, Godric.
Maybe you use Occam's razor. Do you have to have all kinds of crazy math to make your globe work, or do you just see what you see?
well,
How
you've
about
got a
do the math
spooky action
first?
at a distance.
If you
I'm not
understood
the
the
first
math,
one who said that, Jesse.
Well, but you did say that the ship could block the laser beam even though the laser beam wasn't anywhere near and wasn't hitting the ship. So that's a huge claim, and that needs evidence. If you can actually show that you can block a laser beam without putting anything in or near that laser beam, then that's fantastic. And
Did Godric ever say any of this? I feel like you walked him into all these ideas of laser beams or whatever the concoctions you have. He was just dropping knowledge about the horizon and how reality works.
Jesus Christ.
Did he ever say this thing about the laser that you're not pegging on him?
well, I asked him if the ship would block the laser, and he said yes. And I asked him if the ship would hit the side of the ship.
I tried to help you by saying taller objects in the distance can be blocked by shorter objects that are in front of them. That's all you're saying, right?
No, there's a key factor in that the observer is higher than that object that's doing the blocking. That's the
Is the
key.
observer is higher than the object doing the blocking.
Yes.
Well, in our example, mine and Jesse, we are not higher because we're on the ground on 5 feet, let's say.
No, we're
And the
265 feet.
tanker's taller and the building's taller. So in this case, it
No,
wouldn't apply.
we're at 265 feet.
Yeah, the observer is at 265 feet, and the
Oh,
laser
okay.
source
I was
is at
thinking,
80.
I forgot the observer height. Okay. I was thinking it was on the ground. But it doesn't matter because all those distant objects will vanish from the bottom up or be compressed down the farther you go, and the more distance you have because of the horizons. Not because the Earth is bending, because that's what would happen on a flat plane.
Anyway, Geo, he did say that when the ship sailed in between the observer and the laser, that it would stop the observer from seeing the laser, but that if the people on the ship were to look, the laser wouldn't be hitting the ship, but rather they would see the glowing line of the laser high above the ship, even though the ship was blocking it. Right, Godric?
I believe that's what will happen. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what will happen. Yeah, we would see the laser block, but they would see it over their head because it's just a different perspective. And that would and that's why stuff is occluded in the distance, because after that horizon, stuff just starts vanishing. But that horizon blocks the view of those things past the horizon.
Right. The horizon's it's optical. It's not a physical blockage.
It's all optical.
Right.
Now the globe crimps is a physical block, right? And by the way, did you do your 6 kilometer test, Jesse?
No.
You have the
That's a
string
big.
though.
I got the string. It's on the spool, and I got the level winder. I still need to get the canoe licensed so that because it has to be licensed to go in the lake with a motor, and I need to fix a loose bearing on the motor, and I have to build a mount that lets the motor mount onto the canoe.
Canoe license. Wow. You can't just take a regular canoe. You need a motor canoe.
Yeah,
The
because
Indians didn't have that.
well, I want to get the project done in one day. Because if I paddle 6 miles out or 6 kilometers out, and then 6 to tie off the one end, and then 6 kilometers back, and then out to the middle, and then back, and then out to the far end again to take it down and back, I'm going to spend like 7 hours or whatever just paddling. And that's
No,
really
you're
going to.
not, dude. I
What?
saw women do dragon boat racing. It was awesome.
Well, I don't have
They
a
go so
racing
fast.
canoe.
That
I
doesn't
don't.
sound worth it at all.
I don't
It
have a
wouldn't take
racing
7
canoe.
hours. It'll probably take a couple hours, maybe 3 hours.
I bet you. Were they doing kayaks or canoes?
It looked like a canoe, but it was big. It was like a 6 or 8 chicks doing a dragon boat. It was awesome, going really fast.
Oh, well, this is just a
You
canoe.
think Jesse there pulling the oars, back and forth. That wouldn't take too long. How far is the lake? 3 miles?
Well, 6 kilometers is like what, 3.7 miles? But remember,
4 miles?
I gotta go out, tie off the end, come back, do whatever, and I'm also gonna have to go out to the middle and back, and then to take it all down, I'm gonna have to do the same thing over again. So, yeah, I gotta go faster than 3 miles an hour. That's just a given.
And for everybody here that doesn't know exactly what you're trying to do, just give us a rundown real quick.
Okay, let me get the diagram.
Just tell us. You have a 6-kilometer string, which is 4 miles. You're going to lay it across the lake, right?
Yeah, 6 kilometer string. That's 3.7 miles. It's a braided polyethylene fish line, rated at 100 Chinese pounds, which is probably about 75 American pounds. And
You're going to taut the string.
yeah, and it's slightly buoyant, but it's very near the density of water, but slightly less, so it'll float.
Did you test that it floats before or no?
Yeah, I took some samples and put them in the rain barrel and let them sit for months, and they were still floating after several months even.
So if you taut the string, it should, in the center of the lake, it should buckle down into the water.
It may. The geometry, it's such a slant, a slight slant that I may not be able to overcome the buoyancy without getting it so tight it breaks, but I'm still want to try it.
How
But
much curve
yes,
do you have? How much curve do you have on the Earth calculator?
28 inches.
That's a good amount. I mean, in your defense, if it's too floaty, it won't dip below the water.
Right.
But you got to be willing to test the strength of that. Pull it really taut.
Yeah. So I
28
don't know
inches.
if
That's
so. It's obviously not gonna sink 28 inches no matter what because it's buoyant, and the
you're gonna
straighter
have a
it gets.
stake. You're gonna have a stake on one side of the lake and a stake on the other side. So it's like a stuck on the stake. You can reel it in like on a windy reel.
Yeah, something like that.
That also is important because you want to do it like it's a gradual thing, so it doesn't snap.
Right.
And you can have like a thing. It'll stay put once you wind it up and out the string. It'll stay put. It won't unreel by itself.
What I got is those things on sailboats where the little rope goes through it and you pull it and the rope slides, but then it grabs and it doesn't unslide.
Okay.
It's a little ratchet for rope.
You just send me a picture.
I got one of those, and it's just a one-way latch for a rope, so you can pull it and it won't pull back out unless you release it.
Well, Jesse, I credit you for doing real experiments, and let them know how it comes out. Someone should be with you to do a live camera. Make sure you're not, it looks all legit.
Well, yeah, there's not going to be any live streaming unless somebody wants to get a Starband set up out there or something.
Yeah, we're here. We're here. We're here has the resources. He get out there. He's a satellite phone. Do a live stream. No interruptions. Yeah, he can do it. Right, we're here. Call Rehab, man. He'll be your
Well,
I don't say assistant, but go guy.
if it works, then I think Brian Leakey will come out and we'll do it again.
If it
And
works,
whoever else wants to come out. What?
it's gonna work. You just don't know how it's gonna.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to get it to sync at all.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
Alrighty, thanks. Take care.
In and out.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The label.
What's up? You drinking your early morning Kool-Aid, Demont? Demont prefer red Kool-Aid, blue Kool-Aid. Go.
Probably red. I'd mix them. That purple Kool-Aid.
Make that purple drink.
That's right.
And he's back.
Three magnetic gyros. One on the left, spinning that way. One on the right, spinning that way. And they spin each other.
Are you talking?
Force.
Are you giving directions somewhere?
Yeah. You get a rotating wheel on the left of something and on the right of something. You give direction, all right.
All right.
It should start spinning. You know, like the tire, the one tire you sit there and you spin it and it'll start turning around. Where you just put one on each end of another, like a thing, a propeller or a blade or something.
You got a little background noise. It's kind of bugging my ears out a little.
Charger noise?
Yeah, because it's like you're you got push to talk, so it's like all that comes together at once when you speak. So it's like it's almost like other people are speaking through your voice too while you're saying the words that you'd be saying. So for me, that's like multi-democ kind of vocal
right now
information. I think it's better now.
Okay. Same like the flywheel aspect, the gyro aspect.
Yeah,
this
thanks
is
for
the
fixing
whole
this.
idea of centripetal force. Like you spin something and it wants to spin itself that way too. You know what I mean? It wants to spin itself while it's spinning.
Oh, a flywheel wants to spin the rig that it's on, was mounted to even.
Right. Gyro, anything that spins is going to get energy, a force, right?
Well, that's that spin drift thing. So, like, even a
Yeah.
plane would just, or
Yeah, on
even
the
like a
propellers.
blender, or how
Yeah,
about
just put it on the
just a
propeller.
washing machine?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could just sit in the propeller. The center of the propeller could be you and I in a little disc piece, and the big propeller, just fucking huge. And on the end of it, the thing you just turn it, ready to fly.
These are quality sound effects. Flywheel. Flywheel maintains what's conservation of momentum, conservation of flywheels.
Yeah, when it stops, when it slows down, that's when they get the energy. Is that weird?
Yeah. Not that I've like fucking built that many or any. Not that I've built any flywheel situations there, but I've watched a couple. And I'm like, why would you want a flywheel? And I'm like, oh yeah, to maintain like one constant speed.
What we need, what we need is you guys know what you know what you do when you're adjusting the timing on a timing belt on a car. Dimok, you should know what a timing belt timer is, yeah?
Yeah.
So you know how
timing
that
belt.
spins, that spins, right? And so like if you could put a timing belt timer on a drone and have certain points off in the distance in the 360 degrees, and you could spin this thing up, you could distinguish whether or not all of those points are on the same plane. You could probably use some type of, really accurate, high-powered laser, because that's what a timing belt uses, is like a flashing strobe light laser, yeah?
Pretty sure they've already used lasers and found it to be a globe.
Well, they haven't put it on a timing belt style. Sort of like how you use a theodolite and you can turn it like back on itself, and you can check whether or not it's on the same plane. Well, if you had a timing belt style spinning on a drone, you could get accurate like measurements to see if it's.
Are you hoping to prove it's flat?
I'm just wanting to find out if this method would be useful.
Oh God.
I don't know, man.
How?
It's yeah.
Fuck.
Kind of a little hard for me to imagine what exactly you're saying.
6 years down the road, Carlos, and you're just making up experiments now because you can't accept any of the ones that have been done.
Yeah, well,
but like with it.
Hey,
go ahead, guys. Hash it out. There's a better way to use a drone, I think. But go ahead.
Well, it doesn't have to be a drone. Maybe you could have one like spinning on the top of a high point where you'd have like the sticks in the distance, like they use with sort of like the headlights. They have like a pole and it has measurements on it, and you could spin this thing up and to see if they're at the same altitude.
A spinning
with the
theodolite
laser.
drone.
Yeah, it's kind of like a 360-degree camera, but it's
Absolutely absurd.
more like a timing belt device.
You could just watch the
It would
sunset.
give you a reading of
Go
something. I
through the
know
logic
that.
in your head.
What about, think about this one right here. Suppose I have two objects that go up in the air on a sphere, and they're not anywhere next to each other. One's on the top of the sphere and one's going around the curve. Do you think when these two objects, if the center of gravity is the center of this actual sphere thing in reality, and we know that it's not supposed to be up, it's supposed to be away from the center or to the center? So we know that on a sphere, if you release two balloons, an Earth model sphere idea that doesn't really exist, but in the idea that it does, gravity, there's no way in hell that I release my helium balloon that glows in the dark and you release yours, and they would do exactly the same thing. It wouldn't be humanly, physically, or gravitationally possible. Your helium balloon should have to go out another way than mine. I probably
Yes,
wouldn't
it
even see
does.
it at all. And if
But
I
we
ever
observe.
see it, hold on. If I ever see it vertically with mine, you can't possibly be on a globe.
Well, it depends how far
It
around the
cannot
curve
go
I
up
am.
vertical like mine. Cannot do it. So let's just go at night. Wait till dawn or somebody's out of your view. Anybody. You let your glow in the dark helium balloon go up. They let theirs go up. If you can see theirs, even with the drone up in the air, you should never be able to see theirs.
Depends how far around they are.
No, it doesn't. Stop
Yes,
making stuff up.
If
Out
they're
of
on the
your
bottom,
view. Listen.
how would
Out
you
of
see
your
the balloon
view.
on the bottom round
Why
through
do you
the
keep
earth?
talking over me? You
Because
clearly don't want to
I'm
hear, do you?
answering your last point.
No, you're not. You don't have a sphere in your hand, do you? I know what a sphere is like.
In
You
the
don't.
imaginary,
Don't talk over the
I'm
Marky.
talking about a real sphere.
No, you were talking
Anybody
about
on the
on the
other
imaginary
side
model
of
of
the
the
Dawn,
sphere.
come
sphere.
on, man.
Yeah, why are you doing that, Don? You're
Am I
afraid,
letting
right?
them not talk over me? I don't know.
You're afraid, right?
You're talking under him.
You want me to answer his
Just
point, or
leave
shall I let him
leave
go
each
on
other
to
some.
the next ramble?
Just
You
try to leave
should
each
be
other
quiet
space.
for
Try to
like
be
3
mindful.
seconds. There was nobody talking for hours, and as soon as I say 3 seconds of sentences, you go to chime
As
in.
soon as the conversation starts, you don't want to have it, even though you started it. That's weird, isn't
You're
it?
having a conversation while I'm talking about nothing to
I was
yourself.
answering your point in your gap, and then you spoke under me.
No, you didn't. I didn't give you a question.
So
It's a
I'm still
statement.
allowed to talk in the gap, aren't I?
No, I didn't give a
Yes,
question. I
I
was
am.
making a
Yes,
statement
I
in the
am.
middle of it, and I never finished talking yet. So you answered your own question about whatever you wanted to jump in over me about. That's nice of you. Thanks, dude. That's
If you
more
don't
often.
want to
That's
have a
gonna help you.
conversation, I'll wait till you
I
finish
know you
rambling.
don't want to have a
I'll say my point
conversation.
then.
I know
All
you
right.
don't want to have a conversation.
You guys are flagged. You're unconversational too. Can't happen.
So anyway, we know that on a sphere, if anything out of your view is out of your view on a sphere, that means it's not where you're at. That means it's away from you, out of your view on a portion of the sphere that you're not on. So there's no way in hell that two objects being released, they should ever go vertically at the same rate, at the same time, the same way. So if Dawn could just get out of my view, I'll even give him an hour after that or 20 minutes, right? That means he's way past the curve. Now we release him. Now, if you can draw something different than that on your sphere, go ahead, Dawn.
Would you like me to respond?
With the drawing, please.
Would you like me
Draw
to
how what I
respond?
said would not be true.
You know how conversations work? You say something
Yeah,
and someone else says something
demonstrate.
back. Would you like that to happen?
I would like you to demonstrate that I'm wrong about what I just said with a drawing, because imaginations are not going to happen here, are they?
Okay, if you demonstrate what you were saying with a drawing, I'll meet you with a drawing. But since you haven't, I don't think I will.
I'm not talking about a drawing. I know you
Neither
can
am
only
I.
do drawings.
Neither am I.
I'm talking about a real sphere. Go get one. We'll talk about it right now. Turn your camera on. Get a real
You
sphere.
go. You go
Ready?
get one.
So you don't want to. That's what I thought.
See, Snacks is demanding a drawing, but he won't produce one. So this is not fair.
You're demanding you said my thing's wrong.
No,
So
all I asked for was
out.
to respond to your conversation. That's all I asked for.
You can't without a drawing, Imaginer.
You're the imaginer.
You can't talk about a sphere without having a sphere, right?
Where's your drawing?
Drawing of what?
Whatever you were saying.
I just want to see you do two objects on a sphere and show me how they're going to go up in the air the same way at the same rate. You show
They
me
won't.
your claim.
They won't go up in the same way.
Okay, well, let's go out in reality and let's see that they do.
No, we're on Discord. We're high. We're not going
So
out in
you're
reality.
afraid now?
It's not happening.
So you're afraid of reality?
No, we're on Discord and we're high. So that means we're
Guess
not
what?
going to be going out
No,
into reality,
no.
doesn't it?
You're what you are.
That's
Nobody
no
else
excuse.
is what
Play
you
like a
are.
champ.
Yeah, no
We're
one
going
else
to
is
take
what
our
you
phones
are.
out. Me and Demok talking at
Have you
144p.
Are we going to go anywhere with this? Or you're just going to keep saying nonsense? Do you have any video of two people releasing some stuff away from each other up so we can see that they're doing the same rate or not the same rate?
Do you
Can you
have
see
any?
that? Do you have that any? You can't Google it? So 3,000 years of hot air balloons. and helium
Hypothetical in your
balloons.
mind. That's why neither of us have it.
So 3,000 years of released high altitude footage balloons for weather and all this other stuff. You don't have two people doing that? That's pretty weird, don't you think? You must not live on a ball if you don't have any stuff off of being released from a ball. Weird, isn't it?
Absolute nonsense.
Oh, well, I mean, shouldn't say it, should you?
You're the one saying things.
Yeah, I'm saying what's not possible or what is possible with the sphere. Now, what are you talking about?
You don't want me to rebut it, though, do you?
Well, grab a sphere and let's do it.
Oh, no. You can't make me grab a sphere if you haven't got one. It's not
How are
fair.
you going to rebut a
That's
sphere without a
unfair.
sphere? How do you rebut a sphere without a sphere in your hand? Can't be done. Go get one.
How do
and
you
we'll talk
debunk a
about the
sphere without a sphere in your hand?
Show me your sphere and we'll do it.
You get one first because you're the one that wants it.
I don't believe in a sphere. That's your guy.
You get a flat earth, I'll get a sphere.
You're standing on it.
So you
So am I what?
standing on the sphere.
Can't be standing on both, son. You can't be standing on a horizontal and then the word you said.
I decide what's true.
Not possible.
The same as you do.
Well, that's called make believe. No. Physics decides what's true for me, buddy.
No, that's you deciding which physics you
No.
believe.
Cool story for you. Did you write that book? It's got a lot of fairy tales like Mother Goose and stuff, doesn't it? Goldilocks and the three parts of the globe. This one's too cold. This one's too rainy. This one's too hot. Damn, nothing was just right. I just find it weird all the fight we give to ask a glober to have a globe in his hand. I just think it's weird. That's a fight.
Where's your hand? Where's your hand with stuff in it?
I'm not a glober. Stop asking me. Produce your 3,000.
Why should globers have to have spheres if you don't have
to worry about anything but a globe? You should only prove a globe and then go home and go to sleep, right? Case closed. Done. Get a globe.
That's what I'm doing.
Never seen you with a globe.
I've never seen you with a flat.
That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Exactly. 3,000 years of you saying you never seen me with something proves your globe. I know.
No, that's your argument.
Do you have any globe evidence or proof?
You're laughing at your own reflection, bro.
I don't know what
Like
that
a
means.
monkey.
So you don't have any globe evidence, just like everybody else in the room.
I repeat what you say, and you say that's a ridiculous. And I say, yeah, I know.
I don't know why you would repeat what I say. You have a religion in a shape. That's your religion. I don't do that. I don't
Yeah,
believe
you
stuff.
got a religion, a flat
You get
religion.
mad because I
Flat
don't believe
ocean,
the dog shit you
physics and
believe.
allowed religion.
Don't get mad at me just because I don't believe fairy tale gods and raincoats.
I would never. I get mad at you because you're bad at conversations. That's why I get mad at you.
I'm good at pointing out that you and all globers are allergic to spheres.
No, you're not. You're not good at that.
You don't understand what on the other side of the sphere means. You think it's got to be some magic number. No. Out of my view, on the other side of any sphere you grab.
Someone's snoring in the background.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'm trying to pick up on it.
Emok's partner, I think.
It's the globe. It went to nap. The globe physics, they're sleeping.
You're talking nonsense right next to your sleeping family.
Globe physics are nonsense. You're right. We know this already. That's why we'd like to see some instead of imagine them.
Yeah.
We
When
stop
you talk
imagining
about it, you turn it all into nonsense. It's like an art form.
Stop imagining globe nonsense you can't demonstrate, shouldn't we?
All the logic and reason is all nonsense when you say it.
No, physics that you can't demonstrate are the only logic and reason. You can't demonstrate the one physics we have. So it's kind of weird, right? No globes exist in the one physics we have, right? You got to go get some magic ones on cartoon and paper, right? Some math physics, which aren't a part of physics at all.
A minute ago, you wanted to go drawing. Now it's
about
ridiculous.
the shape of a turd. You live on the shape of a turd. You call it a sphere, which possibly couldn't be. And then you say geometry, which doesn't cover turd shapes, unless it's you poopy in or you shitty in geometry that you're doing. Okay? Because your geometry doesn't have mountains, it doesn't have cliffs, doesn't have flat portions, doesn't have any.
We should talk about the Bible. That would stop this.
We should talk. I don't know what's that, a belief? Another one of your religions? Nah.
Similar to your physics beliefs.
Huh? Demonstratable stuff you can do? It's not a belief at all. It's a fact.
Yeah, you decide.
What's a fact?
Decides. Everyone decides that physics are true.
Exactly. You decided Earth was flat.
You decided your imagination was ruling over anything.
No, I didn't.
Sorry, your imaginary ball doesn't
No, I
exist.
didn't.
Unless
Why do you
can
make
demonstrate
stuff
it.
up about people?
You have an imaginary ball, do you not?
No.
Can you show us what your globe model is? You, the #1 globe king.
I'm not going to show you. I can tell you
So
about
the
it.
#1 globe king, the #1 globe spokesman, doesn't even know what a globe looks like himself. This is why
Why
we're
do
in.
you make stuff up about people?
Do you have your globe model ready? I want to see how an eclipse works. Not close and local, and not with a little sun source and a big Earth. I want to see it your way, right away, like Burger King.
Yeah, I've got a problem with the globe model. If I'm on the southern point of South America and Antarctica is only 2,000 kilometers away, how can we be two different planes at the same time? Bottom and side. How is that possible?
What do you mean on two planes?
Well, the bottom of Antarctica, the alleged South Pole, is barely 2,000 kilometers from the bottom of South America. So it's on two different angles. You're upside down on South Pole and sideways,
Well,
comparable.
of course, one side of a ball is the other way up to the other side of a ball. That's how all balls work.
No, it doesn't work because it's not possible. It's a hoax.
Why isn't it? Hang on, Demo. Why isn't it possible?
It's not possible.
Why not?
Because if you've got constant gravity from the bottom, how can you have constant gravity from the side only a close
From the
distance away?
center, bro. No one says it's from the bottom. It's from the center.
You can't have a center pull because we know it's not possible.
Why is that not
Failed.
possible?
It's over. It's collapsed. Your ball's
What?
over. I destroyed it.
Why isn't it possible? Is the question.
Think about it.
No.
How could a
I'm
ball?
asking you. You've thought
Don
about
just
it. I'm
wants
asking you. Why isn't it possible in your mind?
Magic stuff is not
Okay,
possible.
how does a plane fly from the bottom of
Yeah,
South America to the bottom of Antarctica?
Sorry, questions are not answers.
So you'd be upside down. This is
You just
ridiculous.
asserted
You're
it's not
trolling. No one's
possible.
that stupid to
You
believe the
can't
fucking ball
explain
Earth anymore.
why it isn't possible. You've just asserted it.
Okay, why don't planes fly upside down? Work that out.
What does that mean?
Well, if I took off my plane from the bottom of South America and flew the 2,000 kilometers to the bottom of South Pole, why aren't I upside down? How does that have to rotate
Bro,
the
why are you
plane to
pretending
fly
not
along?
to understand balls?
I'll
Why,
tell you what
why are you
that
doing
means,
that?
Dawn. In reference to that area, your helicopter is upside down. It's still from the center of mass, still this far away in the air, and it's upside down in one portion of air. So if it's upside down as a helicopter from your center of mass, it should be able to do that anywhere.
Not
That means
upside down
go
to
above
the
my
center of
head
mass.
right now and fly upside down because it's still the same distance from the center of your globe P in the center, correct?
Only upside down relative to the other side of the whole ball.
So if it's upside down underneath and in the air flying just fine, 10 miles away from your puny gravity center, then 10 miles away
No,
above
you made
will
something
be
up
able
again.
to
Sorry.
go upside down too. Do you not comprehend
10
what would be
miles.
different?
All right,
10
Don,
miles
again,
away from the
please let him
puny
finish.
gravity center. Did you just hear your own
He doesn't
sentence?
know how. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Absolute nonsense, Demok. Stop saying
I know
bullshit.
you can't imagine anything. You don't know what you're talking about. I know.
Nobody's ever said anything about 10 miles from a silly gravity center. No one's ever said that, ever.
Just slow
You
down,
said
guys.
absolute nonsense. It's exactly what you said. Absolute nonsense. Those were your
Why
words.
are you saying 10 miles from a gravity center? Why are you saying that?
Okay, fine.
What do you have? What is the gravity? Where's it at? Where's it pull you to?
Why are you
The
pretending
chief
not to
center.
know the model that you
The
hate?
magic center. You're pretending you don't have gravity in the center of your model.
Okay.
No,
Hey,
I'm
Demar,
not.
could just give a chance to blah. Let him go.
Is it my turn?
I
Okay,
don't know.
here's another
Just
scenario.
round robin it, guys. You know, you three of you guys seem to.
Okay, here's another scenario. Okay, now the Russians have a missile that can go 1,000 kilometers, right? Now, if the Coriolis effect is real and the Earth is spinning, that means you would have to have a Coriolis equation for the moving Earth and the spinning ball. There's no other result you could have.
What?
So
What
where's the
spinning ball?
Coriolis equation? Give it
The
to me
moving
now.
Earth and the spinning ball, or is that the same thing?
It has to be, because the Coriolis effect is an individual force under scientific consensus. So that means you'd have to have a spinning ball math and a Coriolis math. So give it to me if you already know what it is.
Have you heard? You've heard of Coriolis, the pseudo force on the globe, where because it's spinning, things drift. You've heard of that?
No.
Yeah. What
No,
more
you'd
can I
have to have
tell
an
you?
equation for it, or a mathematical thing, because
No, I'm not giving you any math. That's absurd.
it doesn't exist. It's a
Because
hoax.
you've
It's
heard
over.
of it and you
Goodbye.
already don't believe
It's
it, so I'm
finished.
not getting it for
Heard
you.
of what? You can't produce it. What are you talking about? What do you hear of? What do you hear of?
You've heard it all
Magic?
before and you've already
More
disagreed. So why
magic,
should I
more
get it for you
nonsense.
again?
So we have to imagine it. Okay, thank you, Dawn. Can we have anybody more
Yeah.
credible?
Just demand things that you already don't like. What is the
Yeah,
point?
Because I know
people
that, I know it doesn't exist, because it's
So
a
why are
hoax.
you asking for something that doesn't exist?
2 plus 2,
Because you
can't
must
do
believe
that.
it, you must have it.
I must have something that doesn't exist. What?
Otherwise, it doesn't work.
You're supposed to have it. It's supposed to exist in the magic realm of globes. We're not supposed to have it because we live in the reality realm of real physics.
You brought it up.
Stop conflating the two. We know because you don't have a globe. Every single time you keep forgetting this.
Yeah, you should do some research on the Tavistock Centre. It's really interesting, based in the UK. I think you'll understand better.
Conservation of momentum might help you out too, and show us where you can just do whatever you do, and the ball shows you something spinning by it spinning and making it move according to it. Ball spinning ball through space, no resistance.
Why don't you go and get the math formula for how the moon hovers round in a circle above your puddle?
Yeah, cool
Okay, the
story.
moon is a gas giant, man-made.
Because it's
Sorry.
impossible.
Math doesn't exist. I can't
So
go
go and
get
get the math. Go and get the math.
What's it look like? Describe the math I'm gonna go get.
It's math for the moon floating round in a
What math
circle above your
has
puddle.
mountains and craters in it?
Your
What math?
imaginary puddle.
So you don't have mountain crater math. So your globe has mountains on it, right? Your sphere, we have mountains, we have canyons, we have
Don't demand
waterfalls.
things.
Listen, we have
I can
waterfalls, we have
demand
mud
stuff
puddles,
I
right?
don't believe in from you if I want.
What's the equation for waterfalls, mud puddles, and mountain tips? in your spherical Euclidean geometry.
You don't have the math for the moon. That's fair enough. I knew you didn't.
Yeah, I know you don't have math for the Earth mountain, do you? Kind of weird, huh? You got Earth
What's the
somewhere, but
Earth
you don't
mountain?
have Earth
What is?
wave. You
Did you
don't
make
have
up
Earth
another
mountain.
term?
You guys
You
just
don't have.
having fun clipping each other, huh?
Made up another term.
Well,
The
I'm
Earth
not
mountain.
trying to clip anybody. I can't finish anything.
I mean, is it a
so
fun
I-
conversation if one person? I'm not sure who's clipping first here, but it's like it's
It's
a little
definitely
annoying to
me
listen
being
to.
more honest, Snacks, and that means I win.
I don't even know what he's talking about. So anyway, can we get the equation for turd Earth, turd shape Earth? What's that about?
I rest my case.
I rest the case of take the water off of Earth and what's it look like? A turd. I rest my case.
Did we all crash or what's going quiet for?
No, I was just waiting for the smooth, level, flat, spherical geometry with mountains, dips, hills, and valleys on it. I don't see that in any of the equations anywhere here. I think
Yeah.
Newton and Einstein forgot, didn't they?
You're waiting for nothing.
Oh, Newton and Einstein didn't know about mountains and stuff and waterfalls. That's fucking weird.
Newton was a Rosicrucian, Freemason, nut job, alchemist.
Did he know waterfalls existed? You know,
I'm
that
just
picture
waiting.
they show you if the Earth's flat. They show you a
I'm just.
waterfall. If your Earth is
Um,
flat, you're going to see a waterfall. Kids, this is in your school book. Lo and behold, Niagara Falls. Welcome to Flat Earth. Close your
Yeah, I'm
book.
just waiting. I'm waiting on Google Earth. You know how Google Earth has a topographical view, and it shows all of the different
Yes.
feature
And you can
the
actually
features.
real pinpoint locations. Yep. This mountain to that building to that turd to that tree. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's
3D
got it's
printing.
got a topographical view which is based on elevation. Yeah, it's an elevation side on topographical view. Well, on Google Earth, it's flat. You know, I'm just waiting for them to come up with their true representation of the sphere by having the topographical view actual represented in how they say it's supposed to be curving. So then we'd go out in real life and we could match the Google
You know how they can do that?
representation to see,
I'm not
you know,
trying to
to
clip
show
on.
that it doesn't work.
No, I know how you can do that. You could take a TV screen and wrap it around the sphere and then put Google on it. And if it doesn't match right according like directly on like a fucking actual little globe, you're not gonna put the North Pole and you're not gonna put Antarctica, but you can put everything in between, baby, and put it on that motherfucker. And you have reference points and this, and you'll have the little globe right here, and it should be everything should be to scale on that because it's to scale on it. It's a little scaled down version perfectly of what reality is supposed to be. And you'd have a
Yeah,
little sphere on your car.
that's the whole point.
You could touch it
Yeah.
and be like, "That's your point." Yep. And then you
Uh,
sit in your car and you drive it right there. Boom. What could be more
Yeah,
perfect?
the whole point of what I just said is to show that they have diverging parallel lines.
It's gonna do this. Trust me. It's gonna if you
What
put
does that mean, diverging parallel lines?
Well, you
Well,
know
I'm just
the
trying to
Google
get
Earth topographical view, right? If you ever go on Google Earth, there's a
Yeah,
side
yeah.
section, and you can see that it's just flat, right? Their topographical view is flat, but that doesn't show over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. It doesn't show any diverging parallel lines. All parallel lines we know are parallel, yeah. But according to their globe, they should be diverging. They shouldn't be parallel at all, but they don't show that.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I don't believe. What shocks me is how gullible people are. They can't use their logic to see a true representation of what the Earth really is.
When you
Right.
zoom
Google
out,
Earth is just deceptive
when you zoom
shit,
out,
man.
it's a ball. on the topographical view. It zooms out to the globe Earth.
Yeah.
Ball.
Hey,
No,
Dawn,
well, there's
why
a
do you call
legend.
yourself PhD?
It's actually a legend on Google Earth, and that's the topographical view legend, and that doesn't show any diverging parallel lines. It just shows it as a flat surface.
If you zoom out,
Google show you
it
where the
connects to the
curve
globe
I'm not
Earth.
talking about the ball. I'm talking about the legend.
How would they show the legend as a ball?
Well, they have to
on the
they have to show the difference in elevation on their legend, but they only show it on a flat surface. They don't show it with any
No,
curve.
if it's a topographical view, they're going to show the elevation changes. That's what the view is
What
for.
elevation?
They
7,000
show the
kilometers.
elevation changes on a flat surface. It's on a plane. Have you looked at the
Oh,
legend?
so you can see it on a little screen. When you zoom out, it's a ball.
7,000
No,
kilometers.
there's no measurements on there
It's
though.
represented as a ball, doesn't mean it is a ball.
That's what I'm telling
jumping on
Carlos.
each
It's
other.
represented as a ball.
Fucking hard to listen to, bro.
7,000 kilometers of elevation drop is not on there.
Anyway, guys, I'll see you later.
Yeah, someone's got an echo for sure. Oh, fucking hell.
The globe is supposed to be 7,000 kilometers, top to bottom. You don't have that, Don.
That's
Do
not
you?
elevation, damn it.
No, that's not how big the globe is.
It's not
Like a
elevation.
basketball, I put my hand on the top and
You
the
can
bottom.
pretend, you can ramble on and pretend,
What
but
do you
it's
mean?
not.
There is no elevation on a ball. That's what we're telling you. You have no such thing. You can't do that. You don't know what that is. You wouldn't know how to explain it. You wouldn't know the first way to get elevation off of a sphere. So stop saying that word. You're just saying stuff. You have
Yeah,
no
I'm
bearings in reality. How do you get
I'm
elevation on a sphere? Step one.
I'm not. Yeah, well, I'm not trying to argue with anyone. I'm just pointing out that on Google Earth, if they really wanted to show the true representation of what they claim, they need to show it, and they don't, because in their legend, their topographical view is just in a flat plane representation as a, a side-on view.
Right. That's why I said they need to have the little sphere. I said it 10 years ago. A sphere that you can follow instead of a fucking flat Google on your screen of your phone. You need to have a little ball with Google wrapped around it like a ball would be, and it should match 100% accordingly. Why would it not? A sphere for sphere. Why would it not match?
Just want to say about Google Earth, they're supposed to be changing over the scans to a different type of scan type called NERF. This is like a ray tracing thing, so it really should be like it's basically computer traced to take a couple different pictures and then line up all the light angles and then composite it into some kind of three-dimensional rough shape. But that's apparently what's going to go on next. That's the next step for Google Earth. Thanks.
Sonogram.
No, it's not. It's not really. It's just pictures, but it's tracing all the light angles. So they won't be able to force it to a ball, I don't think. But I don't know. It might just be that light refracts down. It's not bending, right? Light's not bending. There's little pieces of stuff in between that are causing it to angle down at a regular rate. So it's possible we would. Go ahead.
The ISS should be a giant sonogram going around Earth at all times, shooting its ray down, seeing what the belly or the baby look like. I want to see what the baby look like.
I mean, yeah.
It's wishful thinking. It's like they could have just put a fucking camera on a rocket and just showed us, everything, but they didn't. There should be a camera on the moon,
They won't even put one camera on the front of the rocket and show you from start to finish. They won't let you put your camera on there. That way it's only to your feed and they don't have private control of it. So you will see that the rocket hits dirt or water. It never goes anywhere to any kind of space at all, ever. Not possible.
So the object that is like up there in the sky, the satellites, that's just a balloon or something?
I don't know. Can you get close to it and put your camera on there live force and film yourself doing it while you put another camera on it? We can watch that one live on YouTube, start to finish. Probably not. So how would you know? How would I find out? You tell us. Just believe. Cool story.
Can somebody
mean,
tell
the
me what is the topic right now?
I don't know.
Can we refocus and laser beam that fucking top? Just I don't know. Was there a topic?
Yeah, he said he doesn't believe there's balloons. And I said I believe there are balloons and you could put cameras on them. Why don't we have that?
D-Mark wanted to see his model.
Yeah, I want to see that guy's model.
He wanted to see his ball, his unit, but Don don't want to send his ball sack.
Whoa. I just want to see the equation for mountains, valleys, and Grand Canyons and Marianas Trenches on a sphere. That's supposed to be flat and level and smooth.
If you can like prove to yourself to understand what the Pythagorean theorem is, then I'll take you seriously.
Yeah,
Wait,
when
did
you
you
show
just
me
say that
mountains on
you
it, I'll
want to see
take
his
you
ball
seriously.
sack that you use for
Simple word.
mountain?
Show me your pimple Pythagorean theorem, and we'll be all right. Seriously.
The fuck is wrong with you?
What's wrong with your mountains all over your earth like pimples? What's wrong with that? I don't know. Take them off. If you don't like mountains all over your earth and valleys and mud puddles, if you don't like shape and topography that's not flat and smooth, if you don't
I
like
don't want to engage
water
with
that
you.
Here's a
With
question,
you.
guys. Here's a
water
question.
has waves in it, where is that in your math? You don't want to engage in reality. I
Here's a
know
question.
you want to talk about stuff that does not exist.
Demak, hold up.
Smooth lines.
So here's a topic of discussion. How could an illiterate man in 400 BC, like AD, it's 1,500 years ago or so, more than that, how could that man know that mountains act as pegs in the earth?
That man thought demons were in stuff. He didn't know anything.
I'm very disturbed by that baby crying in the background there.
I'm disturbed by the religious people that you say is your math and your belief of shadows and mountain sticks and stuff.
Yeah, baby noises. They go right past our language sensing stuff. It's causing us to feel a subconscious emotional undertone to what you're saying, Demak. It's challenging for some.
I thought that was for women. A lot of men just like, found it annoying.
No, it's just psychoacoustic. When you hear baby talk, you don't even process it. It just goes straight to your baby centers of communication.
You have a baby center?
Wow, 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 wow.
I could have sworn I remember that, like, the sound of crying, like babies whining and crying, was like subconsciously frustrating or annoying to men, and like for women it kind of like brings out their their need for caring and stuff like that, and they get like alarmed or what have you, just naturally. It's like the biological imperative of hearing a baby crying.
It's kind of just like you're trying to talk to someone and there's a chainsaw going on in the background. It's difficult to sort of focus.
You're talking about like Democ specifically, or do you mean just generally when there's baby crying?
Oh, just no. Generally, when there's some noise in the background, it's hard to focus on the conversation.
Oh no, I'm talking about specifically a baby crying, and the effect it has on men versus women.
Well, nowadays men aren't real men, most of them, so they can all put up with a lot of stuff these days, eh?
There's probably some research on it, but I'm too lazy to search.
Yeah, it's just between hearing Dawn cry and a baby cry. It's just like I had enough. I'm just joking. Haha. Humor.
That at the end made it.
When the doves cry.
That's not what it sounds like. When have you ever heard doves cry, by the way? They totally don't sound like that, by the way. That would be dope, though, if there were birds that were like, beep, 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 beep. That'd be sick. Breed them motherfuckers, please. That would be sick, right? We start like engineering birds to like play popular songs we like. Sick ideas. Is Jazzaconda still muted? Just want to know if I should be expecting him to pop on. Cold body something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there he is. Unmuted, but like I can't hear him. So I guess he muted.
Oh no, thanks for that.
All right, there you are. Unfortunately, we can hear you. Yep, you're back.
Yeah, he's just been Jazzaconda quiet.
Thought he was on jazz suspension.
I'm back out on parole, but I'll keep my mouth shut.
Have you been to your re-education center? You've known all the things that caused you to get muted.
I've been through the program. I didn't pay attention, but I'm pretty sure just with common sense I should be able to cope with it. But thank you for
You already
asking.
sound like a better man right now, so let's keep going.
Hey, Jazzaconda, are you a round earther or a flat earther?
I'm a sane earther.
What's the sane earther?
He's a helicopter pilot that believes that the conservation of momentum is when you're standing still. The speed is zero.
I don't even know what that means.
That's what gravity is. When you got two forces, centrifugal, centripetal, acting upon each other, and then you got gravity doing a tug of war with itself, right, on the inside and outside of everything in anything. You know what I mean? So gravity's tugging a war with itself, and then two forces. There you go. That's 0 and 0 in my book.
It doesn't really make any sense what you just said, but because you
Gravity
kind of
and
cancelled each other out, so
yeah,
it does
exactly.
actually.
That's 0.
So
Because gravity's on the left of a ball and the right of the ball at the same time and in the center, and it's pulling on itself both ways. Gravity's never not anywhere, right? It's everywhere, correct? That means on all.
No, they haven't.
At all times.
We don't know what gravity is, nor can we prove it exists.
You don't know
So
what it is. Then how does it exist?
it doesn't exist.
Like a leprechaun?
We don't even know what it is.
You know why nobody understands gravity? Because they've never been able to show a visualization for us. You know, some type of a, something that we can see, something that's kind of like easy to interpret, like some type of a diagram, at least minimum.
Upside down helicopters would work.
Oh no, because they'd crash. So
Hey, Jazzaconda, are you? So you're a round earther?
I'm a sane earther.
I don't even know what that fucking means.
It means that I'm not a flat earther.
Okay, so you live in Australia, yeah?
No, I live in New Zealand, very close to Antarctica.
Okay, you know what?
He's from
I want
Gore.
to bash. I want to
No, I'm
bash.
definitely not from Gore.
No, I want to bash around Earther. So if I fly to New Zealand, can I come over there and kick your ass?
I would encourage you to do so because this is the one thing that I would
time out.
encourage.
Time out. Fucking.
Sorry.
What you talking about? That you gonna kick his ass? Block on it?
No, I didn't. I don't mind them coming to kick my ass because I wouldn't even tell the cops. All I would say is I will keep my fists. I won't even put up a defense. All I would say to you is that I will tell the cops, but as long as you say why you did it. And then you will get a bed in a secure mental health facility, which you need.
Right. So you're going to just start off by saying you're a sane earther. So you're back now, but you're a sane earther, which means that you're just trying to gaslight everybody else. If they don't believe what you believe, then they are insane.
No. Blanche
I
just said.
I thought you went through the program.
I did go through the program. I said I did it, but I didn't understand it. But Blanche just asked if I was a flat earther or a globe earther, and I said I was a sane earther.
So you picked choice C. Or X,
Thus forth, I said that I'm not a flat earther, and he said he wanted to kick the shit out of me, and I said, "Bring it."
If gravity pulls, let me ask this real quick. If gravity pulls objects around the sphere, right, and we're at longitude and latitude 15, just say, who cares where it's at? I don't care, right? 15, 22, it doesn't matter. I'm just making some up. So the airplanes are going, a missile, a rocket, a helium balloon, like all these things, like a baseball, like a billion different objects are going horizontally out towards the horizon. At what longitude and latitude do they all start pulling down around the curve? I just want to mark this down real quick for the kids. I want to tell them.
Yeah, the problem is when you get towards the bottom of the globe, you're going to have intersecting points of gravity pull. Because if it's pulling towards the center, you're going to have 15 different angles at the same time. So it doesn't work.
No,
all different objects, and they're all going horizontal. Right?
It doesn't actually matter.
Does gravity pull them all down at the same time, at the same rate, 9.8 meters per second squared?
Demok, you've thrown a ball before, haven't you?
Have you thrown a rocket, a missile, a tennis ball, a beach ball, a bullet? Huh?
Yeah, they're both ballistic.
A jet?
Do you know what that means?
A helicopter. Let's do
Helicopters
all
aren't ballistic; they're guided.
Bro, stop. Just hold on a minute, dude. I want to stop imagining shit. I want to actually fly these objects right with each other and see at exactly what point the helicopter's pulled down around the sphere and can't fly forward anymore at 10-foot elevation, right? When does it stop doing that? Or does it have to be out of fuel first? And the same with every other object, right?
Luckily, we have a thing called lift, which is greater than weight, which ironically has to do with gravity.
So gravity never takes hold, right? Lift always takes hold.
Did
So
you not hear what I just said?
Hold on. Yes, you said every object you shoot horizontally should leave your little dirt ball and go to space directly. Lift.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is if it's fast enough to fall in a trajectory.
Not lift. Now not lift. You can't show us where gravity's going to take effect. What are you talking about? With 10
Bring
foot
the
above
tape
the
back.
ground.
Listen to what you just said.
Bro. Stop.
You just
got a
fucked
drone,
yourself.
a bullet, a rocket, and a jet. Right?
Okay.
We want to see which one, where, like I got telephone poles lined up. At which one of these telephone poles are all of them going to pull down at the same rate, same time around the curve of Earth?
Your telephone poles are stuck to the earth. Do you not realize that?
That's not the answer to my question, is it? Can you go get some?
Well, no, it is, because it's the dumbest fuck example I've ever heard. Your telephone poles are stuck to the surface of the earth.
You've never heard of real people thinking. We know. We got that already. That's why you're a glober. Now, since a real person has hit you with something real, when does gravity at what 10th telephone pole, 15th telephone pole, when the bullet starts dropping, does the rocket, does the helicopter, does the plane, does the
Just
jet?
one telephone pole. Just one.
No,
not attached to the earth. Not attached to the earth. Doing about 17,500 miles an hour. It will go around the globe.
Stop imagining stuff. Superman doesn't exist. We're talking about in real life, dude. Flying objects When do they start bending? If the curb is out there and you can see it and the little boat just went around it, when they go past this boat, surely they should all curve down automatically and let gravity take the wheel, correct?
Do you know how big the Earth is? You know
Surely the
3959,
boat
the,
is
the
showing
radius,
you the
It's
boat
actually
is over
tiny.
the curve. The
right?
boat
The
is
globe is microscopic.
Yeah, the
Right.
globe is 3 oil changes. Stop saying weird
Yeah.
shit. The boat is the marker. It determines where your curve is. So past this boat are the other
So,
things
so
that
on a
curve with
scale
the
of
boat
things,
or not.
because you understand everything, on the scale of things in terms of the Earth,
You don't have
what
any
you're
scales.
not claiming is
You don't have an Earth.
a cruise ship
As a,
that's 300 meters long. How big
You don't
would
have
that
that.
be?
Stop imagining stuff unless you can demonstrate it. I don't know how big your
Well,
imagination is.
I know that a
Very
cruise
big.
ship's 300 meters long.
Well, cool. Put that on your little globe and show us. Go get the classroom
I
globe and put your
no,
little cruise ship on there.
I just asked you that, Demok. Why can't
You
you?
asked me to put imaginary stuff together. Stop. Don't ever do
You
that.
just
hey,
agreed that a
Jazza,
cruise ship
Jazza, I got
is
a
300
question for
meters
you,
long.
Jazza, this is off topic, but do you watch the show called The Project in New Zealand?
No, I've
Did you
heard
watch
of
a
it.
lot of Did you watch a lot of mainstream TV growing up? A lot of public television, radio.
No, I watch a lot of
Didn't.
YouTube. This is how I got onto flat Earth, like you guys, I guess.
No, I came from a different. I came from my own observation when I was a kid. I always knew it was round. I always knew it was flat.
But
in
that's
school,
probably because you. Is that because you just believed you were taught it at school, obviously, that it
Yeah,
was
the problem
round?
is we used to go mountain climbing when we were kids. Our dad used to take us, and he was a glober, but he used to wear glasses. As kids, we could
Oh,
look out across the mountains and see 500 miles, right? And we used to spot the objects on a map because we used to always carry maps around, right? And I'm just like, it's flat. And all of a sudden we get to school and they're telling us it's round with all these stupid globes and shit. So it just sort of was not a non-topic. Then all of a sudden it resurfaced later on. But I'm just saying, what's wrong with New Zealand people in general? Like I noticed there's a common like trait or personality similarity between a lot of males in New Zealand.
well, I think what you're trying to say is why are most Kiwis sane and not believe that the Earth's flat?
Yeah, but it's insanity to believe something that's not true.
Because we're not paranoid. That's the main
You are paranoid.
reason.
Paranoia is trying to convince people of something that's not true.
No,
Right? So if you
paranoid.
believe something is round, okay, they actually wrote a book about you. It's called Chicken Little. You can look it up online. Just type in Chicken Little book. It's a
I
kid's
know.
book. You read it. That book's written about you. Okay.
Yeah, but see, that's the crazy thing, is that you
That's the
you
deep.
think that,
Chicken Little was written by the deep state to mock the simpletons.
and you just proved my point by saying the deep state. What is crazy is that you think that people are lying to you about the biggest fucking thing that you're living on, and you think people are lying.
I got you. Jazz,
They are
can
lying,
you hold on. Jazz, can you draw Russia's secret spots for me? And Antarctica's secret spots? And America's secret locations?
No, they're not there. They're busy in the Ukraine.
Can you show me where China's secret locations are and everything China has on China? You
They're
can.
not there either.
Why would you think China would lie to you? You don't know everything about China? What a weirdo.
Well, I tell you what, the New Zealand government just threw their hands up in the air and just said, "We're going to do what China does." So they're like basically an ally of China, but they just don't tell anyone.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Paranoia killed the cat.
Imagination killed the globe. Can we get some physics?
Yeah, no, it did. That's why there's only fucking 740ers that think that it's flat.
I think that's
There's billions who think it's flat. You're just not told the truth. You live in a Western country.
Oh my
Western
god,
countries are
dude.
built on lies. Okay, here's another topic. So, you tell me about World War II. All right. So, do you believe that World War II was a good thing or a bad thing overall?
Any war's bad.
Okay, but the end result, was it a good result for New Zealand and Australia or a bad result?
Obviously a good result. Otherwise, I'd be saying Guten Tag.
No, incorrect. It was a bad result.
How the fuck do you think that, you paranoid motherfucker?
How do you think? We were free, independent countries.
And
up
we are
until...
now. So how the
No,
fuck
we're
do you
not.
figure that?
No,
No, you're
we are
not.
not free, independent
So
countries.
you
We are
got
now.
respect.
We are totally corporate controlled by communists and fascists.
You got caps.
We don't have any say in our government at all. There's no representation at all.
Paper.
Decisions and
fuck.
laws are passed in the middle of the night.
Delusional.
It's the criminal cartels that are forcing things into our countries.
Any
But they
evidence
won't
of
tell you.
these two things you just said?
Papers, please. Passports, papers. Give me your papers. Let me see your papers.
Yeah, New Zealand's a shocking country to live. They're paranoid, they're delusional, they're
Do you have
cleverly
any
corrupt.
guns?
If you're not paranoid and delusional, give me evidence of the two fucking things you just said.
Passport
Blank.
and papers, please. We need to keep track of you.
Okay,
Every
your
country
so-called-
needs that.
Your country, your so-called
We don't
prime
need
minister
anything. What do you mean
locked you
country? Who's
down
the
for no
country?
reason at all.
Democ, blank,
Based on
blank
no
What guy
evidence.
is
fucking
the
talking.
country? So you stand for your country. You say what the countries need. Papers, please. Tell me where you're going. Longitude and latitude. Every second, please. Papers.
Democ, Blanche was talking.
You
Just
can't
please
leave
let him
anywhere.
talk.
Papers. Give me your papers before you talk.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, your country basically locked you down for years and years for no reason.
So
They
did your
banned
country,
things
so
from
did every
being-
other country.
Yeah, but were you protesting the government at the time and trying to fight the government?
No, because I'm not a paranoid, ignorant asshole.
Okay, so you're a slave. There you go. I win.
No, I'm not a fuckwit.
You were being tested by the government on your intellect, right?
Okay,
Because-
so Blanche, hang on. Just from what you said, you got 28 million people in America and in Australia, sorry.
Yeah.
And 10 or 20,000 a year were out protesting, and you think that's a win? That's fucking mental.
No, it was an IQ test.
Okay,
because the
so
government. Yeah.
So if 100% of you guys that were protesting were right, that would mean that the population is 21,000 people. That's fucking mental. That makes you mental.
The thing is, it was a test onto how much we understood how government works and which people were intelligent.
And
that's all it was.
exactly. You just said it right then. You just said it on my statistics. That if you thought that amount of people were correct, and in reality that's not correct, and you said the amount of people that were right.
One of the
That
biggest
makes you
protests we had was
fucking mental, man.
400,000. One of the biggest protests was 400,000.
Okay, so that would mean that 4 million people were out there protesting.
400,000
out of 28 million. That still makes you fucking mental.
Why does it make me mental?
Do you learn maths, learn statistics?
I do understand statistics.
No, you don't.
I do.
In the nicest possible way.
I went to university.
No
Thank
flat
you very
earther
much,
does.
Professor Brainiac.
In the nicest possible way, no flat earther understands statistics. Not one of yous.
I do understand statistics. I was the one who used statistics to prove that the crime rate doesn't exist in Australia. Okay, that's how smart I am.
Oh, did you seriously just say that?
It's completely about 80% of crime in Australia is invented.
Holy fuck.
Correct.
Okay, here's the statistics. Let's do a little bit of math. We've got 5 million people in New Zealand.
Right.
You've got 28 million people in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's just do a real quick little bit of math. Out of 5 million people a year, there's about 3 murders a week in New Zealand that are on the news.
Really?
On average,
That's pretty high.
on average, there's about 5. There's a couple a week that aren't on the news. So statistically, what would that make Australia? It's just 5 times 5. It's not hard.
I think you're using a bad example here, dude. Plus, you're using figures on top of your head, and it's based on media results, which are inaccurate.
Well, what I'm saying is that what you're preaching is completely inaccurate. That's all I'm saying.
All you're doing is just trying to conflate the argument with figures you're just inventing. It's actually kind of dumb, man. I'm not even gonna.
Okay, well, timestamp this and bring it up tomorrow, and we'll see if our murder rates are different per head of population between New
I'll
Zealand
pull it
and
up now.
Australia tomorrow. Do it.
Okay.
I
So,
bet you they're drastically
1974.
different. No. 21 to 22 or 2020.
Okay, get this. The closest figure I found: murders per 1 million people, 10.
In Australia.
You had 52 murders in New Zealand in 2020. 1 a week, and they probably bumped that up.
Are you looking at a flat Earth? Are you looking at what's it gets its fucking statistics?
That's what I'm